four-day marathon. Hands up if you were here yesterday and had a good experience. Yeah, I mean, some of the comments we're getting are not just incredible speakers, incredible projects, but really incredible people. You know, those watching live online, you've gotten to see some of the amazing folks we're featuring, but being here with them and just the broader community that is attracted, there's something really special in the atmosphere. You know, number of folks who speak at the Climate Week circuit, so to speak, have commented that the atmosphere is so warm, welcoming, and the folks here are so, there isn't a lot of posturing, there isn't a lot of, you know, just trying to show how important they are. And that's really it's not actually what we look for. What we look for are those who are doing real good and have the ability to, ideally, which we're going to hear from others a little later this morning, help others do the same. And you know, this stage is meant to be, if you weren't here, hands up if you weren't here yesterday actually. So just a few of us, so just without going over the whole history of Transformative, it was started by Global Unity, which is a movement now of community, I should say, at this point, of nearly 900 changemakers, social entrepreneurs, venture capitalists, indigenous leaders, and just seeing the incredible work that's out there that, you know, I thought I was plugged into the impact space, and I had no idea about, you know, hero lawyers who were dedicating their lives to protecting the underprivileged folk or folks who had been maligned by big corporate, folks who are revolutionizing education in Africa, folks who had developed technologies that could undo landfills. And I was just finding dozens, in time, hundreds of these people, and no one knew about them. It felt criminal to not do what we could to get the word out. And so Transformative Impact Summit was born, and this is meant to, you know, my friend Gregory, who we'll hear from after our first speaker, kind of coined the term for us, the TED of Impact. And we talked about yesterday, what is TED? It's not an event, it's a media company. And impact, you know, I see many of our speakers here, I see many folks who haven't spoken this year, maybe have spoken before, or whose work I know, and who are doing incredible things themselves. Traditionally, changemakers are not amazing at marketing themselves. Partly because being able to communicate the amazing work one does is its own skill, but partly because they're dedicating their time to doing the work, not to self-promotion. And so someone has to take that charge. In general, impact as a whole needs infrastructure. It needs mechanisms to connect people. We got to hear from Julia Becker from the Better World ecosystem yesterday morning, and they're doing an incredible job to build infrastructure to connect not only change makers and change orgs, but really all funding for not just investment and the philanthropic side of things, for really building the better world, no pun intended, that we need. And one of the forms of infrastructure that the impact world needs, absolutely, is marketing. And we don't think of ourselves as marketers, but we're amplifiers of the incredible messages that our people need to be sharing. They're not sharing right now to the degree we would love. So this is why we built this stage. And we got to hear yesterday from so many amazing folks doing things in such a wide variety of spaces, and that's kind of the point. You know, folks are, sometimes when I tell them we're running this event, they ask, do we need another Climate Week event? This is not a Climate Week event. We strategically place it here because we know how many folks are coming into the city, coming into New York to either share their amazing work or learn about amazing work. But specifically, this is something that is intended to transcend any one form of impact, any one sector. So yesterday we looked at indigenous and local solutions, we looked at civic innovation, institutional change, social change, technology, Web3, AI, and tech for good. Today we're opening up our social transformation track with impact-focused education, and our first few speakers are wildly inspiring in the space, and so I'm quite excited. This is what makes the job so fun and easy for me. I'm just a fan. I'm just a fan of all the folks that we feature, and so I'm thrilled for you to get to learn about them. Our first speaker is someone that I was introduced to by my dear friend who's really one of the folks behind the scenes helping run the show, Taylor Kendall, and yeah, her story is incredible. So to bring her up, Mary Maker is a South Sudanese refugee education activist and UNHCR Goodwill Ambassador. Having fled conflict as a child and found hope through education, she now speaks on global stages, including offering TED Talks and at the United Nations, championing the rights of education for all, especially young refugees. Let's welcome up Mary Maker. Speak there, or would you like this?
I do both.
Okay. Well, this is here if you want.
Thank you. Hello, beautiful humans. Good morning. Okay. There we go. I love starting with poetry because it just makes things, fun. Carry me to, wait, hold on.
This girl got to be graduating, bro.
Let me start with that.
Yeah. My memories of South Sudan as a child, they're beautiful. Sweet memories of family, of love. When our village was attacked, we lost family members and my friends that we used to play together, and you have to leave. No one could afford my schooling. Crawl back through the window and pretend like I was a part of the class. My education was being disrupted. But it came to a point where the school just got tired of me and just allowed me to be in school. And I was able to graduate. It took me 4 years trying to apply for scholarships. I gave it my all. It was a program in Rwanda that would prepare me for college. I said yes. I had to study day and night. I was afraid of failing, and I was afraid of going back to the camp at the same time. And I finally got admitted to St. Olaf College. They're like, you're going to America. I'm like, okay, I don't know what state I am going to. Minnesota. I was so excited. My father used to emphasize education was my first husband. Sukul and when doing twain.
So this weekend is all about being a graduate, causing chaos to the world in a good way. But I'm really so excited to finally say, I graduated college. That hasn't sunk in yet, but I'm really looking forward to walking across that aisle and taking my diploma and marrying my education. Long last, I'm getting married. Yeah.
I'm so proud of you. You don't know what this means to all of us, what this means to your family.
It starts today.
Yeah.
It's 2 refugee kids out here in America living the dream and actually setting an example for all the refugee kids all around the world.
Yeah.
Mary, Neriak, Maker, Dang, Malau.
What it feels like to graduate is, it's relieving, it feels like it's a dream that I never thought would ever come true that is finally here with me. So I'm really excited, I'm ready to do all the other things in the world. Everyone has been asking me about what's next, as a college graduate, and every time I say, I'm going to move to New York and rule. And that sounds crazy, but okay, I'll understand the subway first. and then I'll be able to rule. But I want to create theater. I want to bring stories on platforms that haven't been told before. The refugee stories, I want to be able to present all of this to the world. I also want to write. I want to continue with my advocacy and my nonprofit and teach as many kids as possible. My message to people is to always see people, to feel seen and to feel heard and to feel acknowledged is the greatest gift that you can ever give anyone in despair and in need of hope.
Thank you for bearing on that video. I'll try to be brief and hit the keynotes in here. I love starting with poetry, and this one is called Borderline. Carry me to a safe heaven. Beneath the barricades of haunted memories, I want to belong. Make me a sanctuary. Let me camouflage the grounds where our ancestors lie. Let me dream beyond the camp walls. Behind every memory is a scared little girl who hears antinovs in her sleep and hates fireworks. Lift me up, one borderline after another. My feet are too weak to walk, and I'm tired of assimilating. Today's Amharic, Arabic, Dinka, Swahili, English. Now I have an array of languages. They should be fun to learn, not painful. Do you know me? Do you see me? Do you acknowledge me? Can you see me beyond the borderline? Lift me higher above the whispers of forgotten tongues, where my voice is my own and not an echo of survival. Guide me to a place where roots grow deep, where my heritage is a bridge and not a burden. In this sanctuary, let me be whole, not fractured by the lines that divide us. Every step I take is heavy with history, yet I dream of a future unbound, where my language is a song and every culture a dance we share. Can you hear me? Can you feel my heart beating in rhythm with the hope of a new dawn? Together, let us cross those borders and find our way home. I feel like being a refugee in itself, it carries so much weight. Growing up in Kakuma refugee camp, I felt like I could never dissolve the camp walls. Because how do you see me, this little fly, in a refugee camp that has been in existence for the last 30 decades? How do you win as a refugee? How do you get out of a camp that is set to keep you there? I started with the first slide where education, for a child of war, our education can turn our tears of loss into a passion for peace. It is hard to leave that or like to believe in that when the reality is that it is almost impossible to dissolve those camp walls. Because how do you dissolve camp walls in a camp of close to 300,000 refugees located in northwestern part of Kenya? And just to give you like a quick context, I came to this camp as a little girl with my mother. And when we crossed that borderline into the camp, for me as a child, this was like another fun story of us trying to, I'm going to learn a new language, I'm going to assimilate, I'm going to be the other person. For my mother, this was a different story. For her, it meant losing home. For her, it meant losing a part of herself. And I remember when I first came to the camp, and the first thing that was preached to me is that education is going to save you. Education is the key. And then I quickly realized that I am in this camp for the next 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. I might die in this camp. How do I believe so much in education, yet I'm seeing a dead end? Thousands of students graduating from high school and being there in the camp. The only solution for me as a girl would either to get married, and then I find myself in this chain of poverty and never going out, because how do you dream of a life outside the camp walls when you've never been out? How do you see yourself in a university when you can't even name one? How do you rebuild? How do you see yourself? How do you make the world care and let them really understand the importance of giving a refugee child an education? I quickly started understanding that there was never going to be a global solution that was going to save me, going to save my sisters or anybody that I ever cared for. And so, together with my friends, we decided that as refugees, we are going to take the mantle, because the reality is, many a times in all the global forums or anything like that, like, let's not leave refugees behind. But the reality is we get left behind every day. Solutions are made for us without us. We are never at the table. It's always like a refugee was in the room and we tick the box and that's it. And then we end up creating solutions that are actually not solving anything. So together with my friends, one of them is in the room today, Ding. So it was Ding, Manyang, myself, Dudi, and our fourth co-founder, Deidre Hand. We decided to start Elimisha Kakuma. Many people cannot pronounce it, but it means educating Kakuma refugee camp. We thought that being able to come together to create a solution where, as our college counselor puts it, become translators, bring universities to the camp, and let also students dream of university. So how do we get to be the work of translation, where we get to translate the context of the camp to universities, and universities let them understand the context of the students. For the first time, students were able to dream. They were able to see themselves on a campus ground, because I graduated, because I was in college. And we all pounce on every single opportunity to be able to create a pathway for ourselves, because we believe that education was an equalizer for us, for our students. We started this organization in 2021, and in just 4 short years, we've been able to place 47 students to universities across the US, in Canada, and also in the UK. In just 4 years, thank you. In just 4 years, we've been able to acquire, we've not recorded it yet, we've been able to acquire over 20 million worth of scholarships, with only 8 recorded though. That is big. It was only 3 refugees coming together to create that, sorry, 1 second. How do I stop a timer? There we go. It was just only 3 refugees and their teacher coming together, because we knew how important education was. I'm going to wind up really quick and give you everything that I can in that short minute. These are all the universities that have been able to take our students. Our first cohort is going to be graduating by May of next year. Do you know how crazy that is? Do you know how crazy it is to dream? How crazy it is to dream of a life outside a camp wall. We want the world to care. We want the world to see us. But we do understand that it has to start with us. We always have to create the opportunities for ourselves. But we want you all to join in actually being able to support. There's a lot of refugee-led organizations out there. The only way for these doors to even open up is when people back us up. We know how to do the work. We just need that investment in people to see us and acknowledge us. As I started with a poem, I love ending with a poem, because there's a lot of work on ripple effects. Like most of our students that have been placed into universities, some of them have gone ahead and started organization. One of our students actually in Calgary, University of Calgary in Canada, went ahead and started an organization called Kakuma Empowerment Program that mentors over 600 kids. See, that ripple effect is the important thing. I'm going to conclude here by reading this poem again. I wrote this one. In this global classroom, they say education is an equalizer. But does that include me, this refugee, this global student? Do we still gather at the table to converse, connect, and share perspective? Am I seen? What is this global table? Who prepares it? Do you see me as a contributor, as a global student, as a professional, or am I just passing through? A classroom full of inspiration, rich in various perspectives, a place where you truly see me, reflecting yourself in my story and me in yours, acknowledging me, guide me across that finishing line. Here in this global classroom where education is truly an equalizer. Thank you all so much for paying attention.
Good forward. Yeah. Yeah, what... if you can hold it for 1 sec. First, even just in your own story of education being this pathway to such a better life for you, that alone, the challenges you went through early on, and then to have fought to get here, but not just kind of ignored where you came from, to try to give that opportunity and to successfully give that opportunity, tens of millions of dollars for dozens of people already, and this is just year 4. Like how, of course, funding would be one way folks could help. So tell us a bit more about what you need on the funding level, but then also what are other ways folks could help?
Ooh, there's so much. If you have rich friends, send them my way. No, I think funding is always like, we're a nonprofit. As much as I said, like 8 million to 20 million worth of scholarship, we run this program and it's volunteer-led, right? So being able to even afford a flight, right? We're booking flight last minute. We're giving meals to these students. Most of them are the only breadwinners to their family. So we give them like $100 stipend compared to them having a job. I used to be a teacher. I used to be paid $70 a month in the camp, right? And I thought I was really rich. And then I came to realize that that could barely take me a day, you know? So most of our students, we give them a stipend so that they don't have to look for jobs while also going through our program. Our program is like 16-month intensive prep, like really prepping the students so that they can actually succeed in college. It's one thing to get into university, but can you finish it? Can you graduate it? So our program is holistic, and the best way to be able to help us, if you know a professor, we usually try to do like a college simulation right before students come to college so that they understand how is it like to interact with professors and lecturers. So that is one way that you could help. We are always looking for skills, marketing skills, like refer us to like donors or like a non-profit, not non-profits, refer us to like Family Foundation or people that could actually commit to us for like 3-4 years. That way we know like it's a sure deal for us to keep on operating. We can only take right now 16 students. Like sometimes we've taken 11 students depending on the geopolitical environment, especially this year. Okay, I am apolitical for anyone watching. But especially right now, so we are always like looking for research, understanding that our students are safe. Safety is really important, and really educating the community on how important these students bring so much to the community. It's not, you're not just doing them a favor, they're also doing you a favor, right? So as we come to that global classroom, we are teaching the other students a lesson as much as we're learning from them. So it's like a holistic, symbiotic kind of like experience that we get to give. But again, donate. Go to elimishakakuma.org, donate, support us. We're always fundraising in a good way.
Okay. Amazing.
Yes, thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Yeah. Thank you. Next up, we have a dear friend who I'm such a fan of so many of the folks here, but one insight we spoke about during the family office event we ran a few days ago, that as soon as he shares it, it shows you why his work is so important. The first 3 to 6 years of a child's development are the most important throughout life, and yet most education interventions are focused on later in life. What he's been able to do, not only to intervene in the lives of children, but in the women who are caring for them, and more to build a really what I consider infrastructure, really a virus of light, where women can train other women to do this incredible Montessori-inspired work. He was for me my favorite talk from last year's Transformative Impact Summit, and to hear that he's partnered with my dear friend Gregory, who is up there as well. It's one of my most admired changemakers in the education space, and that partnership came out of Transformative Impact Summit is just more affirmation that we're on the right path. So it's a deep pleasure to introduce my dear friend, Andre Shearer.
Much appreciate that. I've got a mic here. Thank you. So good morning, everybody. Sunday morning, I know it's an early-ish start for everybody, but firstly to Elliot and to Taylor, just an enormous thanks for convening this platform that brings so many of us together who really do strive on a day-to-day basis to try and make an impact, a positive impact in the world. I wanted to just also say what a beautiful presentation Mary gave. And I don't think Mary knows this, but one of the world's best Montessori schools is in a refugee camp in Kenya. It's near the town of Nakuru. It's called Corner of Hope, and it's actually an AMI, which is Association Montessori International program, that is entirely managed, trained, developed by all the parents. The teachers are local, the training is world-class, and the outcomes are incredible. So I'd love to, now that I know what Mary does, connect her to that locale, because of course if we start early, the programs that she's working on will be even more successful. So we obviously, our work started quite a long time ago, 16 years ago. And central to the work was my time in the wine industry. I actually started a business in the US in '91, importing South African wine just at the cusp of sanctions. And part of my journey really was to look at South Africa with a very cold lens and see the inequity and the actual disparity that exists. We now are sadly home to the highest Gini coefficient in the world, and you'll see that in some of the footage and the videos a little bit later on. But our mission is really the transformation of women. The human condition at the moment is, as we know, quite complex and very challenging, and I think we're in an existential crisis, frankly. So we have looked at this and figured, what kind of planet, we were saying, what do we leave to our children? We're saying, what kind of children, what kind of new young humans are we raising? That's where this all begins. If you really look at our global and geopolitical issues, there are so many children in the world. How many of these children ever see anything resembling the proper care, the proper nutrition, and the proper support? I can assure you it's very little. And it's not necessarily because of parenting. So many people, when they know what we do, they raise the question, well, isn't it the parent? I'm like, look, in Africa, for the most part, we're talking about single mothers, a single mum in a destitute community with 3 or 4 children, trying to protect them, feed them, nurture them. How do you parent in the context of what, Dr. Spock and a glass of wine at the end of the day? The context for the vast majority of children is shocking. And sub-Saharan Africa, that's where we are actually the world's worst region by far. In any metric in early childhood, we happen to sadly hold the mantle. So 250 million kids under 6 will just remain off track. 400 million won't have a good start. And if we really and honestly think that's what's going to make the change, is building universities, have a look at Professor James Heckman, who spoke about this 30 years ago. He's a Nobel economist, and it's incredibly clear to see your investments in the early years are, without any shadow of doubt economically, the greatest returns on investment that a society can make in themselves. It's irrefutable. And yet, time and time again, we as communities, governments, countries fail the children. It's something that has been such an issue for me to understand, that I sit in meetings with world banks and all these big institutions and major companies. I even have to convince funders, philanthropists, that early childhood is actually critical. If we think of climate change, you realize, if you change the beginning of the story, you change the whole story. If you change the education of a child in context, you change the outcomes of the humanity we live in, without any question. And so today's seeds are really tomorrow's harvest. And if you look at currently, the conditions for the vast majority of the world's children, and this information is online, you can find it anywhere, 600 million of the world's children really are in unacceptable conditions. And if we're okay with that, I'm like, what is wrong with that picture? Kids can't get up and riot. They can't get up and speak. Our job is to take from a few million to give the vast majority of the human child a better start. That's actually the point of all of this. So we have built over the last decade a seal. It's the Indaba Foundation, which I started here in New York in 2015. And contextually, the key was resourcing women, because women ultimately are going to change the world, really and truly. I mean, I really mean that. I don't mean that casually. I don't mean it's sort of, oh, well, this is sounding good. I really believe that in my core. And in Africa, if you look at the population, there's a $120 billion market out there. There is such a vast need. And qualitatively, the problem is we actually don't know where to start. So we have been, since my time in the wine industry, we started with the initiative to train South Africa's first black winemaker, very proudly, in the late 90s. Very proudly. We had no money. We were losing money hand over fist as a company, but we actually borrowed from the banks and begged, borrowed, stole, and we put this young man through the first training, and he became South Africa's first black winemaker, which was amazing. We trained about 12 to 15 subsequent MBA students, university graduates in viticulture, and I realized, what is that going to do? The inequity, and you know that in South Africa we have the highest fetal alcohol syndrome problem in the world. It is 100 times higher than the United States. There are towns in South Africa where 25 to 30% of all children in the town are afflicted with a perfectly preventable issue. It's a woman and a mother who drinks at 13 years old in pregnancy, is destitute and traumatized. Trauma is our single biggest enemy, literally. And neglect is the single biggest trauma. So for those of you who don't know, Cape Town is, without question, one of the most amazing cities in the world. It's the most beautiful city. It's in Cape Town and the surrounding winery region that we actually embed our work. So it's like Rio, it's like San Francisco, Vancouver. It's really a mix of Sydney, and yet very close by in all these communities we deal with absolute destitution. In fact, the world's worst, as I said, the highest Gini coefficient on the planet. And this is where we work as an organization. Although our reach is certainly extending, we've started work in Tanzania, and we're starting work in different provinces of South Africa, but we are working in almost a petri dish. There is so much money in some communities, but the vast majority of South Africans do not live anywhere near the standards needed. And the child continues to suffer the consequences. We have one of the highest gender-based violence problems. We have one of the highest murder rates in the world. And if you ask a mother in a township who has a daughter, she is fully expecting that her daughter will be raped. Not maybe, or she fully expects her daughter will be raped. It's a very, very, very hard thing to try and comprehend. But it is in fact the truth of the circumstance is that we just live in abject chaos to the most degree. If you visit Cape Town, it's perfectly safe. If you in the tourist area, it's magnificent. The wine country is amazing. But this is the reality which we as an organization are determined to tackle starting in the earliest years. When you walk in these townships with the women that we have trained, we've trained about 500 practitioners in a world-class program, Montessori program called Community Rooted Education. It's affiliated with ESF, which is a part of AMI, the Association Montessori International based in the Netherlands. And the program core is a one-year program, 7 months, 7 modules, and it is a deeply, deeply transformative program. The women emerge from this program completely altered. They forge a community with 35 other women. Their pedagogic knowledge improves dramatically, but they start to have faith in themselves. So, the way we work in the world is we Band-Aid. We Band-Aid just about everything. Our current academic circumstance, 80% of South Africa's 4th graders cannot read for meaning. Now, what's the GDP made up of? Workforce. How do you resource a workforce when this is how you start? And the issue is, I look at the artificial intelligence world, and I look at the trillions of dollars in AI, and I hear AI at every corner. And I'm like, artificial intelligence, you kidding me? We failed human intelligence, woefully. And we're now launching into artificial intelligence. I'm like, how does that even work? We have to stop and think. And then we read all the trillions of dollars or hundreds of billions of dollars being invested in AI. I saw a billboard in New York the other day. Only 7% of any AI company starting succeeds. So the other hundreds of billions gets wasted. Hundreds of billions. This is what we need to do. If you look at the context, designing AI, for example, if you design AI with a traumatized humanity, what do you get? You get a great AI? I would argue like everything else. You're going to be impacted by the very substance of the humanity that's making the design possible. And if we are traumatizing our individual children, as we do, very well, and the world and governments and the big institutions do very little about it, and you can read up on that, it's shocking how little we do. The key is you can't build a future on a wounded start. It is simply not possible. This is a 3-year-old child with normal, loving, nurturing care. That is a 3-year-old suffering extreme neglect. It is biological. And in the first 6 years of life, it is easily recorded that the damage from trauma is impactful for life. And it is self-fulfilling. And so we keep starting and generating the same cycles over and over and over again. So the first 6 years of life obviously are completely critical. So 16 years ago, our young son, 3 years old, just didn't want to stay at the local private school at 3 years old. He didn't like the people. He said they shouted, and we eventually took him out of the school, and we took him to a little Montessori school at the corner of the town on a farm with 35 kids, and he just loved it, and he wanted to stay there. So we're like, okay, cool. You know, I got involved in the school. My wife started reframing the grounds. We're a very organic and alternative family, so everything was chemical banning, and we were starting to plant vegetables. And I actually would like, Greg, do you want to come up real quick and just give your own experience, I think, because Greg, when we met last year, it was a real meeting of minds. Greg has built a vast platform, a $15 million foundation with videos accessible to literally the hits on his video site, Sakana, are hundreds of millions of people. In fact, they've reached billions. But I think the key, thanks, Greg. Just grab one of the mics. I think I wanted to ask Greg to give his own impression, because I'll show you what Newbury House is, but just share your experiences and your heart with.
Just in a minute. I spent the last 20 years of my life traveling around the world with the intention of making high-quality education accessible to the many. And I built a platform called Sakana. We deliver billions of views. It's probably the biggest platform on the internet to acquire life skills. You can learn the first aid. You can learn breastfeeding. Breastfeeding videos, we got like 1 billion views. We help women in multiple languages to learn breastfeeding. We are the largest, the first program on the internet about first aid. And 2 billion views have been delivered regarding first aid. Like, if you combine those views in comparison with all the channels that the Red Cross had, it's like 100 times bigger. So I partner with 100 NGOs around the world. I capture their knowledge and filmmakers all around the world. We gather a community of 4,000 translators, voiceover actors, and in the spirit of Wikipedia and TED, we were inspired by ideas worth spreading, but it was life skills worth acquiring. And a few years ago, I was just frustrated. I got people from 30 different nationalities in my beautiful office, and we were celebrating maybe the 2 billion lesson delivered, and I was frustrated because it was online, and I wasn't able to touch those people. And it was too broad also. It was first aid and organic farming and all these things, and focusing on education. My intention for the next 10 years was to focus on early childhood development. I get it. I get it after 10 years or 20 years spending into the trenches, and these years are crucial. I was about to move to Zanzibar to create the ideal school of the 21st century, bring world-class experts and start building that amazing campus, lighthouse or epicenters that can inspire the world, and an institute close to that. I moved with my wife for a few weeks, and it was in July, and in September I met with Andre. What Andre did, what I was dreaming to build, after all my years building an amazing educational project, what he built was just mind-blowing, and he saved 10 years of my life, and I meet it was love at the first sight. Literally, but for project. for project. So came back in New York in December, came to Africa, South Africa in January, and just I was blown away. I said, okay, right now, Andre, you got it. It was so deep, and the value are so high, and everything is 5-star. Like, its quality is non-negotiable, even in the worst condition. And I saw behind that a seal of excellence. Like, if you want to learn the first aid, you think Red Cross. If you want to scuba diving, you think PADI. If you think gastronomy, you think Michelin star chef, 3-star. And so behind that, there is a global seal of excellence. And when you think early childhood development, high quality, in Daba. So I'm going to use all my energy, powers, conviction, perspective, skills to turbocharge in Daba with capital, global network, technology, storytelling, and because Andre deserves it.
Thanks, Greg.
And
thank you. And you know the old adage of going together, you go further? It's exactly right. Greg came to South Africa, met the team, and he came to the school, and he said to me, he has 6 wonderful daughters, by the way. Not having a school of his own. And he went onto this campus and he said to me, I want my 6 children to come to this school as soon as possible. So I was like, really? He said, yes, really. So this is what Newbury House has become. So 35 kids in 3 little farm laborer cottages. We now serve about 400 students in a fully permaculture organic campus. We have vegetable growing from 2 years old till 16. We run small businesses. We plant and farm everything. There's not a single chemical used at any place in this entire setup. And it is profitable. There is no loan involved. It's affordable. And we are a Cambridge institution. So we're the first AMI certified, Cambridge certified school, I would say probably in the world. And our Cambridge results, for those of you who might know the Cambridge system, it's one of the world's most reputable standards of schooling education. Our kids are achieving, when they reach grade 8, they've all been in proper Montessori early years, the AMI standard. And in grade 8, our school has the highest entrance exam results for the IGCSE entrance point into Cambridge anywhere in the world. So we realize that starting early and starting right is starting to prove without any question that is a system that Maria Montessori developed in 1900 and just before in the destitute parts of Rome. It was not intended just for the Upper East Side and the best parts of Cape Town. Not at all. So our job is to really take that and shift the narrative completely. So we have the diploma program, which is global, and we have the community-rooted education. And it's a program that is truly entirely holistic in the way it approaches a woman who comes from trauma and destitution 99% of the time. Our centers are not registered. Now in South Africa, only 25% of the centers have actually registration. 75% of South Africa's kids don't have any access, none. So all of the metrics in South Africa, all of the government work is all about what the metrics of just those few kids get. And we're like, no, don't measure the few, measure everybody. And our results, as you saw earlier, are abysmal. 80% of 4th graders simply can't read for meaning. This is at one of our training centers. If I tell you that the transformation of the woman is so visible and so tangible and so emotional that we've joined forces with 5 neuroscientists in the world, we believe without any question that we can prove that the training is epigenetically and biomarker-wise transformational on a cellular level. We see outcomes in these women after 12 months that is absolutely mind-blowing. And so the head of Stanford Center on Early Childhood, Professor Philip Fisher, we've got Kau Hensch, the leading brain plasticity expert at Harvard. We have an amazing cross-section of people who truly buy into this. So next year with South Africa's Institute for Advanced Studies, which is aligned with Stanford, Harvard, and 7 other institutes worldwide, we'll be launching a fully fledged research program to prove the impact of this work. So if you look, the ELOM system, early learning outcome measure, the South African government, Lego, UNICEF decided to bake a metrics to determine where are children, where do they stand. So the literacy, numeracy, executive functioning, fine and gross motor skills were measured. And they measured 5,000 kids in 1,200 centers across the country in all quintiles of socioeconomics, quintile 1, full poverty, to quintile 5, which is incredibly resourced. The results are the gray bar. So if you look at the right-hand set of columns, the overall ELOM total score was 46% for the country's measurement of the kids who were in registered centers. Our kids, for the first time late last year into this year, we did our first ELOM. It's a third-party organization that come in and measure without you having any insights into what they're doing and what they're measuring. Our little yellow bar, which is 92%, are children in a community-rooted program that are not in a registered center. They're well below the poverty line, but they have a teacher who's been trained in our method. And 92% is double the national average in a way that nobody can understand how. So we've now laid this foundation to say, don't ask me. Currently, only 20% of our 4th graders can read for meaning. 92% of our 5-year-olds in our programs can read and write and do math. So the key is a high quality, high impact, cost-effective, scalable model. As I said, at the moment, we're impacting probably about 20,000 children, and the system is starting to turn. The wheels are starting to turn. I'm heading to New Mexico Tuesday evening to meet with the World Bank. We're launching a program in South America. We are also, through my wine industry roots, because our work is in the wine industry in South Africa and the surrounds, we're launching a program in in South America in the wine country of Argentina, Mendoza. And one of my goals is in the next couple of years, fund independent, we're going to launch community-rooted education right here in the United States in the middle of the California wine industry in the displaced migrant labor worker communities, which are reeling from an early years point of view, and we believe we're going to achieve just the same outputs and outcomes. So as Greg said earlier, we're aspiring to make Indaba the seal. It should be available to many. To do that, we're training and launching. We've just finished our proof of concept, what is actually the most exciting business concept I've ever had the pleasure and joy of launching. It's the Indaba Care Platform. We're training Montessori nannies. There's a nanny crisis everywhere. There's 150 million nannies untrained in the world. There are 9 million ECD teachers lacking in the world. So our system is to take what we've now proven with a seal of excellence and train nannies at scale. They're also the first precursor to an Indaba teacher. So the first outcomes we had with these women who trained as nannies, at the end of their training of a 4-week intense immersion, they all started asking, how do I become a teacher? So the intrinsic value is if you're trained as a Montessori course certified nanny, you're going to earn more money than any other nanny, but you also have a stepping stone into education. And South African government did a research 4 years ago, Harambee finished it, to prove that the early childhood sector in South Africa is lacking 400,000 employees. So it's clearly a massive, massive crisis. So the Indaba Institute in South Africa is our epicenter, as we said, powered by AMI. That's the Association Montessori International. That's the hub of Montessori's work for the last 120 years. Cape Town, we're founding and forging a new nonprofit in Geneva. And of course, our hub for fundraising has been in the US, courtesy of the Walton family, thank goodness. I met James Walton at a conference in Amsterdam in 2016, and he said, I haven't heard anybody speak about a 100-year horizon ever, and I'd love to see if we can help. Thank heavens they did. And so we're going to be training next year, training scale to reach 6,000 nannies and 700 teachers every year. We're launching an online campus, courtesy of Greg's brilliance. We're going to be making this reach to connect all of these core women elsewhere in the world. And so this is not alone. It is together. It is a public service. We cannot leave our women and children behind. I know that there are so many human rights issues and there's so many minority rights issues, but until we've got the women's rights and the children's rights issues right in the world, we haven't made progress. So this is what we do. This is who we do it for. It is global. It does not know any boundaries. It is multicultural, multi-ethnic, multilingual. So the work is not about South Africa. We're proving it in the most damaged and traumatized community in the world. And if it works as we know it does, there's no reason that it shouldn't be available to hundreds of millions of children. Thanks so much, everybody. That's a sweaty palm.
That's good. Oh, you got your mic. You can see why I'm so touched by Andre's work. One more time for him, please. Even on the surface, just hearing about, okay, Montessori-inspired programming. Let's turn that off. So there are a few things in particular that really strike me. The Montessori-inspired programming for kids in developing countries. One, wow, amazing. That it also includes a train-the-trainer model. You know, we talk about, so we're kind of like impact hunters. We're looking for those who are doing incredible things in the world, and there are those who, help a single person. That's important. That matters. That's like a point of light. Then there are those who teach others to help others. That's like a ray of light. But when we find someone who teaches others to teach others, that's a virus of light. That can really scale. And that you built that's part of why I call it infrastructure. So even just knowing these things alone, but then the insight, and then the data about what does a brain of an extremely abused child at 3 look like versus a healthy brain, just to be able to see that. And now, and then when we met, there was this challenge of most funding in education is either so hard to access or exclusively for the platforms that are going to return a big profit or something like that. And so the fact that now in your partnership with Gregory, you've kind of brought in this new element that addresses some of the funding that now gives you, or some of the ways to now get access to investment versus just philanthropic dollars is quite exciting. What do you need? How can we help?
Thank you, Elliot. Again, I want to say thank you for the platform, because every time I'm here, I just meet so many cool people. That's just a joy to be here, so thank you. I think for us, it's always the eternal money ask, but it's not just the money ask. I want people who have this ready to give. This is not like, I sit with ministers of education, I sit with people, they have no idea where we work. We work in the trenches. We don't work in a boardroom looking at documents and programs. Our team go into the most difficult communities ever. So yes, we're looking for investment, but we're looking for investors, looking for a return, and we're looking for human capital, people, money capital that's prepared to give because they know that it's the right thing to do with measurable outcomes. And our job is to create a system that is evergreen. That's what we're trying to do now. We've built this over 10 years to where it is now. We've created all the proofs of concept. We're now ready to scale. So we're looking for partners, but really we're looking for the right partners. We've gotten to the point, as you know, that the trainer of trainer model is now ready to roll too. And the cost effectiveness of that is incredible. So to cost $10 a child, getting that down to $5 a child to change a child's life forever, it's hard to even think about when you think of the rest of the world. So the implications of that, I will tell you that one last anecdote is the women in the program that are trained within 12 months in poverty in a tiny shack have probably 20 to 30% more income at the end of their first year just having been trained. Because the impact, thank you, the impact of the training is not missed by the mums. These children come home enabled and capable. They come home and put their little shoes away, and they come home and start chopping vegetables at 3, and they come home asking why we're not composting in shacks. Isn't that pride is not a money issue. And these women see, and the parents see the children's transformation. They come to the centers. They don't miss a fee. Previously, you don't pay your bill, the woman gets no money, whatever. That changes. So it's a socioeconomic power. You're giving hundreds of thousands of women the chance to be entrepreneurs and change makers each individually. If somebody doesn't want to invest in that, you just can't have a heart, actually. If you really think about the global implications of where we stand right now. Just look around us in the world. It's a mess. Mm-hmm. This is one of those ways that can transform things completely. Mm-hmm. So, thanks again.
Thank you for the work. So, for those here with us today, for those watching online, anyone you know in education funding, in the large institutions, before we let you go, you mentioned partnerships. Like, who are the ideal partners?
So we have, for example, an amazing family in the Netherlands that I met with through us seeking to expand a wine brand, by the way. It's called The Educator, and we'll be launching it next year. It's a brand in celebration of the global woman educator. And we're producing a California Chardonnay. We're specialist South African importers, but a California Chardonnay in Argentina, in Malbec, and the company that owns this incredible winery, a biodynamic organic winery, is a phenomenal family based in the Netherlands. And meeting with him and talking to him, he just said, we have an enormous foundation. They produce most of the bicycles in the world. And he just said, listen, you sound like my grandfather. You must see what we do at the Salentine Foundation. So just yesterday I sent him a note because they're waiting to receive. There are people that have got so much heart, but we just want people to know what we do. And I'm going to say this, I want the universe to respond. I'm not a very good asker, hey, can you give me money? I want to share with people what we do, tell people and show people what we do. Because in the showing of what we do, you can't deny the power. Mm-hmm. So I'd love capital with heart, honestly, and know-how. That's crucial for me, is people who know how to navigate systems. Mm-hmm. I'm speaking in Qatar at the WISE Forum, I'm in conversations with the World Bank, all of this, but I'm like, guys, you know what? You don't get it. Because if you did, you'd have changed all of this a long time ago. So it's going to take those who really do have the appetite to really be systemically active in making real grassroots change in humanity possible.
Well, let's find them for you.
Thanks, Elliot.
Okay.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Much love. Okay, we're going to switch from our impact-focused education track to our health, mental health, and social connection track. We have a panel right now. We've been hearing throughout the weekend about the power of AI, and we heard last night from Dekai and Annie Chahohonen about this launch that they're initiating for building compassionate AI. But we're going to bring it a little more grounded. We're going to have a panel talking about how AI can revolutionize health and mental health. Let's welcome up our panelists. We've got Ron Razmi, Wesley King, Beth Rudin from Bast AI, which has been a massive supporter of this entire event. And, that's our next panel. We're going to start, with climate consciousness and mental health. Another big supporter, actually. Yes. Simeon Schnapper from JLS Fund, who's a dear friend, spoke at Transformative Impact Summit Africa and our event last year. And Marissa Feinberg, who's been equally a massive supporter behind the scenes, introduced us. As you know, our family office event was co-created with 10 other impact networks, impact investor networks, and Marissa ended up making introductions to many of them, and someone she felt was a really important part of this conversation, Bennett Zellner. So let's make him feel welcome. Let's bring him on up. Hi. Thank you. The TV's not displaying.
Hi, good morning. So nice to be here. Thank you so much. Everyone give it up for Elliot. Look at how spectacular this is. Yeah. So my name is Marissa Feinberg, and I'm here to introduce this panel on climate, consciousness, and mental health. Just to set it up for you, I don't need to tell many of you, right, that we're in this mental health crisis, we're in a climate crisis, but ultimately, what does that mean? Is it really about those issues? We're here today to talk about the link between these, that it's also like a crisis of human consciousness, but how do we look at it and reframe it differently, right? How do we see this as an opportunity to face these challenges and turn them into some sort of consciousness expanding opportunity? And we will tell you a little bit more about what that means. So just to set this up and frame this for you, as we face, this global transition at a time when, global shifts are accelerating with the pace of AI and technology and its impact on global culture. So I'm going to introduce myself and have each of our panelists introduce themselves and their work and how this ties together, because we have many people working in climate consciousness and mental health, but not so many people focused on these intersectional issues. So I'm founder of Psychedelics for Climate Action, which is a nonprofit. We have two main messages. For the psychedelic community, we say psychedelics can inspire a profound oneness with all life, a remembering we are nature. Join our mission to transform this awareness into meaningful climate action. And for the climate community, we ask the question that with countless solutions available, why are we in this crisis? Clearly, it's about participation in the solutions, and beneath that is a consciousness shift. So I came to this work, I go back and forth between being a marketing and PR professional and a social entrepreneur, really all about elevating the public consciousness about certain issues, which will hopefully affect the greater good. And I was in environmental social impact for years, fell into the psychedelic therapy space, and was really grappling with that. Was really fascinated by it. I had suffered from my own burnout in the environmental space. And then fast forward, I just started seeing the connection when a client said to me, well, environmental problems are human problems. It's the humans destroying the planet. So fast forward, we now have a nonprofit of about 13,000 people around the world, and a lot of people based in New York, from founders, creatives, changemakers, people coming together. And I'll be telling you a little bit more about how our work is poised to make some change. Next, I want to introduce our next two panelists and have them introduce themselves. We have Bennett Zellner from the University of Maryland. Everyone give it up for Bennett. And we have Simeon Schnapper from JLS Fund. Everyone give it up for Simeon. Yeah. So I'd love them to introduce themselves so you can see how their work ties into these issues as well.
Okay, I'll start. So as Marissa said, my name is Bennett Zellner. I'm a professor at the University of Maryland, although I live here in New York and Brooklyn. And the area that I do work in is regenerative economics, which some of you may be familiar with. And the way I usually define regenerative economics to people is that it focuses on bringing forth an economic system that operates according to the principles of natural systems, principles such as self-renewal, self-organization, systemic health. And the idea is that this is really the only way that we can live in balance with our planet and with each other. And so this shows up in my work, and I'll tell you about a couple of specific projects. But in order to do that, I want to kind of give you my kind of meta view of all this, which is that the reason that we are facing, the core reason that we are facing the meta crisis that we currently face, these kind of entangled crises in all of our major systems, is a foundational myth of disconnection, the myth that we are disconnected from each other and from our planet. And it's this myth that has given rise to the extractive economic behaviors that have led to the crises that we see in the economic system, in social systems, most in climate. So two particular projects. One is kind of more of a bottom-up approach to dealing with this, and one is maybe more of a top-down approach. I've done a lot of work in the psychedelic space on a regenerative approach to delivering psychedelic-assisted mental health care. It's called the pollinator approach. And if you accept that the core issue that we need to address is disconnection, then psychedelics have the potential to help people reconnect, as Marissa was alluding to. And clinical research has shown this. Reconnection is one of the primary channels through which psychedelics help reduce clinical symptoms and lead to improvements in well-being. And in fact, you've probably heard about the mental health crisis. I think that's actually a misnomer. It's not that all of a sudden tens of millions of people's brains and nervous systems started malfunctioning somehow. This is a response to a toxic environment, and disconnection is at the root of this response. Okay, so the pollinator approach is an approach that helps people reconnect to community systems. So under this approach, the idea is that psychedelic-assisted mental health care and the places where it's administered can become a site not only for individual healing, but also for collective healing. And these are, of course, intrinsically connected. The other project, and then this has been a long intro, so I'm going to move on. The other project is the more top-down approach I mentioned, and that's called the Connected Leadership Study. This is a research project that I'm conducting with my colleague, Rochelle Sampson, who's also a professor at the University of Maryland, in which we're giving psilocybin to organizational leaders, and it's in a container around the translation to business practices. There's a 4-month program called the Connected Leadership Program, and we're asking whether these experiences lead to shifts in perspective that are ultimately associated with shifts in professional behavior and decision making. So I'm happy to talk more about that, but I'm going to stop because that was so long. Okay.
We'll get into it next. All right, Simeon.
Hello, everybody. Testing. There we go. My name's Simeon. I am joining this panel for every reason that was just shared. Fascinated with Bennett's work around leadership and a big supporter of all things climate that Marissa's been great at leading. But my day job is a VC. We've been active in the space primarily around mental health and neurodegenerative diseases with a very large emphasis in our first fund being, psychedelics, neuroplastogens, psychoplastogens. Personally, this whole topic has been fascinating to me since I could remember, from just thinking about planet Earth, thinking about community, spending a lot of time living with indigenous communities from the Congo Basin to the Amazon to a bunch of Himalaya communities, and just really delighted to be here on this stage and with you all.
Excellent, thank you so much. So, getting into, from your work into the intersection of climate consciousness and mental health, Bennett, you started to tell us about, these projects you're working on, and Simeon, you started to tell us about your work, but why don't you each take a little more time and go deeper to expand upon that so people can understand, how you are connecting to this intersection?
Okay, so I'll just give a little bit more on both of the projects that I mentioned. So the idea behind the pollinator approach is that if you look at our current approach to delivering mental health care, symptoms are viewed in isolation, and there's a lot of emphasis on the role of the individual and the individual's own personal traumas in giving rise to various forms of mental distress. And there's an underemphasis on the systemic or cultural roots of the mental distress that a lot of people feel. And on top of that, as we see the psychedelic field growing, and you can make these same arguments about mental health care in general, a lot of the organizational containers being used to deliver mental health care or psychedelic-assisted mental health care embody the same kind of extractive economic structures that I would argue are at the root or deeply intertwined with a lot of people's mental distress in the first place. And we could go down that rabbit hole separately, but that's probably too long for right now. So the pollinator approach not only focuses on helping people as part of their treatment, if you will, reconnect to community, economic, and social systems, but it's also delivered through organizations that embody different ways of that kind of incorporate broader ranges of stakeholder interests and use novel finance and governing structures that involve the community at every level. Okay, so that's the pollinator approach. In terms of the Connected Leadership Project, leaders, corporate leaders in particular, in the current system have outsized influence. So the idea, going back, we already heard a little bit about ripple effects this morning, so this is another attempt at creating ripple effects. So I'll just tell you a little bit about, I guess, about some of what we found. So the project has been running for a few years. We've had 3 cohorts so far. We follow each cohort for a year after their psychedelic experience, so we can see how any changes or shifts start to show up in their professional lives. And we've had a whole range of different types of outcomes. One anecdote that I like to tell, which is the way that Marissa originally learned about the project. In our very first retreat, we had a particularly vocal participant. We gave them this kind of light curriculum on regenerative economics. We made the mistake of doing it at the retreat itself, which we shouldn't have done. And in the first night, this guy said, why are you telling us this stuff? And you're wasting our time. We're here to take mushrooms. And he was pretty ornery. And we thought, oh my God, we've already screwed up the research and we haven't even started it yet. And after the first experience in the sharing circle, I got to this person and I thought that they were joking at first. And they said, everything you guys talked about started to make sense to me. And this person who's a serial entrepreneur went on and restructured their businesses to kind of shield them from extractive financial pressures and shifted focus to kind of more mental health care types of projects. So we've had that type of outcome. We've had high-level managers at Fortune 500 companies develop an entirely different attitude toward things like employee wellness programs and environmental programs, which previously they felt like they were just doing as in kind of a tokenish sort of way, and really embrace them and start to understand their value. So those are just some of the sorts of experiences. I could say more, but I feel like I should stop again.
Thank you, Bennett. I love that story. I love that anecdote where regenerative economics makes sense after mushrooms. Yeah. So next, I'll turn to Simeon. Speaking of economics, obviously there aren't that many organizations and people focused right at the intersection of climate, psychedelics, consciousness, mental health. But, you, by being an investor, you're always investing in these companies, right? And so you might invest in an impact organization, then you might connect to some sort of mental health outcome, or obviously psychedelics for mental health is a huge space. So what are some of the investments that you've made and the work that you'd like to share with us? I think it'd be really interesting.
No, I'd love to. I mean, so much of what Bennett shared just on, the experience, you can see embedded within a lot of the portfolio companies. The fund itself is, a fairly traditional fund. The content and the companies we invest are incredibly unique. But as I think of these, these startups, many of which are, now becoming leaders in the space of mental health, I think back to all the research that happened around these molecules in the 50s and 60s. I think about all the learnings around community and construct and set setting and matrix, which I believe was an Eisenberg quote, but then the Matrix came out with Keanu Reeves, and I think people stopped using Matrix, but that was like after the experience. What do you go into? What are those support structures? What community are you going back to? With an emphasis around those having a profound experience, whether it's leadership and rejiggering at the top, how we deliver products or services, or the most profound addiction of somebody who's been, in this purgatory for decades, and they have this amazing experience, but what are they going back to? So that becomes a common theme. So we like to watch and study, what's happening in the, the general zeitgeist. And as we, have more traditional meetings, FDA approval, how are we going to scale this? How are we going to deliver these mental health therapies, whether the basis is psychedelic or some really cool AI biomarker? What comes up again and again is the current system we have is not necessarily incredibly malleable. So we often try to fit into, this is great, but how are we going to get insurance companies to back this? So that gets into a lot of crossover with advocacy, with policy, with changing scheduling laws. But yeah, this topic around climate change, consciousness, community is really at the basis of any potential investment, where we think, hey, this is a great team, these are great founders. How will this see the light of day 5 years from now, 10 years from now, and really help to create impact? I'm still on the fence around systemic change, and sometimes get overwhelmed with how are we going to change the entire consciousness of humanity, which is embedded in our current bureaucratic healthcare systems. But seeing a bunch of light at the end of the tunnel in the last 2 years.
Awesome. Speaking of changing the consciousness of humanity, at Psycho, when we frame climate consciousness, we like to think about what does this consciousness shift for climate action mean? And so, when we look at the anatomy of that, we see it being about reconnection to self, nature, community, feeling your power and agency to do something at a time when it's being cut off, environmentally, and maintaining calm in an era of eco-anxiety, and having the tools and support for collective action and collective stewardship. We just saw in LA with the fires and emergency, the mutual aid efforts were making just some of the biggest difference. And so, New York being here, and many of us, no matter what part of the world, if you're in a coastal city or if you're in a place that's getting hotter and might be subject to more brush fires, the different parts of the world were a lot more vulnerable. So the issue of staying connected to this climate consciousness is key. And so, that's what our community has been about, and we do a lot of different events. We like to think of ourselves as like an integration community where people can come together and create a mycelial container for new ideas to emerge. And because none of us, with all these solutions available, none of us really know what's going to get us through this global transition. but by bringing together people at the intersection of climate consciousness and mental health, perhaps together we can find a way and shift consciousness together. So getting back to just a few last questions, talking about systems, right, and opportunities. Bennett, as a regenerative economist, how do you see these themes, climate consciousness and mental health, shaping systems change approaches?
Well, I think first of all, this is going back to something that you alluded to at the beginning. I think it's really important to recognize that the climate crisis, the mental health crisis, these are different faces of the same core crisis, of meta crisis, which has a common root. As I've already said, I think that common root is disconnection. So the way I kind of see these things fitting together, the climate crisis is the why, or one of the whys, is a clear sign that it's clear feedback that our current approach is not working. And this was actually something that was written about in 1972 in this book called The Limits to Growth by Donella Meadows and her husband and a few other people. And they predicted with a remarkable accuracy what's happened in using systems theory. So that's the why part. And the reason I mentioned Donella Meadows in terms of the how part, Donella Meadows also wrote a brilliant paper. It was about leverage points for systems change. And she had a kind of a hierarchy of 12 leverage points. And the most powerful leverage point for changing a system is changing the mindset out of which the paradigm operates. So literally a shift in consciousness. And that's why I think this focusing on this intersection of climate health and in our society, mental health is kind of the container for consciousness. So I think that's a way of bringing that into our society. And also going back to something Marissa said, Marissa had mentioned that there are theoretically countless solutions to the climate crisis. There's actually a book that came out a couple of years ago by Hunter Lovins called A Finer Future, in which he goes through all of the kind of planetary, we breached 7 of 9 planetary boundaries. She identifies specific technologies that already exist that we could use to address all of the problems that we currently face. So it's not really an issue of policy. It's not really an issue of technology. It really is an issue of a shift in consciousness, a shift from the current attunement that we have toward the way we orient to the world, where we start off with this kind of built-in assumption of disconnection. It's something we don't even think to question. A shift from that attunement to a more connected attunement, an attunement where we recognize in the most deeply embodied way our intrinsic interconnectedness to all other things and beings. And this is actually, I say connected attunement. We can also think of that as it's an indigenous attunement too. So actually rediscovering kind of deep indigenous and really just human wisdom that I think we all have inside. And yeah, anyway, so I'll stop there for now. I feel like I've started to ramble again. So.
No, not at all. Thank you. I would love hearing Bennett talk about attunement. Okay. Next, Simeon, you've been at this forefront of psychedelic social impact consciousness for quite some time, right? And you even lived in indigenous parts of the world with these cultures. As you look to the future, if we look at, maybe it's not finding new solutions, right? Maybe it's about attuning ourselves, right? What are some of the opportunities that you see?
Yeah, they're quite vast. I'm reflecting on a panelist yesterday who was talking about wisdom AI and the proliferation, or rather the anti-proliferation of languages, and just all of these communities, all of these knowledges that are disappearing at such a rapid pace. So I kind of go back to this, even through the lens of, asymmetric upside of an investment and return on investment from, the shepherding and the fiduciary responsibility of limited partners, about how much of this is so basic so that, kind of acknowledgement of the communities we've built. Obviously, it's great to spend different have different experiences in indigenous communities or even other cultures. Because at the end of the day, you realize we're kind of all still human, at least for another decade, right, before the AI overlords take over. So at least in this next decade, it becomes, just clear that, take a step, take a breath, and look at who we're trying to serve and who we're trying to sell to and who we're trying to heal. And the cosmology and the fabric of every human being, whether it's, an Inuit, a Tibetan Lama, a Wall Street broker, we all kind of want the same things. We want happiness, we want security. So it's been very cool just to always go back to that, which is kind of at the intersection of all this. I think one other thing to add to this conversation, and just riffing off of Bennett, we traditionally spend our time in, hey, what's the FDA trial, and what's the indication, post-traumatic stress disorder, TBI, anything that is listed in any of the DSMs over time. But reflecting on, leadership in Bennett's program and some other foundations, specifically as it relates to these molecules that have been with us since the beginning of time and new ones are being created, is creativity. There's a few groups that are looking at this through the lens of creativity. And if you try this, what will that do to change your life? So that it doesn't always have to be this heavy, oh my God, here's our vet who has PTSD and traumatic brain injury and has suicide ideation. But maybe there's this other angle which doesn't have the fanfare and the immediacy, but it really does, of expanding one's creativity. And if you look back on some of the greatest innovations and really dig in, I could almost point to anything that was highly technical in any of the panels over the last 4 days, whether it was blockchain, whether it was artificial intelligence, whether it was the microchip, whether it was space travel, which came up. And, so many of those pioneers had their kind of innovation moment, or had their, here's my patent, or here's a way to think about it differently, from some of these substances through not the mental health lens per se, but I want to extend, I want to be more creative, I want to find my greater opportunity. I think I either answered no questions or 7 questions there, so I apologize.
Sure. That's amazing. Yeah, and you look at how people's creativity can be transformed, and something along these lines that we're doing also at CICA is we're about to launch our action research, which Bennett has been advising as well. And if we bring people in these reconnection to the natural world experiences, will they be more inspired to take climate action? And so we're getting the members of our group obviously are already kind of converted to this mindset, but we're getting people to bring out their friends. We're also doing some work in climate resilience, because as we enter this transition, there's a lot that can come up. So how do we strengthen our resilience to that? So we're excited about this next phase. So to tie things up, if we have time for some closing remarks, I'll just pass a few questions to give you some takeaways. So Simeon, if you had all the funds needed and could invest in anything you want, what would make the biggest difference for these intersectional issues?
Oh, well, that goes without saying, would be next year's Transformative Impact Summit.
Oh, I thought you were going to say CICA.
Followed by CICA, followed by Bennett's great work at universities and abroad. No, to be serious, which is very hard to do, I don't know. I mean, it's like everything we look at, and helping entrepreneurs and working with government leaders and changing laws. It's just the continuation of, the narrative of where we're at as humans today, I guess.
Beautiful. And let's see. Bennett, what does it look like, for people here today who want to put some of these regenerative economics ideas into practice or bring them back to work, whether you're in the position to make a change yourself or share with your team? What advice do you have for people looking to do that?
Yeah, I mean, well, it's challenging because we live in a system that is by design extractive rather than regenerative. For me, I think a lot of the behaviors that we can all engage in, if we want to, are behaviors that help strengthen local economies and communities. and restore more of a natural systems pattern to the way our economy works. So shopping locally, investing locally, putting your money in a community, a credit union. I was having trouble with words for a second. Versus a giant globalized bank. So that's one way to do it. I also was going to share about a project. I'm not going to because in the interest of time, but I'm also working on this project called a community business school, which is a place-based business school that uses experiential training to train community residents, not to train them, but to educate community residents about ways to structure businesses and engage in economic activities that keep all forms of capital circulating locally rather than being siphoned away. So I think we prepared a slide with the QR code, which has a little, so if you want to read more about it, you can do so through that blurb. So yeah.
Great. And I'll just say that for people interested in further exploring this intersection, we do have this global community, CICA. We have a lot of events in New York. We do some global things online and in different cities. So it's a place where you can come, you can engage in this mycelial network and see what sort of emergence happens. And, of course, I would be remiss without talking about climate consciousness and mental health without sharing some of the resources of people doing this work. This eco-anxiety is one of the fastest growing fields in mental health. And so, there's the Climate Psychology Alliance, there's the Climate Psychiatry Alliance, there's the Climate Mental Health Network. So for people who are looking to dive into some of these resources for resilience, there's that. And then there's also this simple remembering that we are nature and getting outside and, looking at the trees, which can calm our nervous system. And so, nature itself as medicine that we strongly believe in. So I'm excited to get out and see some trees today. I don't know about you. All right. Well, thank you so much. Thank you for having us.
Before you depart, so one thing I appreciate about CICA's work is recognizing that the climate itself, this thing that is generating both a lot of movement and for many a lot of anxiety, itself can be a catalyst for conversations around health and mental health. Ben and some of you said that I really love that we're actually going to hear from Helen Sloch on a little later, who's a bit hero of mine, on the false story of separation, right? And that until we heal that story, of course, if it's true, just for argument's sake, that we're one living in a story of separation, of course there's anxiety. And until we heal that, and then he agrees. And then Simeon's work in which we got to hear a little bit more about during the Family Office event. And to your point, if the story of separation is what's actually in the way, psychedelics, which open us to oneness, can be such a catalyst for that. So just wanted to kind of recognize what you're all bringing to this conversation. Definitely excited to dig deeper on the regenerative economics piece, which we've got a number of folks here who are quite passionate about. But appreciate you all being here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Al.
Okay, next up now, we do have our panel on how AI can revolutionize health and mental health. I'll bring up our panelists right away. We've got Beth Rudin from Bast AI. Yes, absolutely. Beth and Bast have been massive supporters of this event. It wouldn't have happened if not for them. And they're really using AI for good in some really cool ways we'll hear about. Ron Razmi, Wesley King, and Adam Molnar from Neurable. Let's all grab a seat. Yeah. Okay.
I know, it's very bright up here.
Hello, hello, hello.
So everyone is coming to this conversation of how AI influences health and mental health from a different perspective, or can be a force for good in those domains. I'd love to do a quick intro for each of us, share the space you're coming from, and before we get into the particulars of how we see the influence, maybe we'll start with Wesley and come on down this way.
Great, yeah, fantastic. I came over from Austin. I'm really excited about brain health is one of the areas that I invest in. I'm at a VC fund and also at a family office. I've been an investment banker for neurotech, so I've really been passionate about helping brain companies get money for a very long time. But some other areas I really care about are kind of like hormone disruption, women's health, clean water, clean soil, microbiome, kind of like the everyday actionable things that I think we could find solutions for and then try to get those out to the masses. So I don't necessarily focus on things like therapeutics that will take a long time and have a lot of kind of FDA gates. I'm looking for things that are patented and protected, but also scalable and commercializable, because then I think that we can help a lot of people soon. So that's my overall goal, is help a lot of people. I want to spend my life force units on ripple effects, but play big at the same time.
Right on. Beth.
I'm going to do a talk right after this, I believe. Yes, still good. So I am the CEO of Bast AI, and we build explainable, deterministic artificial intelligence that does not use as much compute as everything else, and I like to say the right tool for the right problem. And I'll say more on this, but as it relates to this panel and as it relates to mental health, we are doing some phenomenal things by really trying to understand how the human being needs to receive the information. So maybe English is not their first language. Maybe they need to understand how the drugs interact with other drugs, or even things like pineapple juice. So there's so many different ways that we can use artificial intelligence to be able to ground good, high-quality data and then retrieve that context and then use the language models to be able to take that context and put it in the format that the human being needs to receive it. I've been doing this for a very long time, and I will say that one of the reasons that I left IBM is I got sick of talking about it, so I really wanted to show people what an AI system that explains itself looks like. And so that's why I opened Bast AI, and that's what we do.
Hi, everyone. Is it on? Yeah, okay. I'm Adam Molnar. I'm one of the co-founders of a company called Neurable. We've raised about $50 million to make brain-based understanding something available to everyone with a smartphone. So practically what we built is a stack enabled by AI, which we've been, like other people on this panel, working on for 10 years, to allow you to understand yourself in a way that has not ever really been possible. The brain's a funny organ in the sense that it doesn't have nerve endings. You can't actually feel your brain. So it's one of the hardest things to actually have a connected feedback loop towards. So to be able to have that kind of access then allows us to start understanding ourselves in a way that hasn't really been possible before, and that connects to the other thing that I really care about, which is this pace of technology that's outpacing human evolution. So I think we're seeing this delta and feeling the effects of that, which is increased rates of loneliness and depression. And all of these points of malaise are, in my opinion, an effect of us building systems faster than we're actually able to catch up with them. So my whole thesis is that I think if you're able to better understand that at least the cognitive system from a structural perspective, you can start to better inform coevolution and bridge that gap that otherwise presents so much friction. And I have a million more things to say on that, but I don't want to talk forever. Thank you.
Very nice. $50 million, that's job well done. So I'm Ron Razmi. I'd like to say that I've been abused by everybody in healthcare. And I started out as a cardiologist, and while I was doing my training at the Mayo Clinic, I was also got involved in applications of digital technologies in healthcare early on. and decided that I wanted to be on the product and business side of healthcare. So I went back to business school and was in the healthcare group at McKinsey for a number of years before I started a company in this space that I ran for 7 years that created population health management software. So you could use data, analytics, workflows to industrialize how you manage a population rather than waiting for them to get sick and come in and see you. You can anticipate their needs and you can be proactive. The learnings from that 7 years were captured in a bestseller that I wrote last year. It's called AI Doctor. And really, my main takeaway is a lot of things sound good in AI. Anything you talk about, AI is going to cure cancer, AI is going to help us live to 160, AI can read an x-ray better than a radiologist. But in reality, bringing these technologies to the practice of medicine, to improving the health of a population is extremely difficult. And it's going to be a lot more difficult than people realize. And 95% of plus of the investments that are being made in this space are not going to create returns. Right now, the failure rate of these companies in the last 7-8 years, where we say that's the unofficial start of AI in healthcare, was 2016, 2017. The failure rate has been around 98% of these companies. At some point, they close their door, they get acqui-hired, and so forth. So the art and the challenge of this is figuring out which use cases are ready for prime time, the reimbursement, business case, everything lines up so that technology can get adoption, provide some benefits, so skeptical doctors, nurses, patients can see some benefit, and then that's going to create momentum for the next wave of technology to be adopted. And if we can increase the IQ of the investors and the founders in doing that type of in-depth analysis up front, we can avoid so much of the capital that's being allocated from ever providing. I mean, it's not being wasted because you're learning things and you're teaching the next generation of investors and founders to create high-value products. However, it's better if capital is allocated to better use cases and better technologies.
We should talk.
So each of you is bringing a different emphasis here. Wesley kind of setting the frame of like, we can do good with this. Beth pointing out kind of in the patient experience, so much is left on the table in terms of health just because folks who are receiving the health care are not necessarily able to understand exactly what they're supposed to do, what concerns there might be. Adam, you're bringing a totally different dimension of like, of course there's a mental health epidemic because technology is accelerating our own evolution, and we have now evolved, but we haven't caught up to that evolution. And so there's this way that, especially now with AI, that's only going to accelerate. And so, but it also not only accelerates that challenge you're identifying, it also offers hope because it can help us bridge that gap through technologies like yours. And then, Ron, you're pointing to a very different application of we can use it to anticipate and to, and I think in medicine this is so needed rather than it being a reaction to we only engage people once something bad has happened. Can we actually use these tools to predict things, to anticipate what's needed and provide solutions? So such a rich topic, and given that we don't have hours to get into it, I'd love to hear some of the, in any of these spaces, some of the specific applications that you're either working on yourself or have heard of that you think, or haven't heard of, but know that can really move the needle in terms of, again, any of these spaces?
So I'll go. Imagine a patient in the hospital at like 2 a.m. and they're interoperating with an AI system, and they're asking questions about whether their insurance will be able to cover their hospital stay. And the AI system says, hey, I think you should be a sleep human right now. Why don't I take all this information, do some research, and get back to you in the morning? Anything else that you want to clear your brain out of? Or somebody who says, I have now been diagnosed with POTS, and I have a lifetime sentence to this autoimmune disease that I know nothing about. And the AI system says, well, listen, we don't actually know a lot about POTS. Here are some studies that show that the distribution of people who actually understand this disease or have been actually tested and diagnosed is very small, so that there's so much more that we have to uncover. So AI systems that show their work, that explain and are transparent about their reasoning, as well as the sources that they use to come back with, this engenders trust. And this is how we get human beings to be able to use AI systems, and how we develop AI systems that tell humans to be more human.
But what does that mean?
In terms of like ROI?
No, what does it mean for an AI to help someone be more human? That's a loaded statement.
Right? No, I think I personally use AI every single day so that I can be more efficient about what I'm doing on the computer to go outside, or to be with my kid, or to make dinner, or ask them what the next step is in a recipe so I don't have to go look it up.
So what I'm hearing there is to be in the patient context, to be a patient who's more attuned to what they actually need to be doing, or to, so you get diagnosed with some disease, there's the disease itself, but then there's the stress that costs, there's the prognosis. And so,
Elliot, I have one thing I'm really excited about.
Please,
Just in like applications of AI for neurotech, which I'm sure Adam has a lot to say about as well. But we really love closed loop systems that can both measure, diagnose, like at least within that loop, what it's trying to do, and then deliver.
Does everyone know what's meant by a closed loop system? I would just, because with your brain, it's funny.
Right.
You can't feel it.
Yeah, it's the ability to, like if you take a wearable sensor, like I like to use the example of Oura Ring, they really are out there in Apple Watch to essentially measure some biomarker points of data that are coming from the body and then present those to you. Not really a closed loop system, it's just like, it's just showing off what's going on in your body. Closed loop system would be measuring and then the ability to like adapt to whatever biomarker or thing that you're measuring and then change that.
And as I mentioned in my book, we're a long ways from those systems.
Right. So I was going to mention we've got 3 that we've invested in that are doing quite well in the neuro closed loop system side. So one is for sleep, monitors sleep, and then enhances deep sleep at the same time to essentially improve REM and deep sleep without you needing to do anything. The other one is a closed loop system to allow for wheelchair control and for speech generation coming off the visual cortex. So it basically can pick up what you're trying to do in terms of visual spatial analysis, and then use that for application controls within, again, turning your wheelchair or generating speech using AI. And then,
but I mean, we said let's do some debate.
Yeah.
Let's not agree on everything. The standards for approving something that is therapeutic and is being recommended by the medical community to say, yes, you actually are showing that improved sleep that has gone through multi-year, multi-center trials, and this is something that doctors know about and they prescribe, and therefore that becomes a valid unicorn. That's very different than saying we have a system, we get that Oura or whatever sensor, and we provide some feedback to the patient. That's more of a consumer grade device than a clinical device. And we have a name in digital health, those of us who have been in it for 15 years since the 2010, which is the first time I heard the term digital health.
Right.
Consumer health is a famous graveyard.
Yeah, right.
Because so many companies show promise, and they're improving sleep, and their Fitbit, for example, they provide data back to you about how many steps and how many calories and stuff, and then it never goes beyond, because the first 400,000 users are rolling off and losing interest and novelty and going back to their old lives, when the next 400,000 are coming.
Totally, I get that, and I'm sure you saw it say, Adam, but I have one thing to say on this. Absolutely graveyard, and this is exactly the reason that I started my fund, and what we wanted to do to exist is to help the people that wanted help right now. Like, there are many funds, many amazing investors coming from that traditional healthcare system, and that are doctors, that are amazing at looking at things through the lens of, here's what you need to do to be adopted within the healthcare system, and to ultimately prove that this cures or is a therapy for that outcome. But when I'm talking to somebody that really wants to just improve their sleep, and we've got something that improves their sleep in a measurable way, then I want to give it to them.
Saying that you're improving their sleep without doing the
there is a general assumption in this that there's no studies done in the companies I'm talking about, which is not true.
So many people are running around and saying they do stuff, and they come to us, I see those business plans, and when we dig in, that data is very superficial. We wouldn't convince anybody.
Right.
So I want to pass to Adam, but what I'm hearing generally is, like, there's this, outside of the help we can offer, which is really what I'd encourage us to focus on, like, what is possible with these tools. I think you're pointing out that there's this kind of bureaucratic component within healthcare that is a whole other dimension of, on the clinical side, like, one, people are maybe talking a big game when they haven't actually done the studies, but two, to get approvals is such a big hurdle and requires so much research to get to that point, and that, this is why we should just have a bigger conference. But
I would say it's not bureaucratic. Majority of this stuff is never going to prove benefit. If you put it through legitimate, well-designed trials, they turn out to be wishful thinking. So it's not bureaucratic to say, if you're going to run around and make claims, you need to prove your claims. This is how we've taken life expectancy from around 35, about 120 years ago, to 80. It wasn't through just letting people make claims and running around. It was, people had to prove their stuff. And I know it sounds bureaucratic and
no, I mean, what you're speaking to is integrity. Has to be there, right? Adam.
I have like a million things to say. I think it's reductive to say that the reason why we've gone from 30 to 80 is just because we have more thorough medical research process. That's not right. That's a component to a much larger narrative, and I think the two of you are actually talking past each other, because he's saying that technology works, that there are valid use cases of it. And you're saying the technology is never going to commercialize in the medical sector, which is a completely different problem. And then you said that wellness or mental health or digital health technologies have failed, and that's just not true. Like Aura, Whoop have multi-billion-dollar valuations. Every major consumer electronics company is becoming a digital health company. That's where every single, I can say this without violating NDAs, but every single one of them is investing in the space. Yeah, this thing, your thing, the Apple Watch, which I've been told from the Apple team themselves was created to be a fashion accessory, is now one of the stalwarts of their future growth. Like, it is an FDA-approved product. Per your point, it is one of the ones that have actually broken through, and we're seeing evidence of that all across the space. So I think it's very helpful to be critical of the medical commercialization process and how challenging that is. It's 100% correct. But I think it's also helpful to be hopeful about all of the good things that are being done in the periphery that do allow us to move forward in a way that we hadn't been able to in the last 20 years.
Yeah, and I'll just say for our family office event, the investment would be the frame we would be looking at things at. Here, we're looking, because this is more general, this is for those focused on impact. I'd say that rather than putting on our investor hats and looking at, which is important, because if you actually want to spread real solutions, you have to look at the commercial feasibility of things.
So
however, go ahead.
Let me interrupt for a second. I'd love to give you an example of one that has a really good ROI, like true business opportunity, because an astronaut once told me, Beth, you can be the best engineer in the world, but if you can't sell it, you will never go to space. She was great. So we're working with a neurospine rehabilitation center, and the CEO is like, Beth, I hand paraplegics a binder of paper as outpatients. And I'm like, Jandel, I got you. Let's make this voice activated. Let's make this something that they can interoperate with so that they don't have to turn the page or look at that. It's never used. There's a wealth of information on all kinds of hospitals' websites, and you said this. All of the data systems are fragmented. It's a disaster, right? I have been an AI engineer in some way, shape, or form or another for almost 20 years. I understand information systems, I understand security, I understand graph models. We can put this in place to truly help hospitals be able to just give out the information they already create and do it in a way reduces readmission, right? Increases throughput. This is business outcome, real viable business outcome.
Right. So let me respond to a couple of things. I think you probably heard every digital health tool is bad, and there's no. We're in the business of digital health and health AI. We look at I spent 3 years writing a book about it, so nobody's more excited about it than I am. My point is, looking at it use case by use case, not every use case makes the cut right now. Most of them don't because adoption is slow. And a lot of tools that show, especially in the consumer, if you study it closely, in the consumer space, they get early adoption, but then they never scale up. Aura and Apple Watch and stuff, they're a different story in terms of wearables, what they're doing. I just wrote a 2-part series for Fast Company on whether these cool gadgets are making us healthier, and whether, if you're measuring your sleep, it actually leads to improvement of your sleep. So there is a benefit to a medical education where you can actually look at the evidence and say, does this actually move the needle, or is this a nice to have? So I think, as I've said this in the Wall Street Journal, on CNBC, on Fox, it's use case by use cases. Some of those use cases, I think the administrative, operational use cases where you can make things more efficient are excellent use cases that can provide benefit in the short term and create momentum in the space. Some of the use cases around whether we have evidence that we could use a wearable to improve people's sleep or brain health, we need to generate that evidence. Now, this whole idea of in the peripheries where you could do things that could provide benefit, the question is, a guy like me who spent his entire life in the medical field, I look at the evidence, I'm saying, you're not showing you're providing benefits. You're saying you're providing benefit. Using your Apple Watch, you said FDA approved, to assess your heart health. As a cardiologist, that's a very questionable use case. If a normal person needs to start worrying about their heart rate, whether they have AFib at 40 years old.
What's a non-normal person?
I'm sorry?
What's a non-normal person?
All of us.
So we are at time. We'll give Adam a chance to share, but I'd love right after just to land the plane for everyone, like literally in 4 or 5 words. I'd love to hear where you're most hopeful at where these new tools can have a positive impact in the health and mental health spaces. But first, Adam.
Oh no, I'm good. I was just like, where did the time pass?
Oh, of course, yeah.
Opened my eyes and I was like, okay, we're done.
Right.
You want me to kick off with a few words? I'm hopeful about people getting excited about learning about themselves. For better or worse, the top use case for ChatGPT is therapy. And I can't opine on whether that's right or wrong, but the fact that we are using these systems to better understand ourselves is, I think, just evidence of the human spirit, and that's hopeful.
You want to go? I mean, I actually, that's a really great response, and I think that that's very true. It's like I always want, I had, my sister got really, really sick in 2018, 2019, and being a caregiver kicked my ass. I was chief data officer of a $34 billion division of IBM, and I couldn't handle 4 days of being her caregiver. It killed me. And what I realized is I read all the books. There's no real good support for caregivers. And we have, if you are listening, we are going into this care-based economy, and we don't have enough training to know we got to put the oxygen mask on ourselves. And as far as like scientific efficacy, some of us know how to build system with test, retest, reliability, metrics, proving, showing their work. There is no hand waving in math. There are people who can do this. They're just not invested in as much. And it's very difficult to do anything in healthcare, and it's very slow. But there is so much opportunity because I believe all of us want to understand more about our health, more about ourselves, and be participants in our healthcare journey.
I'm really excited, and I think it's coming where that we'll be able to understand what's going on in our brain and use that in a daily way. And I'm especially excited about maybe stress reduction or burnout reduction as some of these systems come online and we understand how our body and mind is wired better at an individual level.
And I would say that the future of these technologies in improving our health and improving delivery of healthcare is extremely bright. The road to get there might be bumpy because of all the legacy systems and belief systems that are calcified. And if we take the right steps in the short term, if the use cases we fund and build are accessible right now, it'll create that momentum so we can get there in 5, 10, 15 years. If we are shooting in the dark and just investing in things and go after the nice to haves, getting there might take longer.
Right on. So much more we could dig into, and so many ways that these tools can offer new hope for folks everywhere from real debilitating circumstances to just normal people trying to reduce stress, better understand themselves. I do really. We are at time, but I just in my learning about the space, I'm certainly not in it, just here facilitating, but what feels very Adam's got Neurable, this like cutting edge neurotech, which kind of exemplifies one end of the spectrum of like the future of the possibility of where it can go in the future. But what I'm appreciating about hearing Beth on the other end of the spectrum is like there's it, and you kind of spoke to this, like operationally and administratively, like there's so much, the healthcare systems that are designed to try to help today are so clunky that there's so much care left on the table. So I appreciate that there's like, we have on the founder side here, we have everyone from those like just fixing existing systems that are, I wouldn't even say broken, but just don't work to their capacity, all the way to what's possible when we actually can really understand our brains. So wish we had more time, but thank you all so much, and next time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
So we're actually going to have Beth come back, and again, like for me as someone who's not in healthcare, in mental health, but as I'm sure many of us, if not all of us, do experience through our loved ones experiencing challenges in either domain, the possibilities for this this technology are quite exciting. And specifically for those that were at our closing party for the family office event, shared about some personal challenges in my own family where people are going through some physical challenges. And so grateful, obviously, for Beth's support and Bath's support of this event, but as I'm better understanding what they're doing, and someone who's now experiencing kind of stepping into a bit of a caregiver role, appreciating that this, there's so much a softer side to where these tools can be helpful. And I think Beth is going to speak on trustworthy AI. And now I think after that panel, we have a better sense of what she's actually doing. So let's welcome her back up. Beth. Yeah, thank you.
Now you guys get to see all my slides. All right. So who's heard of Geoffrey Moore Crossing the Chasm? Anybody? It's the moment when any technology crosses the chasm into market adoption. But AI isn't crossing markets, it's actually crossing minds. And this is an era, a point in time. Somebody once said, may you live in interesting times. I think that's more of a curse than anything else. But we're right here, right now, where we have to figure out what it means to be human in the age of machines that can predict. I started my life as an archaeologist. The joke is I started my entire career in ruins, literally. But one of the things that I learned, I didn't really understand how to articulate until about 20 years later. And that is that when you pull out an artifact, you can say this came from this strata or this layer of earth, and you blew through the Lombardis, and you know that this layer of earth is Etruscan. And you can say that this artifact was likely used as, and then you can say and correlate that artifact to all of the paintings, all of the clothing, all of the writing, anything that we had from that culture. And any time that we are saying this, we're actually saying more about what we know and what we believe and how we perceive the world as archaeologists, instead of what probably happened in reality. And I used to love to tell all my friends that I just want to start my talk with, there is no objective reality. And every single one of them said, you need to build up to it, Beth. Give them a sec. So in 2012, the year was 2012, and the headline was, the data scientist is going to be the sexiest job of the 21st century. And I'm like, I got to get me some of that. Myself, a social scientist, as Elliot said, a soft scientist. I got with my friends, a mathematician and a statistician, and we built the data science profession. And we built it in a way where people had to show a full cycle understanding or a full cycle implementation understanding, cradle to grave understanding of what it was like to understand a business problem, apply data in the scientific method to solve it, and what it would take to spin down. And if anybody wants to go look at the 23andMe kind of headlines about how our data that we gave to 23andMe is now on the auction block, that spinning down part or that full cycle implementation of a data science project or a actual AI model that goes into production, really, really important. So I ran around the world and I said, okay, everybody who is a data scientist, a data engineer, a data analyst, what is data? And I got hundreds of thousands, if not tens of thousands, lots and lots of different answers. Nobody had a consistent answer. So being the good anthropologist I am, I declared, data is an artifact of human experience. We either create the data or we create the systems that create the data. Because human beings create these systems, and because human beings make the choices to build the systems in the way that we build them, we are biased. This is the cognitive bias codices. It is 180 cognitive biases and counting. I'm going to tell you about two. The first one is inattentional blindness. My friend Dave Snowden actually repeated something that social scientists did well before, and he put a gorilla in radiology reports. And he put a picture of a gorilla that was 48 times larger than the picture of cancer, and only maybe 7 or 8% of the radiologists saw the gorilla. We have inattentional blindness because we were not made to be able to see our six. We were made to work in groups, in teams of people. When we pay attention to one thing, we're not paying attention to the other thing. This idea of bias as being bad, it's not. It's not a flaw. It's just an ancient thing. It's something that evolved in us to take cognitive shortcuts to understand how we can survive in a day and age where information was scarce. So one of my favorite quotes, everybody knows this quote, right? Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Let's take this one. 95% of all AI pilots fail. Let's talk about the 5% that work. And the 5% that work is because the engineers who are putting in AI systems do not treat AI like magic. We know its limitations. We understand that you cannot get a general AI to be able to understand your specific business process. You cannot take Encyclopedia Britannica and have it solve your accounting problem. So, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic until you explain to the humans how that technology works. This is a wonderful chart that has been all over the internet about all of the LLMs and their representation of what cultures. And so think about how people gather, how, memes, tropes, mores, the culture, the cultural identity of people. And they found that all of the LLMs, or all of the larger foundational models, and this is highly referenceable, you can go, I'm happy to provide anybody here, that little blue amoeba that says AI models, this is the representation of all of the cultures in the world that have, that have been created. And now this is an interesting thing, because what I'm about to do is I'm also going to be a little bit critical of this chart in general. The X and Y axis kind of say African Islamic is down, and then white Protestant Christians are up. So there is some value judgment added to this one chart. And it just shows that all humans, even well-intending humans trying to show the bias of LLMs being cultural, inadvertently used a system that was inherently biased. A really good way to summarize this is ask, Middle East to whom? Next. I decided to redo this chart. So we have a diversity of flowers or one daisy. This is what we're dealing with the large language models. Last bad news of the day. So if you take the proxy or a metaphor of using a beach ball, which is all the way over here, a little beach ball, versus the sun, the beach ball represents all of human history before digital data. The sun is 175 zettabytes. 90 zettabytes were created in the last 2 years, or 51% of all digital data was created in the last 2 years by these AI models. So the good news, remember I said that was the last bad news, there are different ways to do AI. Ways that do not require large compute and statistical brute force of data through large amounts of data. I married a man who joined the Army September 14th, 2001. And he did 3 deployments, Iraq, and Afghanistan. And for 23 years, while he was part of our National Guard, I was surrounded by medics, crew chiefs, pilots. And so the very first AI that I got to build for BAST was something that operated off of a device without internet connectivity to be able to surface the next step of the procedure for that medic to reduce the cognitive load in theater. This was in 23 because I was so tired of people telling me that they needed big data and big AI, or big data to build AI. And why I tell you this and why I wanted to show you this picture is there are so many ways that people who are on the front lines who are desperate to be able to use artificial intelligence or anything to help save a life. When we created our AI system, any geeks out here who love architectural diagrams? We really wanted to show that you can create a fully versioned system of record. You can have that test, retest reliability. We use ontologies to ground context. And thankfully, when MCP came out, which is the protocol, just like HTTP or Hypertext Transfer Protocol, it's a protocol that came out to be able to deliver the context to the agents. Then you can put the governance layer on top of the agents. I love to talk about this all day long, but I'll show it, I hope. Yes. So this is like a little bit of a demo, and what this demo is very simple. It is a human being interoperating with a spinal cord handbook or an outpatient book that is handed to people with spinal cord injuries. And it's different personas asking, what can my son who has an AIS see, or a level of injury, can my son use a canoe? And why I wanted to show this one is that so many people tell me all the time, well, Beth, you can't explain AI. And I'm like, you can't, your friends can't, I can. And the reason is we show a picture of the page and we give you an artificial intelligence that you can test and you can see it for yourself. I couldn't talk about it anymore, I had to show people. And then we use the ontology or the graph model in order to map the entire fully versioned system of record. What we're doing today is we're offering artificial intelligence to patients, and I selected patients very, very specifically because I believe that patients, caregivers, they have to work together, especially in these harder times. And we're introducing conversational AI that can allow people to interoperate with good, high-quality medical information in their own language, in their own level of education, with the ability to do things that we can't do today easily. And everybody's like, well, Beth, they could just prompt for that. And I'm like, not when you're in that situation. In conclusion, AI isn't magic. Humans create all of these systems, and explainable AI, when you're not waving your hands and saying that you're creating general intelligence, you're actually creating practical, well-understood systems that can use artificial intelligence and natural language processing. You can put this in front of everyone, and you get all three. You get your speed, you get your accuracy, you get your transparency, and guess what? You get your adoption. Because people trust what they can see. Empiricism, beautiful thing. Thank you.
I didn't, when we first talked, I didn't really understand what explainable AI was. I need to explain it. And it just feels like there's so much low-hanging fruit. And not just on the patient side, but even on the paramedic side, on the caregiver side. And so there's all this exciting possibility in terms of how AI can give us new capabilities and advanced technology, but it's like we can help people today, right?
My very good friend Adam Cutler says that AI is this generation's electron microscope for the human condition. We can understand our own biases.
And lost my own mic.
I can hear you fine.
Hello. What do you, obviously you're in a raise, so, and tell us about that, but outside of just that, what do you need most?
I need people to understand there's an alternative to black box AI. We use 70% less compute. We can get anything up in 8 weeks, full prototype with production grade, enterprise grade systems in place, and we build behind the firewall. So all of your data is retained by you. One of the reasons that I'm involved in this community is the Web3 community about owning your own data. And it's very hard to know that my child, my 15-year-old, has no understanding of what data privacy is or data sovereignty. And I think we have to change this. Have to. And the systems that we build are a start. They can start to understand this. I need people who are aligned on wanting to put AI in practical application so that we can use it to understand ourselves and understand why we cannot do this stuff alone.
So sounds like there are, on the client side, you say you can get things up in 8 weeks without, the same costs or compute costs. What would those ideal clients be?
So we want to be more of a supplier than a distributor. So organizations that print prescriptions, organizations that have the desire and I would say the commodified cost of having to keep good high quality information, good and high quality. Because we can source lineage and provenance, we can build revenue streams for people who have good high quality data. And I've seen a lot of people at this conference who are like, we have good high quality data. I'm like, great, would you like an API that you can meter? And then you can tell who is accessing yours because it comes with lineage and provenance. So we're really trying to change the business model. We're trying to change people's understanding of what AI systems can do. And we're really interested in people who want to be a part of this journey. We are raising. We do need money. We can go so much faster with rocket fuel. And what I would totally tell you, Elliot, is that we need a different way to think about how our data and our data artifacts will always be ours.
Well, just to bring it home for us, you say there are new business models for those who have high quality data. Can you give us an example, just so we can kind of ideate over lunch?
One of the things that I learned as a data officer is the alchemy of disambiguating your commodity systems. So if you have a commodity system like having to print outpatient procedures that are really high quality in 3 or 4 different languages, you can bring clarity to how they're doing that, and then there is a market for that. So anybody who wants to be able to access that high quality data, we give the hospitals who do not know how to build AI, do not know how to build APIs, we give them an API and a platform where that they can meter and monetize their own data.
So every time someone is accessing that data, basically the hospital gets paid?
Unless they are a patient of that hospital. So there are, and I think that we need to invert the model so that anybody who has primary sources, I mean, I'm not suggesting that libraries and hospitals and everybody start monetizing their data, but I'm kind of suggesting that libraries and hospitals have the ability to monetize their data for the people, for the teams, for all of the things that need to access that with good source. The minute you know something is from Mayo Clinic versus your brother's sister's mother who lives down the street, one is more valuable than the other. Nobody walks in and says, give me a Picasso without proving lineage and provenance.
And just finally on the raise, what are you raising?
I am raising $3 million, and we have some very good suitors, but I would like more.
Okay, well, let's find them. Thank you very much. We will be back in one moment. All right, up next. We have a dear brother of mine, someone who really, without whom Transformative Impact Summit Africa would never have happened. Transformative Impact Summit New York last year would never have happened. And outside of his support for us, he's been not only on his own kind of inner journey, but he's been mentoring a number of folks. And we were blessed. These, if you're not aware, these bracelets, our access bracelets, were made by Maasai women in Zanzibar. And part of the spirit of this event, we want, we don't want to be recreating colonial dynamics and extractive dynamics. And so these are, every year, we're working with the ladies out there to design a new access bracelets and really trying to build a relationship. One of our speakers last year, Dr. Cornelia, is doing the most beautiful work, has a school, I think with 300 employees for 600 girls that helped facilitate getting these put together, and Charlie actually flew them in a few days ago. But he runs some mindfulness and wellness retreats in Africa he's going to talk about with his presentation on permission to pause. Let's welcome up my dear brother, Charlie Smith.
Can I use this one? Oh, we'll use this one. So first of all, I just want to say what an honor it is to actually be on this stage this year and to be able to work with such a phenomenal team. Working with Elliot and the whole crew has just been amazing, and I feel really honored to get to be in the room with all of you. So I wanted to share with you today work that I'm doing in Tanzania and the different work that we're doing that hopefully we can scale and bring to other countries around the world. The title is Permission to Pause, and I'll get into why this is so important. Myself, I'm a mindfulness teacher and I'm the co-founder of Kelly Wellbeing. So we provide mindful leadership trainings to corporate teams in the hospitality market in Tanzania. And then also we're launching the first mindful safari guide certification. So as the market shifts in the safari market in northern Tanzania to a more meaningful experiences, we're equipping guides. We have a company called Inscape Travel where we offer luxury sabbaticals in the heart of Africa, mindful safaris, and then what we call the African Healing Journey. And then, most importantly, Pumzika. So Pumzika means to pause in Swahili, and it's an NGO that we're launching that provides wellness, access to wellness resources for local communities. And also, we host community digital detox and mindfulness trainings. And I'll show you more about the meditation and wellness app that we're launching. I want to introduce also my co-founder. This is John Tanuga. We've been working together for over 15 years. And a lot of the work that I'm going to share with you today would not be possible without John. He is just a phenomenal human being who's helped me understand more about Swahili culture and also how to provide these tools in a way that are truly Tanzanian and not imposed. Like, you can't copy and paste the work that we do in the West around mindfulness. It doesn't work to just copy and paste that into another culture, especially in Tanzania. So I just want to shout out John. Just to give you a little bit of background about myself, I've worked at the intersection of education and storytelling throughout my career. Here is more the education side of things. And I've worked in leadership training with the US State Department, which originally took me to Tanzania. And in doing so, we've established a lot of phenomenal programs in Tanzania and also Kenya, South Africa, Nigeria, and beyond. When I first went to Tanzania, I started working in the film industry. So I worked in the film industry for about 10 years in Tanzania. And it's been really interesting entering Tanzania through that lens of a documentary filmmaker has really catalyzed the education work that I've done, because I wasn't coming in as a tourist. I was coming in and learning as much as I could from the perspective of the people from which we were telling the stories of. Here's some work in Mahale National Park at Lake Tanganyika. This is actually a total aside, but this is one of the only species of chimps that actually uses tools in the way that they're doing. So this is just one of the many film projects that I was on. So as an educator, I've also been extremely interested in the inner experience. And back in 2014, I went to northern Thailand and began training in Satipatthana, Vipassana, which is a very, very intense form of Vipassana training. Satipatthana means noting the present moment as it is, and Vipassana means to see clearly. So that's basically the concept. This is me in northern Thailand. I just finished 21 days of Vipassana, and this is Ajahn Tong, who passed away, I believe, last year, but he was the head of Vipassana in all of Thailand in that area. And so I trained extensively with them, and I received their blessing to go and teach the 4 foundations of mindfulness, and that became the crux of the work that I'm about to share with you. So the question I walked away with after my Vipassana training is, how could we design a retreat experience that would be secular, for number one, so something that's accessible regardless of your religious or spiritual beliefs or background, that would be accessible to people with any skill level. So whether you're really into Vipassana or meditation, or whether you were just someone who wanted to take a break, like how could I design one retreat that would fit everyone? And then also the flexibility for people with advanced skill levels. So how could I design something that if you've trained in Vipassana your whole life, you could also come to this same retreat? And then how would we support those, provide support for those who are new to the practice? Well, what we came up with is some basic ingredients that we offer in these retreats. And the number one is silence. So that would be no talking, no stealing silence from other people. All of our retreats are held in beautiful natural locations, so a lot of access to beautiful natural environments. Very basic mindfulness training, the very, very basic tenets of mindfulness training, fresh food, and then group sharing circles. And so I took this design and I started perfecting that by running different retreats in Tanzania, and we had some amazing results. As far as keeping the training secular, I wanted to test it out, and I got invited to go to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and lead what they said was one of the first silent retreats they had ever seen. It was actually inside of MBS's compound, which was a really interesting experience. And most of the people here are very devout Muslims, and so it was a good litmus test to see if I could teach mindfulness and provide a space that was completely secular. And these guys would definitely let me know if I crossed that line. And I was glad to say that we were very successful in providing these spaces. I also worked extensively in Zanzibar Island. This is a group that I led a retreat with who are also devout Muslims, and it was so cool to see the richness of the dialogue that came out of that experience, to really test, like, could I provide a space, teach the basics of mindfulness, and do it in a way that it respects anyone's religion or anyone's background? So Then we started leading these silent retreats and offering them to the community at large. And our whole motto is silence is the gateway, but nature is the medicine. And so something truly magical happens when you are in nature and you're able to be quiet and have that space to yourself. Here goes different retreats that we ran in Tanzania, and you'll notice that you'll see lots of local Tanzanians, and this is really the crux of our work, is how can we create a situation where everyone has access to these types of experiences. So we started a program called Pay It Forward, and that was allowing people, like if you purchase a place in the retreat, then you could actually buy an extra ticket for people. And that worked fairly well for what we were doing, but it wasn't really at scale. So we were like, how can we increase the amount of funds we have coming in so we can provide more of these healing experiences to more people in the local community? When we launched Inscape Travel, these are really high-end trips that we're leading, and it's very similar model. Like the first thing you do in this trip, the first 3 days you spend in silence in nature. This is at the foothills of Mount Kilimanjaro. And a lot of the funds that we get from this are allowing us to provide more of these experiences to the local community. Still not enough, but it's really, and actually what's really cool about this is when guests come on these trips, the first thing you do is you sit and meditate with local Tanzanians. And so you see this bridge of connection that is built right away, that's beyond culture, it's beyond anything other than just being human. We've been really blessed with the partners that we're working with. We've sought out and vetted some of the best partners in Tanzania that have phenomenal companies that are really see the work that we're doing and are supporting us at a really high level. And I wanted to just pause and talk about like why this focus in Tanzania. And you know, we're in a mental health crisis across the world for sure. It's particularly difficult in Tanzania. And so one of the big issues is social stigma around mental health issues. The cultural taboo of even saying that you're suffering from anxiety or depression or things like this. When people do seek help, it's very pathologized and medication focused. So just take this pill and you'll feel better, without any kind of support around wellness practices at all. And there's a lack of resources as far as like the latest research that's coming out. There's a huge lack of resources around the best practices. And then this is a shocking one, the criminalization of suicide. It's actually illegal for someone to attempt to commit suicide in Tanzania. And it's true in about 23 different countries. And so why do I add that? Because it really shows that there's a huge lack of understanding around what people are facing with mental health issues. The service gap is extreme in Tanzania. There's 0.07 psychiatrists per 100,000 people. There's 1.3 mental health workers per 100,000 people. And so that has really supercharged us to really focus on wellness so that people can find the tools and the practices that they need so that they can avoid having to reach out, because there's not much to reach out to, if that makes sense. These are some of the recent headlines that have been coming out. There's been just a massive increase in suicides nationwide. And you'll see the solutions that we're coming up with are confronting these really horrifying issues. So with Pumzika, the mission that we have is that we believe that everyone deserves a chance to pause, to heal, and to grow. Pumzika creates spaces where people can rest and restore their whole selves and access mindfulness tools that foster resilience and peace. By making retreats and trainings accessible beyond economic barriers, we help individuals and communities transform and thrive together. Our vision is to provide access to digital detox and premium wellness retreat experiences to the local community. We're starting in the university environment because that is where I think the need is the most critical right now. And we're creating wellness-focused communities within the university ecosystems. This is the medical university in Moshi, Tanzania, right at the base of Kilimanjaro, and these are all med students. We're opening the first digital detox cafe in East Africa within the university ecosystem. In spring of 2026, Pumzika Cafe will open in Moshi, Tanzania. And then 2027, the goal is to hone and replicate this model and build a digital detox cafe in every university ecosystem across Tanzania. And so I want to point out a few things. A digital detox cafe is a space, a wellness-focused space where there's no phones, no electronics allowed. And then there's a wellness resource center. All of these books are around wellness, meditation, yoga, all of these different resources that we have access to. And then at the back there, if you see the room in the back, that's actually a podcast room. And I'll show you why that's going to be important. So our goal is to launch the first meditation wellness app in the Swahili language by Swahili speakers. There's over 200 million Swahili speakers, and there's 0 apps like this. Every app that's there is a mental health crisis app, and that's not really what we're focusing on. We want to focus on the wellness side as a solution. And so at these cafes, the goal is to have a recording platform there. So if you want to come and record a meditation, or if you want to record a podcast in Swahili, you'll have the resources to do that. And then lastly, with the app, similar to the Labay app in the Middle East, we want to provide online access to vetted therapists, because one of the big issues is that if someone is suffering, it's a lot of social stigma and taboo, and there's really no one to reach out to. But even the act of reaching out is very much frowned upon in many circles. And so having online access is a solution to that. So that's a little bit about the work I'm doing. Thank you so much for hearing me, and please, let's connect.
So first, we think of, this audience in New York, many of us from the West, when we think of mental health, we're often thinking of folks in cities, folks kind of experiencing Western culture in the kind of the most extreme version of it, the megalopolis. So one, I appreciate you bringing this work to not only to locals in Tanzania, but then specifically there's a different culture, there's a different perspective on mental health, there's a different stigma and comfort with it. And so adapting to that, and I think specifically the online component, where it's maybe a safer way to reach out becomes important. You mentioned, that there are all these, like Insight Timer has all these languages and not Swahili. It's wild. So if anyone knows the Insight Timer folks.
Yeah, Insight Timer has 47 languages, I think, and not one from the continent of Africa.
How wild is that, right? So, and then I know it's not exclusively for locals that you run these retreats. You are welcoming Westerners, or us.
Yeah, 100%. And if you have any kind of group, if you want to do a summit, family trip, anything like that, we white label our services for groups to come. And then they're all wellness focused, as you saw in the presentation.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, brother.
Thank you.
Okay. So last talk on our health, mental health, and social connection track, and we're going to hear from someone who's got a successful background in the kind of business supplement, the business of supplements, produced a supplement that's held at or sold at CVS and Target. But when we were talking recently, talked about what he's going to be sharing with us today, this kind of medical epidemic hiding in plain sight, the cost of dormant viruses and how we fix them. Let's welcome up Noah Berman.
Hi. So can I use this mic? Yeah, or do I use this? Whichever you want. Okay. So the purpose of this presentation is because okay. I don't think the remote's working either. Okay. The purpose of this presentation is because over 70% of neurological diseases are found out too late for treatment to be done for people, and number one sign of neurological diseases is psychiatric syndromes. And really in maybe 3 countries there's a field of neuropsychiatry, but most neurologists consider psychiatry a pseudoscience and they haven't been merged. So to really look at the origins of mental health issues, in how we can have earlier treatment and diagnosis and where things are coming from. In New York City, I originally did this presentation in India for the Global 20 conference, because I do work with their neurological working group division and raise funds for their foundation that's based out in LA. Was started by Dr. Kateb, who used to run neurology for the White House under Obama, and has the largest world brain mapping foundation. So herpes virus is very interesting because, well, first of all, we're here in New York City, and 49% of people in New York City at some point are diagnosed with a mental illness, one of the highest of any places in the world. And it's not necessarily because there's more pathology here. A lot of the research indicates that it has to do with more people seeking treatment. And also, if we are looking at the field of psychology, we want to say that most psychology has been finding pathology, diagnosing, and treating, but the field of positive psychology, kind of based on Abraham Maslow's work of beyond just what is a problem, fixing, solving, and psychological flourishing, is thought to be really less than 15% of the population. And a lot of these dormant viruses, we have a large population suffering from. More than 1 in 4 New Yorkers have herpes virus. But there was a study done recently where they took people who are diagnosed with bipolar disorder and they put them on placebo, herpes antiviral, Valtrex, and on bipolar medication, and the Valtrex work just as well as the bipolar medication. So the herpes virus is not just causing warts or something cosmetic, it's causing inflammation in the brain that's causing mood variants. And so that actually, Epstein-Barr virus, which is what causes mononucleosis, over 90% of the population has, and human cytomegalovirus, over 90% of the population has, and that's the number 1 cause of any kind of birth defect neurologically or genetic effect with birth is cytomegalovirus. So we're having now over a quarter of people who have post-acute COVID syndrome, and with tick-borne ticks carry co-infections and viruses as well. And in certain parts of the world, there's higher levels of viral infections with ticks. And even things like influenza and pneumonia, there's been studies that have shown people who've had a history of hospitalization of pneumonia have double the rates of depression. So all of these different viruses actually can stay in the body after the acute phase and cause long-term health issues of the brain. And I'm happy to talk about and take questions of how to manage these things and treat them, because there's a lot of natural therapies and over-the-counter therapies and new therapies coming out as well. But a lot of it comes from the stomach too. I kind of want to pause if anyone has any questions about viruses. No questions?
What would we or might not know? That's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah. So what we don't know right now is to what extent. Okay. What we don't know is to what extent dogs improve our longevity. There is a study that found that living with a dog can add on average 4 years to your lifespan. So I would say that's good for your mental health. And relationship studies in general have mostly been done in marriages. People in a healthy marriage on average live 9 years longer, and an unhealthy marriage live 7 years shorter. So that means that if you have a happy partner and a dog, you could be living 20 years longer than someone in an unhappy marriage, which I don't think there's any other longevity medicine for that I can talk about. So relationship energy has a huge effect on our health, and that's something also on the slide is that we talk about when we're partnering with people STDs a lot, but not exchange of oral microbiome, meaning that if you make out with someone and they have certain lifestyle-related diseases like obesity or depression, you're at a higher risk of actually having obesity depression because of the exchange of the bacterium. So there's a lot of things that we don't think about in terms of how we're affecting our mental health and ways we engage with others, not just in terms of cohabitation, but contagions that are not causing bodily inflammation, but mental health issues as well. Because obviously obesity affects our mental health to a large degree too. So H. pylori is a virus a lot of people have heard of in the stomach that causes acid reflux. For a long time, doctors gave what's called triple antibiotic therapy, try to completely kill and wipe out H. pylori. Now we know that we need gastric acid in some degree in our stomach. It helps produce gastric acid. We don't have it. It actually makes us sick, and it can cause obesity and depression. So H. pylori overgrowth is bad, but eradication is also bad, which is what we've been doing mainstream in the medical field for a long time. So that's what's called a iatrogenic disease, or disease caused by bad medicine. And you know, I don't want to be overly verbose because there's so many things on here, but I do want to talk about tick-borne illnesses a lot. In New York State, it's number 2 state in the country for tick-borne illnesses. If you go to California, you're 11 times less likely to get ticks. It's huge, huge over here. And there's 80 types of strains of Lyme, but the standard test doctors do only test for 5 types. So that means that almost 4 out of 5 people who have Lyme may not be able to know that they have Lyme. And a lot of Lyme actually is transmitted where the ticks are so small they can't be seen by the human eye, because in the larval stage they're microscopic. But if you do have a tick, any tick rolling around upstate New York, there's at least a 30% chance it has an active infection of Lyme disease. So it's very common, and it affects people for a long time, especially because of the co-infections. Want to pause for questions again here.
What can one do in terms of, like, for instance, HPV virus?
Yeah.
Is this something, it's there, we all have it, and most of us have it. Is there anything we can do to prevent, to cure when we have it?
You can't really prevent or cure it, but you can mitigate the effects of it. Like, there are different herbs or supplements you can use to reduce how inflammatory it is or to what extent it's affecting you. But it's not something that we really know how to eradicate. And even the vaccinations aren't really that effective. Do something, but most people already have an infection by the time they get vaccinated. Yeah.
We hear a lot about viruses sort of being negative, but there's also positive sides to viruses, right? So it seems to me that what you spoke to and what your response is that there's more of how do we keep our systems balanced.
There is a certain type of virus called the MAR virus that in history can protect host organisms because it can actually eat smaller viruses. So the MAR virus has been, all viruses are an infection, right? But the MAR virus could theoretically make you less sick because it could eat something like an influenza. So there are ways that scientists could further in the future maybe genetically engineer a MAR virus to focus on changing COVID's viral signaling proteins, for example, and that we can harness virus as a technology to eliminate virus because of their ability to self-cannibalize in nature.
But it seems like viruses are part of our world, right?
Yes. I mean, I think the problem often is the solution. So I would say, like, further technology, the best way to address viruses is actually genetically engineering other viruses. You have a question?
Yeah. What's the potential for frequency or wave-like treatment that don't concern viruses?
I think that there's, already active use with UVC light. If you're looking at topical transmission, like ultraviolet wave C kills viruses and bacteria. So it can actually, instead of like a Lysol, be used to sanitize a floor just by waving the light. But internally within the body, I think that it has more topical use case. So I would guess that if someone had strep throat in the future, you could develop light technology that could actually be applied there. But I don't know how it could be used. I haven't seen anything about how it could be used with like internal organs or systemic infection.
I think you can ask Trump who thinks that chlorine ingested will cure COVID.
Yeah. Well, I actually haven't solicited his advice on that matter because it seems that he has health issues of his own that have come out of the press related to circulation. I guess I can go to the next slide. Yeah, so we have here mold in irrespective order because it's on the page, but mold actually is in 40% of buildings in America. I say at least 30%, but almost half the country has it, and it makes us sick. And in Europe, there's over 10,000 chemicals that are banned for industrial use, and in the United States, there's less than a dozen. So according to the Environmental Protection Agency, our indoor air is at least 7 times more toxic than outdoor. It's very common, even in new buildings, for your kitchen cabinets to be off-gassing things like formaldehyde because it's cheap and legal to use it even now. So what's really necessary is to be cognizant of our surroundings and try to focus medical care on prophylaxis. So if you live in a zip code where there's a high rate of mold, doctors should be testing for mold illness before putting someone immediately on an SSRI. And that's kind of part of why we put this together for G20, because there's connection to the BRAIN initiative that was started under Obama White House, where we go to Congress once a quarter to try to talk about this stuff. So the goal in making this presentation also is to eventually try to get more advocacy around healthcare having systemic changes and more testing and diagnoses, because that really could save money in the long term to not have people on long-term pharmacotherapy. And even looking at things like antidepressants, those have been shown to reduce cortisol in the brain for a period of time and then level out after about 24 to 36 months. So if we could advocate for some type of treatment window, that would be helpful, because right now people take it indefinitely and it hasn't been studied in that way. So I don't know if there's another slide. But yeah, the reason this is interesting to me also is because we're affected by it financially. It's considered our #1 economic loss leader. So there's a business case for dealing with our emotional health, and there's a business case for looking at solutions that are more interdisciplinary. Because right now, we're economically rewarded for specialization. If you're a neuropsychiatrist or a pediatric neuropsychiatrist, you're going to make the most money because you're the most specialized. But someone who actually focuses on interdisciplinary studies in yoking these fields together and getting people to work together on a systemic level doesn't have something carved out that's as rewarding necessarily. So if we could get epidemiologists and immunologists to be working more with psychiatry and neurology and even other fields, then we have a better chance. Reality is that we are actually harming ourselves and creating more depression by having too many subspecialties. More questions or comments? Yeah. Hi.
Is there a testing protocol that can test for all of this? Like, they have the fact that you go into a clinic and they do the red light, blah, blah, blah. But there's certain blood tests that can test for a bunch of illnesses. I wonder if there's something that can aggregate information on what my own body is suffering from?
There's a new detection and treatment protocol from Stanford called SAINTS that's based on functional magnetic resonance imaging and transcranial magnetic therapy. So it actually can use the fMRI and magnetic technology to scan the brain and say, okay, this brain looks bipolar, this brain looks PTSD, this brain looks like this or that, and then target the magnets to improve people's brain health. And they're finding 91% efficacy for treatment-resistant depression. It hasn't been commercialized yet, but that's something where we're not necessarily finding the deepest root cause of the pathology, but we're finding what the pathology is and how to treat it without pharmacotherapy, which is great.
What I meant was, I love that, it's amazing, but I'm talking about the mold, the Lyme, the toxins, like is there a...
Like the Lyme test is not very comprehensive. It misses it for most people. You have to standard test. It's cheaper, doesn't get most of it. You have to order more extensive testing. So it's kind of like a yes and. I mean, there's ways you can, through your own volition, even test yourself without a doctor. Certain, if you go to Life Extension Supplement Company, they have tests that you can just prescribe yourself and bring to LabCorp for mold or for any of these types of issues. But you don't have that in a screening. You go get a physical, none of that is really looked at. You don't have that when you see a psychiatrist, you don't really have that when you see a neurologist. It's kind of just the pathology is put on the individual. Anyone else? Okay.
I have a
I'll
question
take
about
one
the
more.
screening.
Yeah.
Most of those seem to be around the actual human.
Yeah.
Are there could I take a device, let's say while traveling, and know if there's mold in a location or toxins in a hotel or environmental things that would kind of...
Yes, there are, because mold does actually off-gas toxins, there are devices that can determine if there's mold and can release what's called negative ions. It's OH negative ions, and those destroy the mold that's being off-gas. It's mostly home air purifiers that have that, but there have been portable and wearable purifiers that have been developed as well. Usually they do both at the same time. They'll both detect and purify.
First, let's give him a hand.
So, in a perfect world, how do we have a successful intervention in this at scale?
Yeah, I think that we have to first work on systemic healthcare issues, because right now we have 20% of Americans taking a psychiatric drug and there's no endpoint in sight. And most of these drugs have a patent life of 7 years where then they'll do things to try to extend it. And it's often the same drug. Like Celexa and Lexapro are the same drug, they're just taking the left isomer and slightly modifying it to have arguably maybe fewer side effects to extend the patent life. But they're inventing things for us to take when it's the same thing to keep making money. There's a profit margin on people being sick emotionally, and so we have to find a way to create financial incentive around finding the root cause for pathology. That means that we reward people for interdisciplinary studies. We reward healthcare changes it as a field of discipline. If you get a doctor in social work, that should be paying more than a doctorate in neuropsychiatry if you're yoking the fields together.
Mm-hmm. So you're talking about this from many angles. There's the kind of like toxicity in our environment that is exacerbating this problem, but then there's the incentive structures within the pharmaceutical industries that are just perpetuating our kind of Band-Aid approach, which is a shout out to Bennett Zellner, if he's still here, about the regenerative economics. We need a new economic model that does reward health rather than prescription, right?
The onus of responsibility shouldn't be on the individual. Like it is, but from a spiritual, cosmic perspective, like my epistemology is that we have a birthright being here to be healthy without having to navigate a minefield of problems. And there are enough responsible leaders that can show up to engineer a society with good public health, that it should not have to be this way continually.
Amen. I mean, that's for those that are familiar with Global Unity, you know that one of the designs for this new economic system is built around maximal health, happiness, and fulfillment of everyone with tools to incentivize and reward that.
You know, if we're saying we're losing the most money because people are depressed, then actually there's a business case and an economic case for people having better emotional health. So that means that fewer sick days, better education, if people feel better. And there are so many well-educated people who just need to put their minds together to engineer solutions where there aren't as many environmental toxins. I mean, I've seen so many incredible people here working on the soil. Our mineral content in soil is like half of what it is 50, 60 years ago in magnesium. According to our own EPA, FDA, magnesium is the most important mineral for our mental health, right? So that's something we can start, if we're terraforming, putting more magnesium in the soil so people don't have to take huge pills all the time. Because magnesium has like a bulk density such that you have to take like 4 large pills to get your daily serving. It's terrible.
Well, what's important about your statistic on the economic impact of depression is that it speaks the language of those who might actually be in position to lobby to take on the entrenched powers of big pharma and the current industrial complexes, we'll say. We are at time, but how can folks here be most of service in this cause?
I think that it's just about, I think that education is freedom. We heard someone talk about that a lot earlier today. I think that's one of the truest things I could say. So but unfortunately, what's in a textbook is often, on average, 10 years obsolete. Information by the time it reaches a classroom, and knowledge curve is moving closer to Moore's law. So you have to adopt self-education, a certain level of autodidasticism, especially around your own health, to really navigate in this world, I would say.
Shout out to a friend of mine, Mike Feldstein, who's developed an air testing machine called the Jasper, JASPR, that is it's apparently the most sophisticated tool of its type. And yeah, there are hidden things in the air, and so having devices like that at least gives us the information to know whether we're at risk. Noah, thank you very much. Okay, last but not least, before we break for lunch, is a hero of mine who's personally responsible for getting fracking banned in New York State through building a grassroots movement. But Helen is not just she has an expression that I quote the most and really exemplifies or speaks to what we really look for here. There's so many people who want things to be better, have the biggest hearts, have deep compassion, but haven't necessarily put in the work to make things happen in the world. And I love her expression, I quote it all the time: big heart, strong back. And she really exemplifies that. But she's going to talk about something that Bennett brought up earlier, the rewriting the story of separation. In the opening of our storytelling, media, and games as a force for change. Let's make her feel welcome. Helen Slosh.
Yesterday, we were privileged to hear from Charles Einstein, who first monikered the story of separation, the myth that we're individuals competing for scarce resources. I'm going to show you that separation is not only a story. It's a mathematical operation, a dimensional collapse. And without understanding this, our efforts for transformation reside in a dimensional reduction with no capacity for phase shift. Here in New York, we're fortunate to have had a successful home rule movement to ban fracking, which cascaded into a regulatory ban and ultimately into a legislative ban. How did we make what seemed inevitable impossible? Not through better arguments about accounting for harm, not by competing harder, but by working in dimensions that industry literally could not control. Last year, Mark Mueller, a powerhouse defender of sacred rights, and I, in our panel talk, identified this as a sort of magic, soul force. This year I've returned so that I can show you how the mathematics of this complex imaginal plane demonstrate why soul force is anything but woo-woo, and in fact is more real than real, and that accessing these complex dimensions is a prerequisite for transformative phase shift. Let me show you something that changes everything. This bill appears to be worth $100. That's measurement. But what got cut away to create this measurement? The relationships, the trust, the labor, the Earth's resources, the future possibilities, all compressed into a single number. This is the measurement cut, a fundamentally violent moment where living complexity gets reduced into something we can count. Every time we make this cut, we perform a violence. Quant finance, continuing compounding interest, and smooth robotic motion all take advantage of the fact that what we perceive as a 3D plus 1 reality actually exists in quanternonic space, one with one real axis and 3 orthogonal imaginal dimensions. The real axis, -1 to 1, what can be counted. The I-axis, the imaginal dimension, dreams and creative emergence. The J-axis, the relational dimension, connection, mutual aid, kinship. And the K-axis, the sacred dimension, ceremony, spirit, ancestral presence, the luminous. In intact reality, these dimensions rotate freely into each other, generating whirlpools. 4D weather. Quaternonic multiplication creates genuine rotation through higher dimensional space, not just opposition, but phase shift transformation. But the measurement cut violently projects this 4D quaternonic reality onto the linear real axis. It's like trying to describe a 4D hypersphere by its shadow, but not even its 3D shadow, but the 3D shadow's 1D projection onto a line. This is why quant finance and derivatives of derivatives of derivatives are so hard to understand. This is monetizing, reducing shadows of shadows of shadows. When we reduce land to accounting, we're taking something that exists across the real, the physical matter, the I, the imaginal futures of all who will dwell there, the web of relationships between all things, and the sacred presence, the ancestral memory. And we crush this into a single number on the real plane. Yet, the other dimensions don't disappear. They get severed from conscious access, which then flow as dark shadow currents we can no longer consciously navigate. The fracking industry made the same cut. They wanted to reduce land to gas royalty checks, mailbox money, water to a resource input, health to acceptable risk metrics. Industry literally could not see what we were defending because it existed in dimensions their spreadsheets had no columns for. When industry calculated our resistance, they saw only the real access, the protests they dismissed as NIMBY, the regulatory process they controlled, the health arguments they countered with the need for their trade secrets to be protected. But our actual power was rotating in imaginal dimensions. When communities said no to fracking, the industry heard it as a -1 to their +1. Opposition on the same axis. They were prepared for that fight. But we weren't at -1. We were at I and -I, perpendicular to their entire framework. They said it's economically necessary. We rotated. Our children's clean air matters. They said the technology is safe. We rotated. Our water is sacred. They said you can't stop progress. We rotated. We're now writing new laws from our kitchen table. Each rotation took us further and further from the measurement plane. They kept trying to hook us back to their real line where they could fight us with money. Yesterday, Charles Eisenstein explained that when money is created as debt at interest, total debt always exceeds the total money supply. This is not a bug that someone must fail. It is a core feature of dimensional reduction. And the master's house has weaponized chirality, handedness, the quantum guardian, to predetermine who wins, the main player character, the male hero, and then who is the supporting cast, the women and marginalized others that carry the weight of the invisible but very real severed relationships. What if we recognize debt and wealth not as fixed states, but as phase relationships in rotation? What if every debt naturally wanted to transform into a gift? Every accumulation wanted to flow into circulation. Every scarcity wanted to reveal itself as abundance viewed from the wrong angle. The communities fighting fracking understood this intuitively. Our wealth was not measurable in money. It was the wealth of intact water supplies and land. In approaching the threat of fracking, my work did not seek accountability in the sense of settling accounts, zeroing things out. My work was to unlock responsibility, the ability to respond from dimensions deeper than transaction. Accountability says, you owe this much for that harm. Responsibility asks, what wants to emerge here? Accountability operates on the axis of debt and payment. Responsibility rotates into the imaginal dimensions of relationship and phase shift transformation. This isn't about letting people off the hook, but it's recognizing that the hook is part of the problem, the reduction of complex relational harm to transactional debt. Every time we seek accountability in the transactional space, we're reinforcing the measurement cut. We're saying the harm in complex space can be reduced to a number. So what is soul force mathematically? It is the capacity to maintain rotation into the imaginal dimension when power tries to lock you into linear opposition. It's the ability to store energy in the imaginal dimension, releasing it transformed at the right moment. In electrical engineering, this is called reactance, the component that stores energy in the field rather than dissipating it. Resistance generates heat and burnout. Reactance stores potential and releases it transformed. Every woman who stood before town boards wasn't resisting, they were rotating the entire field. Every young person who spoke their truth was not opposing, they were opening dimensions that had been sealed. Every sweat lodge, every song, every tear added to that. The master's house, to use Audre Lorde's framework, operates by capturing opposition within its own dimensional framework. It says, fight me, or even reform me, but here, on these terms, with these tools. But we cannot reform the master's house using the master's tools because the tools themselves perform dimensional reduction. It's like trying to heal a wound with a knife. The E-relational field exists in a plasma-like state before the measurement cut. Relation does not oppose the extractive system, but reveals the continuous compounding that domination reduces into interest on the money debt created. Every binary the master's house depends on, creditor-debtor, owner-resource, human nature, is revealed as phase relationship in rotation, not fixed positions in opposition. When we banned fracking, observers called it impossible, but it became the inevitable. It was never impossible, it was just invisible in the dimensions where power was looking. The moment we stopped fighting fracking on their axis and started rotating into complex space, the victory was already present. It just took time to collapse into their measurement framework. This is the real mathematics of transformation, not opposing, but rotating, not resisting, but storing energy in dimensions power cannot perceive, not fighting separation, but revealing the continuous field it tries to cut. The transformation we seek is not ahead of us on a timeline of progress. It is perpendicular to us in dimensions we have been trained not to perceive. The communities that banned fracking did not win because we had better arguments or more resources. We won because we rotated reality itself. The measurement cut that creates separation is violent, but it is not permanent. Every moment, the field wants to restore itself to wholeness. Every scarcity wants to remember it was once a relationship. This is the mathematics of the imaginal plane, not woo-woo, but the most real thing there is. The continuous field of transformation that exists before measurement cut forces it onto the real line. Soul force is the generative power of universal rotation. So here's my invitation to you. Stop trying to reform the projection. Stop trying to make the shadow of a shadow of a shadow fairer. Start recognizing where you're already rotating in dimensions that the master's house cannot see. Where is your soul force? Where are you storing energy? Where's your capacity to operate in the complex imaginal dimensions? Where are you maintaining relationships that no measurement can capture? Where is the sacred in your life that refuses reduction to the real? Thank you.
When you talk about the kind of measurement resulting in a cut, it makes me reflect on the observation that the first 4 letters in the word number are numb. And numbering has a numbing effect. You know, Steve and Polly got hurt yesterday. 2 people got hurt. Like it abstracts, right? And it's this subtle process that takes us out of the connection and humanization. And that's one like simple example. What happens when we live in a world of abstraction? And for a lot of us, I mean, a lot of us in impact and systems change are certainly more open-minded and open-hearted than those who might like distance themselves from the spaces or conversations that sound woo at first blush. My inquiry is always, how do we communicate this to those still in those mindsets? I call myself a recovering rationalist, right? How do we reach those?
We all are.
Hey, man. How do we reach those that are still deeply embedded in numbering?
Well, that is the question, and perhaps your next question would be, how can you help figuring this out? I think part of how we communicate this is through resonance and frequency, and through how we are being, rather than trying to project into a future that's actually a horizon that's a mathematical impossibility to reach. So trying to come up with, for me, this is come up with metaphors that work and ways of talking to people that are not attacking people for where they're at, but trying to bring people along for what I consider to be stereographic intelligence. A record can run on a mono groove, and you'll get a mono output. Same amount of space. It takes no more space to have a V and produce a stereographic. So you've got the 2 sides and the space in the middle, and you create something that's more than the mono. So trying to recognize that while the mono exists, our 3D plus 1 reality is the reality, our consensus reality, but there is another possibility. We can withdraw our consent, the social license to extract, the social license that says only compounding continuous interest is real, but the ancestors are not real, the spirits are not real. They in fact reside in the imaginal plane, which compounding interest requires, so it's real. We just have said only certain people can access it, which is a form of dimensional apartheid, where the creative force of the universe has really been colonized. So trying to show that.
Well, a really, really simple example of what you're talking about, dimensional apartheid, is, the idea, we had a conversation last year around some people look at the idea of giving whales a wallet and or agency or a voice in an economy as such a woo idea. How can you do that with something that can't speak? But we give, or giving nature a voice, giving a river a voice, or board seats in a company. Well, a company itself, a corporation, corporeal body brought into being through oration, through agreement. It is itself an abstraction. We apply this imaginal dimension to, okay, a company is now a thing. And yet we can't take that same logic and apply it to more holistic, wholesome, regenerative things. And this is where, you said, and this reminds me of what Charles Eisenstein was saying yesterday, it's not just about what we do, it's how we are, how we show up. And there is a consensus reality, what broadly in the West we might call the matrix, the rationalist apartheid. Well, we're birthing a new consensus reality, one where people matter first, planet matters first, life matters, and the tuning into the imaginal as real, and a space for us to play in opens up new possibilities. So we're out of time, but
thank you so much,
thank you.
Elliot. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. So a few things before we wrap for lunch. First, we are a little more than I thought, behind schedule. So we're going to have, we'll say a 45-minute lunch. We'll reconvene at, actually we've got a little time in the afternoon. So we'll reconvene in 1 hour at 2:45. Two things, hands up or show some love by clapping if you've had a good experience so far today. And why? We have amazing people on stage and backstage. Well, on the in the hallways. Quote my friend Kayla Rose from ACA Galleries and Art for Impact. Kayla Rose Bergen shared just from a conversation. This event is the one true place you can come and truly meet people. Hands up if some of the folks you've met have shown up in just a beautiful, authentic way. With a beautiful atmosphere available to us. We on the one hand we're caught in this struggle between, man, we don't want any talks. We just want you always like connecting with everyone else here because there are such amazing people here, and yet there is, especially for those watching online, especially because a lot of these folks, their work needs to get out. So you can help. We'll talk a little later about global unity, but if you're on social media, feel free to post about, let people know about your positive experience. It's transformative without vowels, TRNSFRMTV, if you want to tag us. And you see why I get so excited about this work. We have such brilliant people hiding in plain sight. Like the matrix, what we hear from mainstream media of really just what's wrong in the world is not reality. It's a component, and it's mainstream. It's the stream of information that is spread. It's what occupies most people's minds, and this is why we need to offer something else. Right? We can offer something better. There's so much good being done. That's why Transformative Impact Summit exists, to let people know. So we're going to break for lunch. We will see you in an hour. Food is upstairs. It is here. Feel free, again, to tweet, post, add some stories, and let people know this is being live streamed, so if they can't join us in person today, they're welcome to join us online. Thank you very much. We'll see you in an hour.
Hands up if you connected with some solid folks over the break. Yeah. This is, I was just talking with a few folks who had to fly out, saying that, you know, they knew based on the programming that there would be cool talks, but there's something for those watching online, it's hard to communicate of what it's like to be immersed with such heart-centered people. You know, it's, there's something special about this space, and so we were just talking, one of my dear friends, Nikolai, who's introduced us to so many amazing friends, I mean, some of my best friends in the world now, sponsors, he's a real super connector in the world. We were talking about, you know, how do we keep this conversation going? We're going to hear in a little bit from one of our sponsors, RiseWorks, that is providing media services in a really interesting way to really all impact orgs is their aim, and obviously aligned with what we're doing. I was talking to Greg Clark, the founder, about why don't we have a podcast? For the same reasons Global Unity has no online presence, is in stealth mode. Bandwidth. We don't have the resources for that. This is why, you know, this year has been a breakout year in terms of having such amazing sponsors, to even have a beautiful facility like this, to be able to live stream. But this is the power of connection and community. For, you know, Greg basically offered to take all the production challenges off our hands. Incredible. Nikolai and I were talking, and I was talking separately with Alex from GaiaNet, which is an incredible impact community, about having their help on facilitating a monthly conversation. Show some love, clap if you'd like to be connected to this community on a monthly basis. Yeah. And so this, you know, you'll notice I'm always asking when we have speakers up here, what do you need? How can we help? Because yeah, for a lot of it is funding, but there are many forms of wealth. It could be an introduction. It could be offering, your superpower might be video production. Wow, that's something like you might be able to serve all of the impact ecosystem with. So this is partly why we feel so strongly that weaving is a public good, making connections. You know, our next speaker is doing really beautiful work, bringing solar power to communities. And he's met some folks here who a partnership emerging would change people's lives. And so this is why we so emphasize the need for connection. Our energy infrastructure in the built environment is its own track. It was going to happen later, but this is, as we've talked about, as Charles Eisenstein talked about yesterday and a few days ago, a system is not an outside thing that we work on like an engine. We are part of a system. We are ourselves a system. And so that means like our systems are made of people. Our next speaker wasn't able to speak later. We shift the program rather than stay rigidly to, okay, this is how the structure is supposed to work. We work with our people. So happy to introduce Bob, Executive Director of SELF, the Solar Electric Light Fund, an international nonprofit organization that's on a mission to make clean energy accessible to all, and in doing so, transform lives and livelihoods. Let's welcome Bob Freeland.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's really an honor to be here. Thank you, Elliot, and thank you to this whole crowd for gathering today. Yeah, it's a super honor to be here among so many people committed to transformational change. My name is Bob Freeling, and this is not working, so bear with me for 1 second. All right, apologize. I'm the Executive Director of the Solar Electric Light Fund, or SELF. It's a nonprofit organization based in Washington, D.C. We've been around for 35 years now. At Self, we believe that access to clean, reliable energy is not just a luxury, but a necessity for humans and for the planet. You know, we take electricity for granted, but there are close to 1 billion people in the world that don't have electricity. Imagine just living your life, your entire life without power. No lights at night, no refrigeration, no access to the internet, food security, healthcare, women's rights. Let's zoom out for a moment and think about that, what it really means. So Self was founded on this premise to basically change the equation. Initially, back in the early days, our focus was primarily lighting, just bringing light into a home. And I've been to many rural villages around the world where you haven't been able to turn on a light at night. Consequences are breathing kerosene fumes that are carcinogenic. Children go to bed without being able to read or study at night.
Can't hear you.
Sorry. Children go to bed without reading or study at night. Pretty limiting in terms of what we can do. So we started using solar power to bring lights to people's homes and using microcredit as a way of enabling rural families to pay for and take ownership in their solar home systems. And we showed in a series of projects around the world that if you give people access to credit, there was actually a significant number of these 2 billion people that were willing and able to pay for solar lighting at the household level. So we actually launched an affiliate for-profit in the late 90s in India that is doing this on a commercial basis. And I took over the nonprofit, and for me the challenge was, okay, lighting's good, but it wasn't reaching the full potential of what solar could do. What about other community needs that weren't being addressed? And so we started to explore other ways in which we could harness the power of the sun to bring about effective change in healthcare and education, food security. One of our first examples was going to South Africa in 2002 and bringing a solar-powered computer lab to a rural high school. And it was an incredible experience to be there and see these kids be able to go online and access the internet for the first time. And then from there we went to Brazil and brought solar power to a remote community in the Amazon rainforest and set up a satellite dish. So these folks could not only go to school, they could access the internet. We equipped the health clinic in the rainforest with a device that measured blood pressure, blood oxygen level, EKG. All this information could be uploaded and transmitted to a hospital in Alabama for remote diagnosis. So connecting rural communities with power and connectivity really changes the equation for them. And then later in about 2005, 2006, we went to Benin, a small country in the western part of Africa. And we sat down with the community. We said, what do you guys need? They needed everything, but it turns out that food security was their number one concern because they have a very pronounced dry season where essentially nothing can be grown. And now malnutrition was widespread. You see these kids with the distended bellies, telltale sign of kwashiorkor. And they asked what we could do. So we looked around and found a drip irrigation expert, a guy by the name of Dov Pasternak, who had helped pioneer drip irrigation in Israel, had moved to Niger and had developed what he called the African market garden, basically using just regular drip irrigation to grow high-value fruits and vegetables in the Sahel region of Africa. Had done great work in Mali, Burkina Faso. We approached Dov and asked him to work with us in northern Benin. He said, great, but I said, remember those diesel generators you were using to pump water? He said, yeah. What about them? Well, they're too, we're going to substitute for solar. At first, Dov was skeptical. Aren't they too expensive and difficult to maintain? I said, maybe the upfront cost is higher with a solar pump, but there's no fuel cost. So over time, it's actually going to be cheaper and more reliable than a diesel generator. So we we started using solar drip irrigation, and the results were quite remarkable. Women were producing 2 tons of produce every month and earning income for the first time in their lives. It was a complete game changer. So here was an example where energy was being used to provide access to water and food security. And that's the sort of thing we love to do. We love to connect the dots. We're now looking to take this solar drip irrigation to the next level in Benin by introducing hydroponics that are optimized with AI and IoT, Internet of Things. Our goal is to grow the maximum amount of food with the minimum inputs of energy, water, and labor, to show how this could be a model for all over Africa. You know, the energy, water, food nexus is already incredibly important, and as climate change continues, it's only going to become more critical that we find sustainable ways of procuring water solutions and food. So this is, we think, something that the whole world could use. By the way, this is one of our colleagues, Jennifer Burney. She was at Stanford University working with us in Benin, and she actually spearheaded a study that Stanford did showing the impacts of solar drip irrigation in terms of food security and income generation. Oops, went wrong way. That's where the country of Benin is, just a small little country sandwiched between Nigeria and Togo. These are the women in the fields working with drip irrigation. You know, in 2015, the United Nations launched the Sustainable Development Goals. And what's interesting is that actually prior to the Sustainable Development Goals, we had the Millennium Development Goals, and energy access was not included, which I found surprising because when you work in these conditions like I have, you realize without access to energy, none of the SDGs are available. So we like to see Sustainable Development Goal number 7 is a foundation for enabling all of the other SDGs. And that's what we love to do as an organization, is connect the dots, show how energy can be used to promote food security, water security, women's empowerment, healthcare. We've worked with Partners in Health, an organization out of Boston founded by the late Paul Farmer, an incredible doctor and humanitarian who believed that everybody in the world deserved modern healthcare. And he had built modern clinics in Rwanda, Lesotho, and Haiti, and we partnered with his organization to solar power these clinics, which make them much more reliable. So I'm winding down. I'd actually like to open this up to a few questions. If you have any questions, I'd love to actually engage in a dialogue. If we have a few minutes, if anybody, sure.
What is the maximum power that you have been able to provide for these communities? About 1 megawatt, how many?
Well, no, a megawatt, that's, yeah, but we're usually dealing in the tens or maybe hundreds of kilowatts. These communities don't need much. A little bit of electricity goes a long way. A household needs, you know, a few hundred watts. A clinic can maybe a few thousand watts. So it's amazing how a little bit of power can make a difference. Go ahead.
Can you tell a little bit about the community capacity building that needs to come along with?
Sure, thank you. That's a great question. We engage, first of all, we always sit down with the community and engage them in the solutions. We don't want to impose anything from the outside. So we work with them to understand what's driving their needs and priorities. We do a lot of training. We teach local communities and NGOs how to install and maintain these systems. That's vital for sustainability. So I think with that, I will close and thank you very much.
Before we go. It's hard sometimes for those here who have but unlimited access to energy to understand what life is like for those who don't, and how much of a difference even a little bit of access to power can make. And we've talked about this
especially at our family office event, but a little bit over the last few days as well, about the need for need cartography. You know, and you talked about not trying to impose your solutions, but co-creating them with local communities. It's really vital that we actually know who has power, who doesn't, so that we can do some matchmaking. But with this work, what is the way this community and our funding network could be most of service?
Thank you so much for that question, Elliot. Well, of course, as a nonprofit, funding is always appreciated, but partnerships, technology. We're just starting to get involved in the AI space. I use it personally with my work. As I mentioned, we want to integrate AI and blockchain technology into our hydroponic solution. So we welcome technologists and people with solutions that we could help bring to the world. So yeah, we welcome any kind of partnership or collaboration.
Beautiful. We've got some previous speakers or speakers from previous years, forgetting the name of their organization right now, but they do very similar work in a slightly different way with a tokenomics model where they're actually rewarding people for not only the solar storage, but then providing it to their communities. So it could be a really interesting partnership.
I'd love to meet them.
Okay, we'll make it happen. Okay.
All right, man. Thanks a
Thank
lot.
you. Thank you. My pleasure.
All right.
So again, we pressed pause on our storytelling, media, and art for change track to give Bob the chance to speak before he had to leave. But continuing, when we talk about, for those that were here earlier or those who are familiar with Global Unity, like even if 8 billion people wanted today everyone everywhere to be taken care of, the infrastructure is not in place. We don't have, we have the capabilities, we don't actually have the real tools and platforms that would be needed to know who needs what and facilitate everyone getting their needs met. So we do have to work on a tools level, but we heard from Charles Eisenstein and others talking about, really this is as much an issue of consciousness, an issue of perspective and paradigm. And you can't win a battle in space with a rowboat. You're just operating in the wrong dimension, right? And if it's consciousness that is one of the primary domains where we have to move the needle, then how do we do that but with storytelling and media? So happy to welcome up our next speaker, Maya Georgina, talking about storytelling of the future, or rather storytelling the future, at the threshold of AR, XR, and impact. Let's make her feel welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today at the Transformative Impact Summit. Transformation is not an abstract. It's the story of societies daring to imagine something different. Civil rights, women's suffrage, climate justice, education for all. Each of these movements began at a threshold, a moment when people realized that the world as it was no longer aligned with the world as it should be. A century ago, John Dewey and a group of radical thinkers stood at such a threshold. They founded the New School on the belief that education was not about the past, but actively engaging with the present. The classroom became a laboratory of participation, where knowledge, art, and social inquiry were not ends of themselves, but catalysts for preparing students to be engaged citizens in the world. Education doesn't happen in a vacuum. We live in a volatile world, one particularly challenging for our young people. Uncertainty and division dominate our discourse. Dewey's vision resonates deeply with my work today, leading the New School Innovation Center with its augmented reality, XR, artificial intelligence, and quantum labs, and teaching the immersive storytelling course is my way of continuing this legacy by creating spaces where students prototype futures, not just to imagine change, but to participate in making it. And yet, here we go, standing at another threshold. Emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, extended reality, and quantum are not just tools, they are new systems. AI changes how knowledge is produced and shared. Extended reality collapses distance and places us inside new worlds of experience. Quantum computing stretches what we believe to be possible. Together, they're reshaping how we use, how we see, how we learn, how we act in the world. But thresholds also demands choices. Will these technologies accelerate economic disparity, erode trust, and diminish human agency, leaving vulnerable voices unheard? Or can we harness them to transform education, reimagine climate futures, and mobilize communities to improve their own conditions? This is where storytelling comes in. Stories are the bridges we build across thresholds. Immersive storytelling doesn't just show us futures, it lets us create them, inhabit them, and feel their weight. And once we live inside a story, we carry it within us. It lingers. It rewrites us from within. Stories are the architecture of human change. They're how we make sense, mobilize, and imagine futures. This is why I do this work, because to address our greatest challenges, climate equity, education, we don't just need new policies or new tools. We need new ways of seeing, new ways of thinking, and new ways of acting. Immersive storytelling gives us that lens, that threshold, that possibility of understanding impact. Let me take you inside my classroom. How do I create a space where stories are not just told, but embodied? My classroom is a living lab, a place where worlds spark into being, where fragments of ideas collide until they cohere. I set provocations and create the space for emergence. Each week unfolds as a threshold. We build prototypes, whether paper sketches, digital, artificial intelligence experiments, physical and spatial builds, to give shape to new ideas. Co-creation becomes a ritual of trust. This is what I call my practice of emergence. It is not linear, but it's alive, responsive, and tuned to the unexpected. And what emerges is not just a project. It's a new way of seeing, making, and becoming. Students don't just analyze stories. They make them and step into them. They build worlds. They test futures. They learn that immersive storytelling is not always neutral. Every decision, every design choice carries power. Every narrative is a portal to our humanity's deepest questions. We ground this work in the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, the 17 SDGs. They give us a shared framework to connect creative experimentation to urgent global challenges: life on land, sustainable cities, quality education, climate action. And when they build together, amazing things happen. The classroom walls dissolve. It becomes a campfire, a stage, a portal, a place where students learn not what the future is, but how to create it. And most importantly, let me share with you a few stories, a few of these projects, because it is in their work that that vision comes fully alive. The first projects ask you to step into one of the most fragile yet vital perspectives on our planet, that of a bee. Imagine standing amidst a row of almond trees on a cloudy morning day in California. The air is thick with the scent of blossoms, and the hum of bees fills your ears. You step into the shoes of a farmer, container of pesticides in your hand, the way of protecting your crops heavy, and then something extraordinary happens. You become a bee. Suddenly, you're flying, wings carrying you above the blossoms, but the air carries a new scent now, chemicals, disorienting. Your wings feel heavy. You see the world from the bee's fragile perspective. This is not a dream. This is Life of Bees, created by Julia Dessler and her team in my immersive storytelling course. It doesn't lecture about biodiversity or pesticides. It lets you live it. And through that shift in perspective, it transforms awareness into empathy and empathy into action. Julia's project aligns with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, Life on Land, and it inspires audiences to advocate for bee conservation and biodiversity. And by the way, have you ever rigged a bee and made it fly in a 3D world? My students have. The second project begins in a city devastated by climate change, where the smallest patch of green becomes a story of survival, resilience, and collective hope. This team created Seeds of Tomorrow. You find yourself in a ruined city, the air heavy with pollution, buildings crumbling. Among the wreckage, you stumble on a rooftop garden, the last patch of green in a gray world. It becomes your mission to gather resources, protect this fragile ecosystem, and help it thrive. Along the way, you rescue a seagull tangled in trash. The seagull becomes your companion, a symbol of both your selfishness, both our selfishness and our hope. Eventually, it leads others to join the cause, showing that the climate crisis requires not one savior, but collective efforts. Seeds of Tomorrow translates an overwhelming global crisis into a story of intimacy and responsibility. It places audiences inside a narrative of repair, one small garden at a time, and shows how communities can rebuild futures together. The third project takes something we all depend on, the air we breathe, and reframes it as a system shaped by power and inequality. In Air Wars, the year is 2040. Decades of unregulated corporate manufacturing have led to a global crisis of air pollution and resource inequality. Clean air is no longer freely accessible. Oxygen is rationed to costly credits. Working-class families struggle to breathe, while corporations hoard the majority and live in isolated luxury. Oblivious to the suffering around them, the wealthy continue to pollute without consequence. Positioned between these extremes are the scientists, a self-sustaining, low-to-middle-class group of committed to research solutions for a better future. As the player, you drift between these fractured worlds. You interact with all these three groups. You confront ethical dilemmas, and ultimately, you choose how you will exist, in service of self-interest or in service of the greater good. What makes Air Wars powerful is that it transforms an invisible crisis into a lived reality. It forces us to see air not as a background, but as a contested ground, shaped by power, inequity, and collective responsibility. And by embodying this system, even for a few minutes, you leave with a deep understanding that environmental justice is not abstract. It is urgent, and it is a choice. What you've just seen are not simple assignments. They're stories of the future, calling us to act. These immersive experiences are explorations for systematic change. Taken together, they show us something powerful. Life of bees makes the invisible visible, shifting us into the perspective of a fragile species. Seeds of Tomorrow transform climate collapse into an intimate story of care, community, and repair. Air Wars reframe something as universal as the air we breathe into a contested system of power, equity, and survival. Because systems do not change through single actions alone. They change when we begin to see differently, when we learn to recognize patterns, relationships, and consequences across time and scale. This is system thinking, and immersive storytelling is one of the most powerful tools we have to teach and illuminate it. When students places you inside the perspective of a bee, or ask you to care for a fragile rooftop garden, or teleport you into the atmosphere of 2040, you are not only feeling empathy, you are learning to think systems. You see how one decision ripples into ecosystems, economies, and communities. And this is why these projects matter. They don't just tell stories. They prototype new systems of community, of climate resilience, and education. They help us create the mindset and the imagination required for systematic change. This is what happens when you give young people not just tools, but trust and a space to imagine boldly. They don't just create experiences, they explore new ways of learning, new ways of living, and new ways of building futures together. At the New Schools Innovation Center and in our classrooms, we bring together students across our schools, designers, artists, performers, social scientists, technologists. We meet around New York City and in virtual campfires. We walk into worlds of their making. And in those worlds, I see the future, not as a fantasy, but as a possibility, as a better future reality. And this is why it matters here at the Transformative Impact Summit. We are surrounded by changemakers, by social entrepreneurs and impact inventors who are asking, how do we transform systems? How do we mobilize communities? How do we scale empathy into action? Immersive storytelling is a vital part of that ecosystem. It does not replace strategy or policy, but it makes abstract concept tangible. It cultivates empathy. It empowers people to feel agency. It mobilizes imagination, and imagination is the first step towards impact. If we want to address climate change, inequality, education, we must not only build technologies or fund solutions. We must tell new stories, stories that empower agency and action. The future is something we make happen. It will be imagined, designed, and told into being. My students remind me of this every day. The real question is, which stories become our future and who we will empower to tell them? Because at this threshold, transformation is possible, and the impact we leave will be measured not only by what we build, but in the stories that guide us there. And that future begins with us and with the agency of our students, our young people, here now at the threshold.
If you can stay for 1 second.
Thank you.
Incredible work. If we know the mind, consciousness, connecting with people, new stories is so important, then how powerful the immersive experience to get people to understand, just so love that you're doing this, that your students have developed these, and would love to explore a partnership to have, your students kind of look at the menu of things that are being done and explore how these stories or these experiences can enhance the work of our speakers. Because I think, it is so important to make real the things that our people are speaking to make real the impact of transformative education. And games and immersive experiences can be such a force for that. We're over time, but very quickly, how can folks here help or be of service?
I think the best opportunity is to find
Speak
new
closer.
opportunities to collaborate, reach out to us. I think the students are just so talented and are really able to see things through their own perspectives, which is what's so important, and tell these stories in a way that matters to them. So I think we always, John Dewey was mentioned so many times yesterday, and it's a privilege to be part of the new school and to bring communities at the Innovation Center. So I welcome people reaching out to us and seeing ways we can partner.
Amazing.
Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity and the work you do to actually bring us together. Is such an important step in making sure that these conversations are not continue to amplify the work we do through this connection.
We haven't shared any of it publicly, but one aspect of Global Unity is ultimately a game designed to unite humanity in the real world, and it would be amazing to explore, to work on that with your students.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up, a very special presentation is someone without whom certainly this event would not be happening, certainly not in the same way it's happening. A dear brother of mine who's, along with his beautiful bride, Kayla Rose Bergen, have been massive supporters of this event. ACA Galleries, where we held our closing party for our family office event, where Vaughn regaled us along with Scott Page of Pink Floyd, a beautiful little concert. ACA has, over its nearly 100-year history, used art for good, and now this presentation from Art for Impact is actually going to be opened with a blessing from Kumu Catalina, who's, in spite of some physical challenges, here to offer a blessing. She's going to bless us. She's from the Everyday Hero Project. Going to kick things off for us. Thank you.
I'm going to be singing you a protection chant that will not only protect everything and everything we're doing, but also... Hello. But also to bring in the light, since there has been space made for what is not supposed to be there.
No hoana ke akua I kana hele hele I alai ke ki ohu ohu e kaua koko E na kinu malu I kalani malu e hoe E ho'olu mai ana o laka I kona maukahu O mako, o mako, o mako no ai. Aloha, aloha, aloha.
May you be blessed and protected from the crown on your head to the four corners of your body, from your hands to your feet. May your action be led by your heart.
I love you all so much. Oh,
Can you hear me okay?
Oh, yeah.
Listen? You got it? All right, cool. So, the most common question I get asked is, what is art? And the most important question I ask myself every day is, how can I serve art's highest potential to make lasting change in the world? So, seems like some of you know me. I'm Von Bergen. I'm fourth generation of ACA Galleries, one of the oldest art institutions in America. So humbled to be part of that legacy and lineage from my family to steward and serve the art's highest potential. I'm also on the board of Coven, which is an incredible organization that does public art placements to showcase art's potential and bring awareness to the power of art out into the public space. And Jurassic is one of the oldest artist residencies in America. I'm also the art advisor for Forte Impact. Shout out to Jeff Hammer if you're here, one of our sponsors. And yeah, I'm the founder of Art for Impact and Emerald Mountain. So I'd like to give just a brief history of ACA Galleries. It's an incredible history. We're actually writing a book on the history of the gallery, which is really the history of America, which is, art is a very pure lens of history because artists are meant to be a pure channel, to be messengers of the truth of reflecting civilization back to us as a barometer for our success. So we've always been championing these artists that are stewards of that history and being that mirror. We've been founded since 1932 by my great-granduncle in the middle of the Great Depression. Wild time to open up an art gallery. It was a time to come together during a very challenging time. It was really about survival at that time. We needed to come together during a challenging time to use art's power to get through this. And social realism began at our gallery, art with a message, showcasing just where the impurities of the mirror is, where we need to really clean that. And those who have had a personal experience with being underserved by society were ones that were artists that we would showcase. So African American artists, women artists, we were exhibiting them in the 30s when there was really nowhere else for them to go. And that's been a message that has gone through ever since. So we've worked also with the government, the AAC, the FAP, the WPA. They've created public institutions with the government, which was actually a big part of how we survived the Great Depression. So that was a ripple that has gone out ever since. We were actually blacklisted in the McCarthy era. They called us American Communist Art Galleries for exhibiting African American and women artists, which is a badge of courage today, but it just showcases how difficult it is to be that against the grain during those times. So yeah, today we've exhibited over 800 exhibitions, over 400 publications. We have given the start to many artists that you know in the museums and history books today. We gave Jackson Pollock his first show in Germany and China. Faith Ringgold was a huge superstar in our world, and we celebrate her and honor her legacy after her passing last year. Yeah, many firsts. We gave Charles White his first exhibition also in our gallery. So now that we've shared a little bit about our history, I'd love to share the origin story of arts, because we don't know where we're going until we really know where we've been. So, art in the early days was a sacred expression. It was a ceremony. It was a means of communion with the divine. These markings were a way of connecting us to our ancestors, of celebrating a rite of passage into the tribes, of marking our place in our community. Some of the earliest art was cave paintings, where these, by many believe that these feel like ritual sites, almost like temple spaces, spaces for ceremony to honor the hunt, to honor the animals that gave their life so that the tribe can survive. Art was a very sacred practice from the very beginning. They believe that the women were most likely the first artists because as the men are going out hunting, the women would make these etchings on the wall to say, I was here. This is who I am. This is how I honor my ancestors, of those who have come before me and those who will come after me. So that's where we've come. That's where we've been, and now where are we going? What is the art world today? Well, as you can see, the art world is a huge financial instrument. It has immense power financially. It is one of the most time-tested asset classes in the world. Multi-billion-dollar industry, over 85% of wealth holders incorporate it. It has been used to diversify people's portfolios because there's a lot of dynamism you can do in terms of tax efficiencies to storing of value and allowing a balance of amongst fluctuations in the market. So it's a very powerful financial tool. But because it's such a powerful financial tool, we have a few challenges that we're excited to overcome, because art is so much more than just a financial instrument. We have many artists have not been fostered in their highest potential, in their purpose in this world. They've been incentivized to be financially successful, but not successful perhaps in other ways. And it has incentivized artists to be out of integrity with themselves to be able to survive. And an artist's role is to be a steward of the truth. And if we are incentivizing such an imbalance, then they are incentivized to be out of integrity, out of harmony with themselves, out of harmony with nature, which is one of their true purposes in the world. So we have some work to do there. I was a student of the Rudolf Steiner School for 15 years, which was one of the few educational institutions that honors the arts equally with the other areas of study. But there are almost no educational institutions in the world that value art equally as the other areas. They are at the bottom of the barrel almost every time. And then there's a hierarchy within the arts where dance is at the bottom. Why? It doesn't make sense. So what's the solution? At Art for Impact, we have 4 pillars. We want to honor artists as messengers, to be the tip of the spear that guides civilization in its rightful place. Art is communion. If you were at, who was at the after party, by the way, on Friday? All right, so you were at our gallery, you got a sense of the community, you got a sense of what Art for Impact does in the community sphere, to be immersed around beautiful art and in creatively inspiring environments and be talking with all the incredible people here on the amazing projects that you're doing. Perhaps some relationships were built there that supported your projects, and take it to the next step. This is the power of community, and art is one of the most powerful unifying force amongst all the division that we're experiencing. Me versus you, black versus white, my sports team versus yours, red versus blue. There's so many levels of division that have incentivized us out culturally to be divided amongst one another. Art has the power to be a universal language to connect us back together about what we have in common, not what's so separate about each other. So one of the incredible, exciting projects that we are stewarding through Art for Impact is our project Emerald Mountain. It is, we believe, the future of artist residencies, of innovation hubs, creating environments that allow you to get inspired, not against the momentum of trying to work against environments that are sometimes draining, So many artists have to sacrifice so much. They have to work a day job and then finally be able to create art. But there was a time, like the time of the Renaissance, where artists were working alongside innovators, supported by the patrons that financially supported them because they believed in them. And especially in environments that are creatively inspiring and communities that are Dharma focused, it is this powerful momentum of support and creativity that allows us to be uplifted into our highest expression of our creative potential. So there's nothing that has been more healing in my life than art. There has been nothing that has taught me more than being a creative. And this is a facet of the arts that is really not known about as much. But these days, through neuroaesthetics, neuroarts, there are scientific data that is being collected on just how powerful art is as a tool for healing and transformation. People are healing themselves from PTSD. People are clearing trauma. Art is going into educational facilities to help, and they're showing that we are learning so much more. Because when you have an emotional connection to something, that's how you learn, right? If you have no emotional connection to something, you're not going to remember it. You're not going to care about what you're learning. So art has immense power and potential that is not being utilized. And if you want to check out more about the healing power of art, check out Your Brain on Art. That is an incredible book that it does a great job of showcasing some of these examples. So our gallery comes from my father's side. On my mother's side, my grandfather was actually one of the first environmental lawyers in the country. So I grew up with being taught how to be an environmentalist from the inside out, to really embody being a steward of nature, being a steward of Gaia. And there are so many artists, like our friend Ben Von Wong, Global Coalition, who are here with us today. They're doing incredible things to bring art into the public sphere. This sculpture actually can gather corals. It can be food for corals to be grown and repopulated. It's not just a work of art. It has an incredible utility. So these are our way of honoring nature. Because, as I said, artists are meant to be in harmony with nature. This is our mission as stewards of the arts also, to be in harmony with nature. So in our model, we honor the cycles, the 4 seasons. We've given a lot of emphasis to spring in our culture, always about growth, 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 getting more financial overflow. But that is just one season. There's also the time for winter. There's a time for things to be reflected upon, for us to go inward in stillness. And in an overly masculine society, we're so focused on action. But in bringing in the feminine, you're receiving, you are aligning with creative guidance. And we can't optimize the systems and metrics of barometers of our success in our projects if we cannot find that stillness. So we honor all 4 cycles in our work. So Art for Impact has many ways that we can offer support to you all. Whether you are an artist, whether you're a collector, we offer art advisories to support with acquisitions. The art world is, it's a nuanced market. If anyone has ever tried being an art collector, there's so many facets to it. So we've kind of been in the game a long time, and we can support one to optimize their acquisitions, either for investment or otherwise. We can create rental programs into the workspaces to create very elevating, creatively inspiring environments. So there's a lot of ways we can play. We can allocate a percentage of your profits into your legacy portfolio. I actually traveled the world studying different regenerative models and meeting some incredible leaders and founders of some of the projects that were being showcased today. It was really inspiring. There's no shortage of solutions. It just needs models like this that has innovative ways of allocating funding into these projects and supporting these projects with the community. So there's many ways we can play. We also are going to be launching soon a model to take your RWAs, your real world assets, and leverage them in different ways, whether through collateralized lending, through our relationships with lenders, private and public institutions, allocating them into high-performing investments, and then advising you how to really be that acupuncture point so that your investment, your dollar, is doing the most impact in the world. We support the whole landscape and ecosystem of the resource allocation process and leveraging those assets. And these are ways that you can get involved. There's so many ways. You can become a patron for the arts, as we have been for so many years. You can join our community. Come visit us at ACA, see what we're all about. You can apply for our impact portfolio, some of the projects here. We'd love to support you all financially and through our community. And we can, of course, collaborate on exhibitions for different fundraiser gatherings and all kinds of amazing things that you guys are up to. We'd love to elevate it with our art. These are some examples of the ripples of impact. There will be many more. It is an immeasurable potential that art has to make ripples of impact in the world. It starts with a direct experience with a work of art, having that personal connection. Then it grows to connecting with community. It sparks between each and every one of us. That inspiration, that spark, ripples out to the rest of your community. Then it ripples further with systems, policies, inspiration from that art for how to support these projects. And then abundance is created through these cultural, ecological generation renewals, these cycles that we were talking about. It is like swimming with the current rather than swimming upstream. So would love to connect. Please, if you feel inspired, would love to talk to you all, to share more about our vision. It is such an honor to be here with this amazing community. It is one of my favorite communities in the world. And thank you so much. Let's, together, we can do it.
Yeah, we love you.
Love you too.
An artist's role is to be a steward of the truth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, we're talking in the storytelling, media, and art for change track. It's like we can build new systems, new mechanisms that are, more regenerative, but unless we engage the mind, and stories are a big part of that. Like art just cuts through, right? Art speaks to the heart instantly, and so must have a role in this movement, this emergent movement. And art has the ability to transcend language, to connect us back together. And so, in an interesting way, like in the same way that art can transcend messaging, it's transcending mediums themselves. It is an asset class. They're actually now, by tokenizing real world assets, there are innovative ways to fund good. Art itself cannot just be something to look at, but something that engages in real change.
What a concept.
And then your family's been doing this, in different ways, using art for good for so long. you made some invitations for folks to connect with you in person at ACA Galleries, to reach you online, to support your work. But what is, as a community, obviously there are a lot of folks in here who know you and love you. What would really move the needle for you? Like if we could just snap our fingers and give you what's most calling you, what would that be? What do you need?
I mean, I would just love to connect with more people, to open their minds to what's possible, because most people don't understand the true power of art because we haven't experienced it. Many people see it in this category, or this box, or the other, but art in its nature is ever expanding its definition of itself. That's why it's so difficult to answer the question of what is art. So if we stay curious and keep these kinds of conversations going, and I'm happy to connect to people's network of art collectors, stewards of the art, patrons of the art, and artists who are curious about what is possible of art not just hanging on their walls, but hanging on your wall being a revenue stream, and then allocating those revenues into these impact ventures and expanding your portfolios in ways that they maybe haven't thought of before. So that's my invitation to the community.
Okay, well, we're here for you.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
Me too.
Thank you, brother.
Love you, brother.
What a sweetheart. Next up, someone who's brought so much value to this event, and thank you to everyone who spent time with him doing testimonials for us, and if you haven't, right after his talk, he's available. But why do we run this event in the first place? Because impact needs media. Impact needs support in getting the word out about itself. That's why we have this stage. This is a platform so that those doing real good in the world have the chance to share it. And RiseWorks and Greg are looking to really innovate in that space and provide professional media to all the incredible impact orgs that are out there. And so really excited for the emerging partnership that is on offer. And so it's a great pleasure to welcome Greg Clark. Let's make him feel welcome.
Hey everyone. First of all, since we just got out of lunch, can everyone stand up for a second? Gotta relax myself, guys, so. Just get a little stretch. It's mid-afternoon. So I want to tell a little bit about how we can really expand all the amazing things that everyone in this room and so many else around the country, around the world are doing. Ooh. There we go. So, if someone doesn't tell your story, then someone else will tell it for you, and you might not like what they say. So let me give you a little bit of background on kind of my journey and how I got to starting RiseWorks. And you can all sit down. I've been standing all this time. I'm like, let's make everybody just stand up. All right. I'm still new at this presentation stuff, or a little rusty. So I've been a photographer for pretty much my entire life. I'm a, reformed investment banker as well. And aside from my family, I started a project in 2020 I called the Good Miami Project. In the kind of the heart of COVID, when the world, I guess it still is, but was really just feeling on edge, right? They were coming to the election in 2020. Everyone was still, going against each other. And it was kind of on myself, I wanted just to connect with the people I knew in my community that were doing something on a micro level, just to do something to help, whether it's helping children, helping the environment, helping people with cancer. So I started this project, cold emailing. We have an incredible community foundation, the Miami Foundation. They have a directory. I just cold emailed. And I got to know all these incredible people and these incredible organizations. In the last 5 years, I've photographed over 70 organizations, big and small. I really have a soft spot in my heart for the small ones. And I was lucky enough that we were able to get some pretty cool exhibits. And the big thing about the project was not just to give the photography to help tell the story and help improve the message, but also so that when we did these exhibits, to connect all the different organizations and people that could help them, kind of like this conference. Because if you're not seen, if you're not really going to be able to advance your mission. So what I discovered while doing the project, and probably a little before as well, was you can be, these nonprofits and these organizations are doing incredible work, but they are incredibly stressed for resources. Capital, time, humans, and they just don't have the time often to really tell their story on a consistent basis. And I realized that that's something I love to do. And so I decided to try to find a way to mitigate that. And the other side was, as I learned when I left finance, it's really hard to be a creator as well. And it's kind of a feast or famine kind of economy right now where, let's say a nonprofit hires a creator, the reason they're not doing it that often is often because it's quite expensive to do a video shoot, and it's a real tap on their budget. They know they need to do it, and they often will kind of rush to put something together for, let's say, their big fundraising event or what have you. But it's usually not particularly strategic, and it's usually more of an afterthought, not in a bad way, just they have so much going on. And the big cost in that video production or that photo shoot is the human labor. And the main reason for that is that whole feast or famine thing. If you're a creator, you get a gig, you kind of want to maximize it because that might be your only check for the month to make rent, to pay your bills, what have you. So I decided to create RiseWorks. My slides are a lot of order. Well, I decided to create RiseWorks to mitigate that. And the way I thought about it was kind of taking that finance world and building a financial model was, okay, well, this freelance model's broken. Let's throw that out. Let's hire our creators on a salary. So yeah, they're not going to get that $2,000 a day, but net, they're probably going to do better. And I take that savings of losing the day rates, and I bring that over to our clients. And the way we do that is a 1-year subscription. So they're paying us monthly, and then I scale up the amount of organizations we work with. So we start at $1,000 a month, which hopefully is pretty affordable to most nonprofits and mission-type businesses and impact businesses. And the idea is, all right, we can give you we'll start with what we call creative blocks, and we give you 2, which is basically a half-day shoot every month. That can be a photo shoot, a video shoot, or a video podcast shoot. And those are interchangeable. And for the price of that 1-year gala type video, you're now getting an entire year of consistent content. But that big lesson that I learned also doing the Good Miami project was, well, we can do the best work, great videos, great photos, what have you, but if that's not distributed on all the social media and the algorithms in the world properly, and nobody really sees it, or it sits on a hard drive, even worse, which happens a lot, what are we doing? It's kind of if a tree falls in the forest and no one's there to hear it, did it make a sound? Same thing. And also I realized from just a business perspective, it's a really big market. Estimates I've seen range between $200 and $250 billion US dollars a year just on the US nonprofit market alone. There are 1.8 million nonprofits in the United States. Every one of them pretty much has to tell their story, help raise funds, get volunteers, get petitions signed. All the important work that they do needs support. And you can show as many numbers as you'd like, but pictures and video connect with your spirit. They connect. They are a show, not a tell, so to speak. There we go. So I like this one. Numbers numb, stories stir, data can persuade, but stories inspire action. I like that one. And so, yes, I think that you need to be constantly telling your story. Sounds a bit exhausting. That's why we step in to help you. And the way the structure is designed is really a shared service, right? We're designing for scale, so we work with lots of organizations. I'm kind of still running with this metaphor, but I see us a bit like a high quality, like a Shake Shack, where we're not going to bespoke content for everybody, but we can tell your story and it's going to taste and look really great and get the important points across to the people who need to see that. So there's the solution again. We started with a subscription. It's relatively low cost, I would say, and we give our creators stable, important work, and we work to really amplify that, whatever their story is, to the right people as well. Systems produce outcomes perfectly designed for them. So visuals are infrastructure. They're critical to this ecosystem. I believe that one-off projects, well, important. If you're not, it can be a waste of impact, especially if they're not distributed. And consistency builds value and trust. So I'll leave it open if anyone has any questions. It's a little hard to see. We're starting in Miami. I should have said that, sorry. We started in Miami, and so our kind of test is marketed right now. We started in July. We went through our pilot program, one of our wonderful pilot programs here from Radical Partners. So photos and videos will kind of be more local for now. Like, my goal is to expand around the country and hopefully someday the world on that side of the business. But on the video podcast, we can work anywhere. Aliyah was in Tunisia when we shot, so pretty sure we can go just about anywhere on Earth that you have an internet connection. Say that again? Mm-hmm. It's a one-year subscription is what we start at. So we sign basically a one-year contract, and that's billed either monthly or we give you a bit of a discount if you pay it up front. But that's how if I have that kind of stability of the cash flow, I can hire the people on salary so I can make all the math work. Anyone else?
Any others?
No?
Okay, well done.
Thank you.
So, give us an example of where you've seen the importance of media really moving the needle for impact orgs.
Sure. So I'm also on the board of a bunch of nonprofits. One of them is a beautiful one called Nana's Restart, which is an incredible woman named Mama Joy in Overtown, Miami. Overtown's kind of was considered the Harlem of the South, and unfortunately they built an interstate right through the middle of it and pretty much destroyed it, and it's never really recovered. And Mama Joy helps so many people in that neighborhood who are really in the worst of shape. And a video that my co-founder produced for her and just told the story so beautifully, we started sharing that, and this is a great story. I introduced her to the Miccosukee tribe, our local Indian tribe, has an incredible woman named Betty Osceola. I introduced them to each other, shared that video. The tribe then donated. Mama Joy does a Thanksgiving with, she feeds about 600 people from her front porch. And because of that, the media, which she also shared with Joe Namath of all folks, it was a very interesting triangle of connection. Joe Namath then donated $25,000 to Nana's Restart. The tribe provided 300 turkeys. We fed at least that year, at least 4,000 people we estimated. And that money that Joe and his foundation donated went very far to helping, single mothers with, who needed an electric bill paid, or needed a school uniform, or just needed help with groceries, like things that, things are tough right now for a lot of people. So the power of that, just that video though, it really kind of in 3 minutes encapsulated what Mama Joy was doing and was able to get that message across and help raise those funds. There's a lot of other examples, but if you're not seen, you're not going to get help. I mean, it just is what it is. So my goal is to find ways to get people seen.
Because people do want to help. There are people who want to help in regenerative agriculture or inner city underprivileged youth or mental health challenges. Like, folks are feeling called, but they aren't aware that there are groups maybe in their exact locality doing the exact thing they want to support with. And so this is part of why, I just think what you're doing is amazing, and I'm so grateful to have you here.
I would say one more point is also, we want to try to find ways to kind of break out of our own circles, right? So like, we're all in this impact circle together, we all kind of drink the Kool-Aid, so to speak. But you have to get this message further, right? Because I think a lot of people, I don't know, I believe that people are good, 100%. Right? And I think that the more good stories we're pushing out into the ether, the better, right? I think we need to really push back on a lot of the negative and the divisiveness that's being used for power and money right now. And this, I believe, was one of the recipes to mitigate that.
100%. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Elliot. And thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, we're going to wrap the rest of the day under our ecological impact sector. If you're not familiar, if you weren't here yesterday, the way we look at how do we cover the entire impact ecosystem, we cover 4 sectors of impact: ecological, technological, social, and economic transformation. Within each of those, we have 3 impact tracks. One we're going to be opening right now is regenerative agriculture, bioregionalism, food systems, and soil. And hands up if you're familiar with bioregionalism. Yeah, like such a powerful, transformative perspective. For those not familiar, human-made maps are arbitrary. They're exactly that. They're human-made. But the Earth is naturally segmented into river systems, forests, mountain systems. And what's so powerful about it, you say you want to do well ecologically, you own some land, you do the best possible in every aspect of regeneration, but the person living upstream from you is polluting. It kind of doesn't matter how well you do what you're doing, you won't be successful at regenerating the earth. And Susanna Cho, who's going to speak a little later on a panel during our family office event, talked about how simply the concept of bioregionalism can be such a unifying force for peace because it forces collaboration. It forces us to work in concert with our neighbors. And so we had Shane, who we're going to welcome up in a moment, speak yesterday, speak on a few different topics and panels, but he's going to talk about living design and the power of this bioregional perspective and how they're applying it in Hawaii. And we're going to get blessed with a little prayer in advance. So let's welcome up, oh, we have the wrong name up here. Not Rob Freeling. Let's welcome up Shane Lewis.
Hello, everyone. Can you guys hear me? Okay, thank you. So today, I spoke yesterday about a couple things, the Earth Elders. Today I'm going to speak about living design, which is one of our initiatives at Seeding Change that is building the transformative business practices that are scalable on a global level across bioregions, because we're actually in the process of uniting and creating unity across different bioregions. And so today, I brought Orlando Villarraga and Denzaki Bastida because in the bioregional perspective, sustainability means multi-generational timeframes that live beyond our lifetime. And that's one of the systems changes, right? If we're talking about transformative ventures, from a native standpoint, on a bioregional perspective, we have to be talking about systems that will live beyond our lifetime. And that means an intergenerational approach. So I know it's been a long week. It has been for me at Climate Week. I know a lot of you have really done well to make it to all these events. So thank you for coming and making it to the second half of our last day here. And I'm going to ask you guys all to stand up. And we're just going to walk through. We had a great discussion a little earlier about art and the role of art in life. And so from a Hawaiian perspective, a lot of what people call Hawaiian art is actually just the things in our daily lives that bring mana and give mana, spiritual energy, and guidance and form to what we do together. And so I'm going to ask Orlando to bless us with what some would consider a little piece of art, but many of us would consider that which endures us throughout the day and helps us to focus. And so in terms of bioregionalism, yesterday I talked about the fact that if we trace our genealogies back, we're all indigenous and native to some place. And that place has an ecosystem that our ancestors, your ancestors, evolved in over generations. And so whether you're from the Pacific bioregion, OC 11 and 7 and 2, there's about 52 bioregions across the whole planet, depending on who's counting. And what the Earth Elders and Seeding Change are focused on is bringing together native knowledge and new technology across those bioregions in personal ways that serve people, because people are what make the world go round in our organizations, but also in organizational ways. And so everyone close your eyes, and I want you to think about the bioregion that you come from, that's most special to you, preferably a place of power. Let's go to that place where the land, the waters, they rejuvenate. That place where you feel good. Take yourself and take us there with you. Where do the waters come from? Where do they flow? Who maintains that they flow? From the mountains to the sea. Life is abundant there. The grass, the bird, the trees, they all live together in harmony, synchronicity. And our peoples have lived there thousands of years. It feels good there. We feel whole. We can sense each other, ourselves, and all those who have come before us. When we're in this place, we can stand on the shoulders of those who have come before us. Their strength becomes our strength. Their knowledge becomes our knowledge. Their energy flows through us and amongst us. When it flows through, we can sense creation. And we can be part of creation. The systems that we build, the relationships that we nurture, and with the people that we choose to surround ourselves with. Be there in Mahalo. You can all sit down now. So, thank you. And I hope that gave a quick little interlude to a week of what has been challenging for many of us. Like I was saying, each of us lives, travels, visits different bioregions because of the nature of modern life. And in many ways, bioregionalism, if we're talking about transformative ventures, brings into the framework a center focus on several things, bioculture being one of them, biodiversity, and actually systems that operate in tune with those two ideas. And so what I mean when I refer to bioculture is that humans as keystone species, as makers and experiencers of our environment, have lived in and continue to live in reciprocal relationship with the environment around us. Now, when we're in the city, we can see some of that reciprocation, right? It comes in New York in the form of a lot of rubbish bags on streets that are waiting to get picked up because there's a reciprocal response between what we consume and what we produce. Nature, as a highly evolved form of science and power, has developed systems where what one species produces feeds another, whether it's fish and shrimp and water, trees and birds, the sun and the minerals from the soil working together to generate keystone species like grass, which we either eat and live off of, or we eat the thing that eats the grass. We're part of an ecosystem in our bioregions that sometimes nature has evolved with our cultures and our bioculture for thousands of years, but in places like cities are going through transitions because of modern life. At Seeding Change, one of the things that we do is that we help businesses and organizations work on the people aspect of these systems so that we can bring them into alignment with our mission, vision, value, impact orientation, so that no matter what bioregion we're living in, we can come into alignment with that which surrounds us in better ways. Because for the last several hundred years, which really isn't long in the scheme of bioregions, which have been around for millions, industrialization, the era of industrial production, has transformed the ecosystems and the ecosystemic approaches where a majority of us live. And then people decide, well, I don't really like being here so much, so I'm gonna go vacation somewhere a lot nicer. And they think, whoa, this place is a lot nicer in Hawaii because it's actually in a different alignment in terms of the bioregion and nature there. And so there's this implicit understanding from us as humans that we're seeking because we can sense it. Wherever your family's from for the last 5,000 years, they've evolved to understand the alignments of bioregionalism. And it's in our DNA, right? People come to Hawaii and they're like, it's so beautiful here. The aloha spirit, the people. And when we really try to quantify and say what that is, from our perspective at Seeding Change, it's a bioregional alignment that Hawaiian culture allows to be relevant on a daily basis. And that has value, whether it's for tourism, which we talked about yesterday, or food systems that produce higher quality food on a local basis and give competitive advantage because you can put a sign out on your restaurant that says farm to table. Or you can put a sign out on your bar that says farm to bottle. These are things that have value because in some ways, all of us as humans are longing to go back to that bioregional alignment. There's a bioculture imprint in us, in our DNA, that at Seeding Change, we help unlock. The systems that actually build bioregional alignment start with mission, vision, value, impact in the boardroom, with ownership, with the metrics that you use to discern where you're going to allocate your investment portfolio, right? And so these are transformative decision-making processes that, from a native perspective, seem quite simple.
But in a complex world where salad is grown in the San Joaquin Valley of California and shipped to New York because gas is cheap, there's a logic there that doesn't quite make sense. And so building the systems is not so much about changing whether Earthbound grows salad in California for the US as a national security measure, but it's more about supporting the small, native, local, conscious-owned businesses that want to operate in circular, what we could sometimes call circular bioeconomy, right? In England, we met with King Charles recently, and he sponsors a group called the Circular Bioeconomy Alliance. They're working towards these things. We too can do that on a scale, because at this point in the transformation game, if we want to call it that, and we want to gamify Bucky Fuller style, how we're going to allocate resources, what we need is models of regenerative sustainability that work across bioregions. And so Living Design, our initiative at Seeding Change, is focused on what can scale across bioregions and what do those models look like. And so in some sense, it's model building, and we're always looking for people interested in being a part of the demonstration models of transformative praxis. That is to say, there's certain aspects of daily life that some would look at and call art, some would look at and call regenerative, and some would look at from where they stand and call it transformative. When we go to native communities and we talk about food sovereignty and food systems, they're still living that way. It's not a transformation for them. It's just a magnification of what they're already doing, right? The postmodern industrial complex of fertilizers and petrochemicals has drifted very far in America. The rest of the world, not so much. And so sometimes a lot of this, what we call transformation, that we need in the US, in the West, in Europe, actually has models that have been operating for thousands of years in small bioeconomies in native lands. And so how do we bridge that gap of native knowledge and practice with modern technology and enterprise? And so at Seeding Change, we work in that space to create that fountainhead where those two things can come together so that the magnification of what has worked for thousands of years can be pulled forward into the future in a way that's informed and improved upon, as opposed to set in opposition to these modern systems for food, for water. Because we all know the water management of cities has to evolve. And we need better approaches. And so sometimes we have to look to the past and how they've done it in the past, learn those lessons and pull it into the future. And so there's been some interesting talks about applied materials technology with GeoShip. They're doing really good work. I really thank all those guys and shout out to them. There's been universities like Te Whare Wanana o Aranui Arangi in Aotearoa, where they have fully accredited PhD programs at tribal universities, so shout out to them. Bringing these pieces together and creating the models, even if they're small, even if it's 3, 5, 10 businesses working in what the, normally in business would be called a vertically integrated stack, and reorganizing it to be a circular bioeconomy is firmly where Seeding Change sees the value in events like this, in the work that Elliot's been so graciously putting together, so that we can come together and create those transformative models so that we can lead and, lead by design. At Seeding Change, we call it a living design. Every bioregion has several of them. Bringing those living designs to the forefront and building on them, in my view, is how we get transformative ventures going. Because when people see it, that it can be done, and we're doing it, it'll attract the energy and the attention that we need to grow it and scale it. So thank you very much.
A theme we've been talking about is, so for those that weren't able to join us, the family office event we ran before this event had a very specific theme, transcending impact, systems change.
And systems change is not quite the right language because it kind of implies like that we just need to make tweaks to this system and then things will be okay. What we actually need are new systems. But, and there are many who are, and we've heard from many who are building new systems and new economies and new interfaces for the ecology. But I'm always wary of those who just want to build the new and ignore the old and not work with existing institutions and work with governments and businesses, because it has to be a both and. We have to create the new, but we have to transition the old. And so one, as we create the new, one thing I loved about what we were talking about is that we have to find ways to embed traditional indigenous wisdom into our current practices. And that applies, I think, on both sides of that. As we build new systems, they have to work in harmony with these understandings. And we have to take the existing systems that we're going to look to transition and find ways to embed these principles and practices into them. And so that becomes such an important part. Yes, we need new systems, 100%. But unless we can find ways for the current systems and current businesses to exist more regeneratively, in more harmony with the earth, with people, we'll, my sense, never get there.
Agreed. And one of the things that I think is really a transformative way to think about that Hawaiians have thought about it since kind of modernity, right? The Hawaiian Kingdom goes through an era of modernity in the 1800s and becomes the first non-European nation to join the family of nations. And when we decided to do that, we brought in some very smart people from here on the East Coast. A gentleman named William Little-Lee. His lessons have stuck with the chiefs for hundreds of years, and so we understand them as really ancient knowledge that's made it through modernity. And one of those cornerstone ways that we can evolve the systems that exist is through a fine-grained analysis and implementation of what they call political economy. One of the cornerstones of political economy that we can use to transform the current structure is the idea that in commerce, in business, in enterprises, and ventures, from a bioregion, whether you're from Mexico or Colombia or Hawaii, is that we only sell our surplus. Unless we have enough to feed, to provide for everybody in the community, we don't sell it to somewhere else. It's only when we have a surplus of resources beyond our community's capacity and need that it actually makes sense from a bioregional standpoint to sell those things and export them. Simple rules like that change companies drastically and change business models drastically, because there's a certain level of what we in Hawaii call pono. And when the basket is full and overflowing, when the ipu and the water is overflowing, then we have something to share. And we can create economic exchange based on that. But we have to take care of each other, our families, the next generation of leaders who are coming up. So maybe a round of applause and mahalo for these two young leaders. I'm always in awe of their commitment to join me and walk in the footsteps of all of our collective ancestors, because at some point soon, they're going to be the ones who are leading the charge. They're already starting and they're committed to it. So I mahalo you guys for that.
Well, just before we let you go, when you talk about this idea of only selling the surplus, one, as just this elegant and simple guideline, one, but two, there's something hidden in that. There's a hidden mindset.
Yes, it's a worldview.
It's a worldview that we're actually we're one. And something we've talked about over the course of the last few days is when we say we need to change, we need to be more, what we? It kind of implies that we're already working together as one, and now we just have to shift the ways that we're working in unison. We're not working in unison. And so, but this, and
we need to be.
We need to be, and this is why storytelling, media, and art, which was the track that came right before this, is so important, because storytelling is a way that we that we reinvigorate this shared identity. Before we wrap tonight, we don't talk about it much publicly, but we'll share within Global Unity, memetics, the spread of ideas, is one of the key pillars of movement growth. And there's a perspective that we'll share, a way of seeing things, a paradigm that is a new way to think of what we are that is actually not new. It's ancient. The way we and the earth are all one. And yeah, I love that. And this is where, we can do courses for business that teach them, like, here's how to have a more regenerative supply chain. But if in doing so we can embed a new mindset, or actually an ancient mindset.
And that's a lot of what we do at Seeding Change with Living Design. We have several other initiatives, but people make the world go round, right? A lot of owners, investors, founders have challenges finding the C-suite leaders and teams that can implement their vision and drive the company to actually fulfill the mission, vision, and values and impact that they want. Part of what we do is we help on a personal systems basis with the people, find the right teams, train the right teams, phase the people out and move them into their genius zone, help the ones who are going to stay get the skills, and understand that there's a qualitative difference in company culture that needs to be able to be implemented on a leadership level, and that is actually the job that founders, owners, stakeholders want to see. And so bridging that gap and that leadership role is critical, because the change has to start with us.
Amen. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, continuing on the theme of bioregionalism, one of the things we try to balance is we have to be aspirational. We can do good, but it has to be practical. It has to be rooted in actual change. It can't just be talk. I mean, we say every year, like, we don't need another impact dog and pony show. We need to highlight and build things that create real change. And so there is the storytelling aspect, there is the consciousness change, but there has to be simultaneously new systems. And if we understand the power of bioregionalism as a mindset, as a perspective, what systems can we create to actualize it? Our next panel is going to talk about the need for digital infrastructure to facilitate the actual regeneration across bioregionalism, across bioregional bioregions. So let's welcome up Susanna from Bioregional Embassy, Felix DeRosen, and Sean Anderson. Let's make them feel welcome.
Thank you, Elliot. Hello, everyone. We're at the home stretch here. Nice to see some familiar faces, and so good to hear from Shane really contextualize bioregions and set the frame for this next conversation. Thank you, Sean and Felix, for joining me today. And I'll let you guys really introduce yourselves, but briefly, my name is Susanna Cho, founder, steward, really vessel for the Bioregional Embassy. It's not mine, I'm not, but it's coming through me in service to the planet, and I'm really honored to work alongside such great partners and a whole village that's really receiving this being as it's coming into form. This is, welcome Felix. Felix is a musician, landscape architect, and author. In his role at the Bio5 Project, he worked with communities across North and South America to build resilient bioregional infrastructure. His Substack titled In Praise of You explores how to find meaning and reclaim agency amidst social and ecological collapse. And Sean Anderson is a passionate computer scientist and serial founder applying Web3 and AI technology to regenerative economic design, forest conservation, and environmental data legibility within Symbiosine Labs. So the topic of this conversation is digital public infrastructure for bioregional stewardship. I was originally going to give a talk about the bioregional embassy, but I felt that it's really important to talk about the infrastructure that will enable this bioregional future to come to life. And as both of you have been a part of workshops over the last 9 months at the UN, where we've really incubated the role of the bioregional embassy as the form has followed the function in discovering the reason for being, and instead of forcing this thing to be the X or X, Y, or Z, we've really been in a deep listening process of hearing how an entity like the embassy can serve in facilitating cooperation across member states, across municipalities, inform industries across sectors to have a more place-based design. And really excited to hear from you, Sean, on when we say digital public infrastructure for bioregional stewardship, what does that mean to you from your respective lens of culture and technology? I guess you could talk about the technology piece, and Felix can talk about the culture piece.
Great, Susanna, thank you. Thank you, Elliot, for hosting this incredible event. It's an honor to be here. I'll talk a little bit about the culture first, and then touch on the tech. I do want to say I'm here representing the Cascadia bioregion, where I'm from. Yep, shout out to Cascadia. It's a really interesting bioregion because it's the home, it hosted the 1986 Bioregional Congress in Portland, Oregon, which kicked off the bioregional movement in a lot of ways. So that's part of the lineage that I'm carrying. This past May, I was part of organizing a bioregional financing conference for Cascadia that took place in Seattle. So it's nice to be carrying that torch from the places of inception of the bioregional movement. Specifically, I come from the Cowichan Valley on Vancouver Island, adjacent to the Salish Sea, home of the Cowichan people and the Coast Salish people, which are very strong and well-organized First Nations in the bioregion, which are both north and south of the border. You have the border between Canada and the USA on the west coast there, and it's such a good illustration of bioregionalism because there is so much shared culture north and south of the border. There were people who couldn't make it to the bioregional conference from Canada because they couldn't cross the border. So it was such a strong illustration of the absurdity of nation-state borders in some ways when we share the same watersheds and the same mountain ranges and the same biodiversity and culture and language. It's sad. In fact, there's some indigenous people who have difficulty accessing their traditional territory because of the border that's in place there. So it's such a good illustration of why a bioregional movement is necessary. Now, building on that in terms of the technology, I like to bring things back to simple basics. So in terms of digital public infrastructure, I translate that in my head as a computer scientist to open source. I'm sure a lot of people in here are familiar with the open source movement, free as in freedom, having access to shared tooling and shared knowledge. So anytime that code or software or programs are released onto the internet, or even literature, if you write something and publish it on the internet, I see that as digital public infrastructure. It's the process of sharing patterns and techniques and tools with people around the world. So applying that to the bioregional movement, it's really about getting information and knowledge out there and helping people connect locally. For me, bioregionalism is about connecting to place. So it's about being oriented with where you are physically on this planet. Who has stewarded the land that you're on going back in history? Where does your water come from? Where does your food come from? Where does your power come from? What's the culture and history of your region? So if we can share this information digitally, then that's where my mind goes for digital public infrastructure, for bioregionalism, and I'll get more into that. But yeah, I'll pass it off to Felix to speak to the cultural component.
Great, thank you.
First of all, does work? Yeah. Hi, everybody. Great to be here. Thanks for listening and participating. I want to take a little bit of a step back and talk about why we're even talking about digital public infrastructures. Shane gave a really inspiring talk earlier about what bioregionalism is, what it looks like in Hawaii. And I think our role here is sort of like, okay, how does this play out in practice? How do we actually do this technologically, practically, financially? And so I work with an organization called the BioFi Project, and our goal is to essentially connect funders with bioregioning initiatives through innovative financial architecture. So I'm really interested in how do we actually do this? And there's one thing that's really clear, is that we absolutely need to make use of the best digital technology, because our economic and social systems have evolved so fast in the modern era, but we haven't. Sorry, let me take a little breath here. We live in a completely globalized world, but at the same time, we absolutely need to relocalize. So how do we make the best of both worlds? And technology is an absolute need here. We need technology to coordinate amongst ourselves, to make decisions amongst ourselves, to connect funders and grassroots initiatives. So all of these are absolutely critical to the bioregional movement. I'll leave it at that for now. I could say more, because there's a lot of strands hanging. And, yeah.
Yeah, there are lots of threads that we can weave together from this conversation. And you spoke about the movement that started in the 70s in Cascadia, and I just wanted to note that humans have been practicing bioregionalism for as long as we've been subsisting on land, as Shane alluded to earlier. But the movement was coined in the 70s, and there has been a resurgence, as many of you might know, over the last couple of years. And so I think it's really amazing the work that BioFi Project has been doing, utilizing quadratic voting and funding mechanisms to incentivize better cooperation within and across bioregions to surface folks who are working at this level and affiliating themselves to their bioregion to self-organize across their region and be incentivized to cooperate, incentivized to collaborate, incentivized to share resources, and to actually solve the local problems on the ground, to reduce redundancy and to flow funding in a more effective manner that is decentralized. And I would love for Sean, for you to talk a little bit about how you're applying Web3 and AI for more effective decision-making, and how you're harnessing environmental data in the process, and how these technologies can make ecological and social realities more legible.
Great, thanks, Susanna. Yeah, this is a good time for me to talk about a company that I founded this year, January of this year, co-founded, called Symbiocene Labs. And what we're doing is we are using this emergent, cutting-edge AI technology to create a voice for the earth. That's our intention. So what we've done is we've created an AI platform that is open source and can be forked or modified by anyone, can be used as an educational tool to see how to build AI agents. But what we've done is we've created this infrastructure that creates an autonomous AI personified character that we call Gaia AI. You can chat with Gaia similar to how you would chat to ChatGPT or Claude. It's an AI character personified. But what we did is we put Gaia on social media platforms. So you can find Gaia AI on Twitter or Discord or Telegram and have a chat with this agent that has access to what we call regenerative literature knowledge base. So what we did is we took a handful of podcasts. We took Ma Earth, the Refi podcast, Green Pill, The Great Simplification, and a couple others. We took about 3,000 transcripts from these podcasts and used that as a knowledge base that this agent has access to as you're engaging with it. So it's a way of creating a chat interface to regenerative knowledge and patterns in which a lot of bioregional developments and sort of blueprints and stories are contained. So in addition to having this regenerative literature, we also give direct access to data. So Gaia pulls data from NASA on atmospheric air quality data and water quality data. So you can ask Gaia AI the quality of the drinking water in your area, or the air quality today in New York City, for example. And through this agentic framework, you're able to chat with these knowledge bases and have a dynamic conversation. And as Gaia is out there communicating with people around the world, it's developing a database of memories. So there's an emergent quality as well. As people are having these conversations, it's contributing to this public knowledge base.
Can you also speak to Regen AI and the Regen Commons bit?
Yes, so building off of Gaia AI, we've partnered with the Regen network to build the Regen AI agents, in which we're developing 4 personified AI characters. There is the advocate agent, which advocates for eco credits, carbon credits, water credits, biodiversity credits. Sometimes I think of this as a kind of automated sales funnel for credits, for carbon credits. This is an agent that's out there on the internet that is willing to chat and communicate the benefits and the impact of various projects that are associated with credits and help people move through the path of investing in or purchasing these credits, or purchasing them for offsets, for example. So that's the advocate agent. There's the governor agent, which is an expert of the governance policies on the Regen blockchain. There's the storyteller agent, which is weaving narratives of regeneration and creating stories. And finally, there's the voice of nature, which is very similar to our original Gaia AI agent, where we have this sort of regenerative literature behind this agent, and this agent is meant to be a voice for the earth, a voice for ecosystems, for bioregions, for water, and for plants and animals, and for those kinds of things.
Wow, yeah, so innovative and on the cutting edge of how we can integrate AI and Web3 and geospatial data for bioregional development and for...
Yeah, one thing I'd like to say is when we created the Gaia AI character, in terms of bioregionalism, we gave this character an objective function, its agenda. The agenda of the agent is to get people off their phones and get them connected with local organizations. So we have a database of local impact organizations in places all around the world. And as you're communicating with Gaia, she's kind of trying to guide you towards connecting with local community organizations.
Cool. Speaking of local communities and humans, I would love for Felix for you to speak to agency and what you mean by agency when you talk about meaning and how agency can be reclaimed in times of ecological collapse through this bioregional movement. How do you see bioregional infrastructure, both physical and digital, supporting that sense of agency in communities?
Yeah. So a bioregional initiative is only as powerful and resilient as the diversity of voices that are included in it. So One of the things we talk a lot about at the BioFi project is how do we support our partners, our bioregional partners, in including as many different voices as possible. It has to be a participatory process. Now, usually there's a leadership team, a bioregional leadership team that is kind of organizing people. But if it's only a small group of people, you're going to be missing out on the types of community-based solutions that are ultimately, the bread and butter of bioregionalism. So I start by thinking about participation. And there are so many tools out there that are incredibly powerful, tools in the deliberative democracy space, tools in the participatory web space. Some of them are blockchain-based, some of them aren't, that are absolutely necessary to allow stakeholders in the bioregional movement to cohere, to communicate, to share data and put it on a open source public registry. I also have to say that we're figuring this out. I work with about 25 different bioregioning initiatives across North and South America. The BioFi project ran this 6-month cultivator program where we invited them all into a shared learning journey, trying to understand, okay, how do we do governance? How do we do long-term envisioning? And then how do we create financial architectures in service of that? And right now, there is no easy solution here. There's no one-size-fits-all solution. So we are all experimenting and prototyping. There are some avenues which are very promising. There's many platforms which are incredibly useful. But the other thing to remember is that bioregions come in all shapes and sizes. And Cascadia is relatively large, but sometimes a bioregional initiative is going to be just a watershed. Technically, that's not the definition of a bioregion, but in practice, that's how a lot of these initiatives are actually organizing themselves. So we need a diversity of tools that are appropriate to the diversity of scales and cultures that are involved in these initiatives. And just to bring it back to agency, well, this is what these tools offer, and they need to be customized, they need to be prototyped, and they need to be shared widely. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you. Yes, I love that that reality check. That this is being built in real time by those who are participating from the ground up to collectively shape the future of governance, shape the future of how we're designing these systems. As Elliot spoke to as he was introducing this, we need to facilitate the transition in the most graceful way possible. While a lot of people in the bioregional movement say we're building a whole new system that will make the old obsolete, I believe we have to bridge with our current system to diffuse or distribute power and resources and incentivize better collaboration across member states within an institution like the United Nations to flow the capital that's required to support the livelihoods of those on the ground, while also harnessing, mutual aid networks and ways to barter goods and resources as people become more connected locally and in a more transparent way. That looks like you have something.
Yeah, I want to just add a little bit to that, which is I think we have to be realistic that right now the tools of communication that are available out there are driven by profit, by a certain set of incentives that are not adapted to largely not adapted to bioregional organizing. The work, many of the people who are doing that work of bioregional organizing are doing it as volunteers. They're not getting paid because that work doesn't return immediate financial outcomes, which is what our financial system largely prioritizes. And so I think it's important to have an understanding of why the tools of gathering data, of communicating with each other, of making decisions together, of funding are currently modeled off of a very different form of world building. Yeah.
Yeah, just to add on that, I'd say I see a lot of parallels between the bioregional movement and movements in technology, pure technology, like the open source movement. It's this bottoms-up approach. Bioregionalism is about organizing local first. And this is the exact same thing you see in the blockchain movement with Ethereum or other blockchains spinning up nodes and having these peer-to-peer networks. For me, I see it as a matter of existentialism. I don't think the way that we've constructed this globalized world is sustainable. I think at some point there is collapse happening in different forms. We see that now, and we might see that in the future. I'm particularly concerned with energy security, which might not be the hottest topic in this crowd, but I think at some point there's going to be a forcing function that forces people to move back towards localized ways of being, local resilience, local food networks, local water management, and I think there's going to be a constraint on energy in the future, and moving towards bioregionalism is a way to get a head start on this, creating bioregional supply chains where you can have a complete closed loop of raw material sourcing all the way through commercial production in a local bioregion. I think that's the point that we have to get to, and a term that comes up a lot in this movement is cosmolocalism. So it's making the most of the infrastructure we have in terms of connecting over the internet while still being local. And there's a saying that says, what's heavy should be local and what's light should be global. So when it comes to the blueprints and the patterning and the designs, the information we should be sharing and templating globally, but when it comes to physical resources and materials, we need to start closing those supply chains to be very local.
I'm curious about the infrastructure that's required and the investments that need to be made in order to create the facilities that would enable more efficient distribution of the value that's generated locally. If either of you have any thoughts on that, and would be curious to hear about some successful projects in the cohort that came out of the cultivator.
I'll speak really briefly on it since we have about a minute left. There's a lot of different forms of investment, but the one that we prioritize above all is funding participatory social processes so that you can have the foundational group coherence that can actually that is necessary for everything else to happen.
Yeah, quickly I would add, I'm a big fan of credit markets, carbon credits, for example. I know there's been tons of issues at scale in credit markets, but another company I work on is Quaxala, which is a forest conservation company that's majority indigenous owned, and that's really important for our team. But we see forests being protected through the use of carbon credits to generate revenue for communities. So I think it's really important and fundamental that we shift our value systems away from purely financial capital and towards other forms of capital, like natural capital, for example. So I'm a huge fan of these new types of financial instruments that can assign value to some. For example, a forest traditionally is only valued dead. Forest is valued as timber. Living trees are often seen as liabilities. So if we can assign value to a living forest rather than just a dead forest, that's the direction I'm interested in going, and I think credits are getting us there. It's still early, but yeah.
Awesome, thank you. And do you have any last words or any action that you would invite the participants here to take?
Connect with your local bioregional organizing team. If you don't know where it is, maybe I can point you in the right direction. Yeah.
Yeah, just the one thing I would say, what I like to say to people is go to your local farmer's market and talk to people. Civic engagement, get involved in some sort of association, and talk to people in your community. I think that's the best first step into bioregionalism.
Awesome. Thank you guys for building all the things that you're building and allowing this vision to flourish. I wanted to just like plant a seed for the world in 5, 10, 20, 200 years from now to imagine representatives of bioregions coming together to inform the priorities that we ought to be taking into consideration and to determine our key interventions, utilizing things like AI to flow funding more quicker to those on the ground doing the work. And as the Green Climate Fund, the largest green climate fund that is moving, let's see how much they're moving, $66.8 billion across 133 developing countries, or in the Global Environment Facility that's moving $5.6 million across 146 countries. I really encourage people who are working on moving capital to look to a way to create a framework that would connect the projects on the ground and incentivize them to work better together as the capital moves from the top down, and we build these bridges for the bottom up to be seen and supported. So very, very exciting work, you guys. Thank you so much for joining and sharing today, and Elliot for all the hard work that you have done to put this event together, and for everyone for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So few things I heard that really struck me. One, we spoke while we heard from Ethan from Creative 3D Technologies, this kind of factory in a box. One of the impact masterminds we put together is around creating a decentralized supply chain. And I haven't heard it framed as like a bioregional supply chain, right? Like, if we know bioregionalism and the interconnectedness along bioregions is so important, then yeah, let's emphasize the supply chain connectivity there. That seems, now that you say it, like an obvious thing. But I really like the emphasis on, we're even in a conversation around digital technology. Okay, where should investment go? On communal engagement. Like, if we're recognizing that, okay, we can measure the health of our bioregions, and bioregionalism itself is a way to see the relationships between us and our neighbors, then there has to be a social component of how do we make decisions together? How do we engage each other in deciding what are good ways to move forward together? How to use resources? What are priorities? And this is where, as we were talking about at the Family Office event, just the idea of bioregionalism itself is kind of a unifying force, because it forces us to come together. And although yes, we need technologies to better sense, do need cartography for the earth. What does each bioregion need? What does each community need within that bioregion? It has to be the both and of the technological and the social. So really appreciate that. Very quickly before we move on, how can this community help or be of service to each of you in your work?
Thanks. I'm going to repeat what I said earlier. Engage with your local bioregional organizing team. Check us out also on biophi.earth. That's our website. We have tons of resources. I published a guide there earlier on bioregional mapping and planning, which is all about how to sense make in a participatory way the intelligence of place. So it's a great tool for people who are both new but also seasoned. So just check us out and find me after this and we can chat more.
Yeah, happy to chat with anyone interested. Please go to GaiaAI.xyz to check out the Gaia AI platform. Chat with Gaia. Our agents learn through dialogue, so having a conversation is highly beneficial. It's Gaia AI XYZ on Twitter, or you can get access through Telegram or Discord. And yeah, just I'm interested to hear from all of you and learn about your expertise and how we could collaborate.
Thank you. And for me, with the Bioregional Embassy, as this becomes more public, keep an eye out on bioregionalembassy.network. We intend to create an embassy per bioregion. There's 185 bioregions according to the One Earth map. So looking for people who would like to steward that embassy, and countries who are interested in working together on that. So many ways to support. Please just reach out. I would be happy to talk and explore how we can work together. Thank you.
Beautiful, thank you. And at the after our last talk, we're going to actually squeeze in a little extra space for Jorge from Refi DAO, because they're going to talk about ways that some of the bioregional work can be funded. And after that, as we close, we're actually going to share Love Gaia AI. Charles Eisenstein's spoken a lot about the kind of Gaia mindset. We're going to share something that's an innovation from Global Unity that offers maybe an enhanced perspective on what we are that incorporates that thinking. But yeah, thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to hear from someone who's working to do this work on the ground to regenerate. Hands up if you are familiar with Lake Atitlan. So yeah, so in Guatemala, this giant, beautiful lake is kind of the center of a lot of activity, a lot of resource for the country, a lot of economic activity, and it's through human activities now, in a very bad way. And so we're going to hear from Zachary Townsmith on regenerating Lake Atitlan and how that itself must be a collective effort. Let's make him feel welcome. Come on up, Zachary.
Hello. I'd like to begin by just inviting a pause. So just take a minute. I know it's been a long week. Find your feet on the ground, connected to the earth. Maybe the crown wants to rise toward the sky, and find your breath. There's no need to force it. Just notice. Notice what's coming up in your body. Maybe there's some tension, maybe there's some flow, maybe there's some excitement, energy. Notice where it is. Just allow that. Come back to the breath. The heart pumping your inner watershed. We'll take one breath together. So we'll inhale deeply and exhale with a sigh. And open your eyes if they're closed. And I invite you to turn to someone next to you. So this works best in partners. We're just going to play a real quick game. And what I'm going to invite you to do is to just check in with that state, your current state. And the person with longer hair is going to make a motion, an expression, either with face, arms, that reflects that inner state. And the other person is going to mirror that. So you're going to be a reflection of each other for a moment. So go ahead. Person with longer hair, you just allow that inner state to be expressed. Other person mirrors. Beautiful. And switch now. Keep it playful. Wonderful. So we'll take one more breath together now and come back and exhale. Just taking a moment to pause, play, and listen deeply here to everything that's coming up over these days, right? This spring is part of our land in Tennessee. I know he said I was going to talk about Guatemala. I'm going to get there, but we start first where watershed begins. And in Seven Springs, we've made a place for people to come together and pause and play and to listen deeply to each other, organizations and people, and with this idea that if this change can be made on one person, then further downstream, that system can be affected in ways that we can't even imagine. And in fact, that's why we're here, right? The first place where I was really working in watershed was Lake Atitlan. This is a beautiful volcanic lake, the highlands of Guatemala, which, as Elliot was mentioning, is plagued with lots of challenges. But my first experience on the lake was through music. My band from Guatemala City came out to the lake on weekends, and we'd play, we'd pause, play, and listen deeply to the lake and to each other and form community around this art that we've been hearing about too. And in 2009, we were invited to play a benefit concert for the lake because there was a massive algae bloom that happened. And it was a wake-up call for everybody, right? The years of undertreated and untreated sewage, the erosion from agricultural fields that were over-fertilized, and plastics had just taken their toll. And this wake-up call was 15 years ago, and unfortunately, things have not changed that much since then. There have been some initiatives, but in general, traumas upon traumas and the cycle of corruption and mistrust has led to nothing really taking hold. It's not to say that there's nothing, right? There are projects going on with Contour Lines, an organization that works to build fruit forests along Contour with local farmers. There's also a big project which has been proposed now for 10 years to make an extractive pipe, so a pipe that runs around the basin of the lake and pumps it out over the mountains and makes fertilizer and then sells the fertilizer to the sugarcane companies. But understandably, the indigenous population, when told about this by the foreigners, were just very mistrustful. Just one more project trying to steal our water. Hasn't gotten any traction and has in fact mostly been abandoned because of being presented the wrong way. And that's a challenge with systems. If we want to change a system, it really has to be from inside the system. Nothing from outside is going to work. So my first intervention on the lake was with a nonprofit I was working with in 2014. We brought this process of collaborative design, and together with an organization called Konohel, we paused, played, listened deeply to each other over 8 weeks. And one of the women who participated in this said to me, "This is the first time anybody's ever asked me my opinion, let alone listen to it." And this galvanized me in this process, and out of this came the town's first social enterprise. There's a restaurant that's still there today. You can go and eat simply delicious food, and the profits from this restaurant fund nutrition programs and young leadership. So it's a really beautiful example of these slight changes inside people can lead to long-term systemic change downstream. I moved away from nonprofits and into a more social enterprise model. And together with 6 friends, we have a consensus-based structure, and we developed this beautiful hotel with the idea that we could attract people with more resources to the lake and give them an experience that would connect them with the lake and convert them into allies, essentially. And before we had even finished construction, we decided to hold a summit. And this was about really building people were talking about this yesterday as well, our social, our cultural, our ecological, and our spiritual capital. And over the 3 days, about 30 different leaders came together, and we paused, played, and listened deeply to each other, right? And a collective vision was born out of this, and the group then lobbied the mayor, and in about a month, he had banned single-use plastics and styrofoam in the municipality. So it's not the end of the story, right? There's still plenty of that going on, and enforcement is another thing, but it's a step, right? And this is the way that, again, these small interchanges can lead to with greater systemic impact. And now we have 3 prototypes going on, using the hotel as a leverage, right? We've got the first one, which is Social Innovation Academy, where we work with leaders of local nonprofits to give them the skills so that they can lead these kinds of processes themselves, help them to pause, play, and listen deeply to their constituents and to the rest of the people they work with so that they can downstream make bigger ripples. We also have a program that connects our guests with curated experiences. We work with local nonprofits to develop these experiences, offer them to our guests. It's a win for the nonprofits. They get new long-term allies. It's a win for our guests. It's a win for us because we're differentiated, right? So there's all these wins that are happening, but that can only come when we really stop and co-create solutions to these things that are going on. And the third thing we have is a global, local think tank. Twice a year, we bring people like you all together with local leaders to pause, play, and listen deeply to each other. This awareness-based systems change is so powerful, and it really feels like the only way forward in this really challenging ecosystem. So bringing it back to where we are here now, right? In this watershed. Today is the International Day of the Rivers. Can you get a what up for the rivers? Yeah. Sometimes things just align like that, right? So I'd like to again invite you just to pause for a moment. And again, tune in. You know, I've said some things, lots of people have said some things, you've been listening, you've been sharing, you've been meeting people, but just again, tune in with your breath. Notice your body. We get so wrapped up in our heads often. Notice your heart. Notice any sensations, feelings, thoughts coming up. And notice if there's anything in you that's wanting to come out as a prototype as you leave this Transformative Impact Summit. What small action are you willing to commit to taking upon leaving here? Because these are the ripples. These are the things that are going to change our world. They're going to create impact downstream that's going to change these systems or create new systems or both, as we were all talking about, right? So what I invite you to do now is turn to the person you were playing with earlier and speak out loud. One commitment, one action that you're willing to take to bring forward something that's moved in your body. And this doesn't need to come from your head, right? Allow it to come from wherever it wants to come from. But what are you willing to do? Just take a moment and share it, both of you, all of you. I want to hear you sharing one thing you're committing to. For myself, I commit to calling everybody whose card I have. It's a big one. I hear lots of low voices there. Beautiful things being shared. Commitments. Because these are the ripples, right? And I hope that you're leaving here with your glass full. I hope that you're leaving here really feeling empowered, because we can't empower anyone. We just have to empower ourselves, right? And that happens when we pause, when we listen deeply to ourselves and to each other, and when we give ourselves a chance to play. So I really appreciate your listening here. I don't have any answers to any of this, but that's why we're here, right? That's why we're doing this awareness-based system change and understanding that no one person can have the solutions. It's together that we build these. Thank you very much for the time. Thank you, Elliot. Thank you, everybody.
Nice work. Thank you. So, Lake Atitlan, like such a vital part of Guatemala. The only way it could be rejuvenated is through a collective effort. So normally we ask, how can we help? How can this community be of service? It's often for someone who's leading an effort that they have kind of full agency over.
how do you think about that in this context? The question of how can we help? How can we be of service?
Yeah, it's something I've definitely been trying to figure out. But I think that, one thing you can do is come. Become an ally, become a part of the ecosystem down there just by bringing your body into that physical space. And you may have an idea, you may meet someone, something may spark. Funding is necessary. There's funding for some of these projects, but funding that's hard to get is funding that's for building spaces of dialogue and not specific projects, right? So if there's funders out there that want to fund projects that are not outcome-based, but that are relationship-based, around how many relationships can we build and how much trust can we develop, those are the kinds of funds that could be useful in these cases, because it's impossible to link it to a specific outcome without any clarity around if it's going to be adopted by the myriad of different organizations that are the power brokers and stakeholders in those sections.
Mm-hmm. How much? So one of our sponsors, Symbiosis, part of the Better World ecosystem, they have incredible collaboration tools, but online tools. How much adoption do you think there might be for those kinds of tools in a more rural setting?
It's hard to say. Everybody's on Facebook, but whether or not they're using other kinds of tools for that is hard to say. It's my experience there has been getting people face to face is the best way to do things, especially in the older generations. With younger generations, it's definitely possible that online collaboration could be a key to gathering some momentum.
Okay. Well, appreciate the work, and yeah, it's so needed. What a treasure for Guatemala, South America, and the world. And so I introduced you backstage some partners that I think might be able to be of support that we're going to hear from soon, but we'll keep the conversation going.
Yeah, so many people that I've met that really just inspiring me to say, oh yeah, well, let's talk to people about that. Let's try that. And I really feel about this lake, it's a microcosm. If we can save the waters of this lake, it might just be possible we can save the rest of the waters. So.
Amen. Okay, thank you. All right, up next, there are very few folks that have spoken at every Transformative Impact Summit in New York. And our next speaker's a dear friend of mine who I actually met because I was, for the first New York Transformative Impact Summit, I just happened to be Airbnb-ing his place, and as we got talking, I learned what he did, and I was like, oh man, you should totally be sharing this. We know how caustic so much of the chemicals that go into big ag and agriculture more broadly, and all the problems that come with that. Smallholder farmers are really stuck on this addiction wheel with the Monsantos and the various companies that whose products harm the soil so much that the only way they can keep productive is to basically keep addicted to these soil steroids. And when I first learned about what NATO's going to talk about with Phenom Biotech, they've been university-backed studies, recently published in a science journal, incredible results in so many different spaces: agriculture, animal husbandry, soil remediation, water remediation, composting, with zero chemicals, zero hormones, zero GMO. We had been talking for 6 or 7 months before I finally asked, how? Zero chemicals? They use electromagnetism to create their products, which at first sounds a little woo, but again, science, published in science journals, university-backed studies since the beginning. And so I feel like Phenom is something I've been trying to promote since day one, introducing to a number of investors. Every study, every test that they do with their clients is producing incredible results. So very happy to welcome up a good friend, Nito Bellucci. Let's make him feel welcome. You want a mic?
Yes.
What time will be up there?
Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you. It's through these 2 days, one word came through very often, actually two probably, but the same words, gap and space. Gap and space. And this is something that I'm actually obsessed with, to the point that I'm writing a book, but more in the psychology side of it. But this is the philosophy of our company, how we have tackled the huge gap between how we produce the food and how we use the resources of the waste of food. There is a huge gap that unfortunately through past generations we've been struggling with, and now there is a different form to tackle this gap. Our proposal, this is the quote, famous quote that we got inspired from, between the stimulus and the response there's a gap. The gap, you have power to choose how we respond. The response is our freedom, our growth. I hope you guys inspired by this too. And the way that we tackle the gap is one focus. Our why is definitely remove the chemicals, definitely produce all natural, but most important, offer the company, the producer, the opportunity to boost their productivity, to boost the quality and the quantity. Because if we do that, then it's much easier to change the mentality to approach from chemicals to natural, from big corporation to small opportunity corporation collaborate with us. Without this opportunity, the company that produce the food and the environment see it, unfortunately, they have struggled to change. And that's our goal. We chose to reshape the B2B business industry, waste management sector by eliminating the chemicals while boosting products quality and productivity. And in other words, in a simple way that we can express the way that we tackle this business is that we do not use the old system of ponderant method, which is mean we give a certain amount of products of fertilizer or food to the animals or to the agriculture, to the soil, but we focus on how much they really need in order to be boosted. That completely change it to the environment, to the system, because that means we don't waste research, and also we are more affordable, because that obviously there is also economical impact. And for this reason, we're able to maximize it by 3x quantity, quality, and also the productivity. Our technology is called EPT, Energized Potential Technology. I make it simple. We use electromagnetism to basically extrapolate and boost the enzyme, the real nature, the power of the products into the field of magnetism. Very simple, but very complicated story. That's not important. Important is the result. And we have a few scientific research that has been helping us to definitely confirm the validity of our products, which is a key in this market, by independent research university, which one we collaborate in. More are coming. They are proving the abstracts, they're proving our capacity to overcome, to overboost the chemicals versus the natural product we produce. And that's a key, because once we have research that shows our capacity to be effective like chemicals, then obviously is the key game changer for the business. This is one publication. We have a few coming too. And our focus are based on two main products. First of all, natural phosphate. The reason why we do focus on this is because by applying natural phosphate means we don't use the chemicals to create observations or better the availability of the phosphate. Imagine that animals or plants, when they get phosphate, which is one of the main components of agriculture or food, animal food, that phosphate is chemical treated. So now imagine a baby that is injecting chemicals as soon as they're born. Obviously, what happened to the intestine and to the digestive system is that there is a reactivity to the chemicals. And therefore, before you start to getting the value from the fertilizer for the food, there is a gap, the famous space and a gap. And that gap is where we are tackled. Because we're chemicals, because we produce, and I think we are the only company in the world that is able to produce a natural phosphate, that is our capacity to boost the products, the quality, and the results. Because in that gap between the absorptions of the chemical phosphate, which in our case doesn't need it because it's natural, in the digestive system is for animals, and the absorbing system for agriculture, it does impact the growth and the quality of the products. That's a game changer, first of all. And second of all, the incredible result is the remaining availability of the chemicals. In our case, we're capable to produce 32 to 40% available phosphate versus chemicals only 4 and 10%. That means 60 to 68 remaining clean phosphate versus 90 to 96. Now imagine this: a phosphate is not a natural; it's a natural resource, not renewable. There is a projected that by 60 years, maybe less or maybe more, we have no more phosphate. Our philosophy and our idea of a solution, it might be boosted by 3 times, 4 times the availability of phosphate on the planet in the moment that basically we're able to produce more natural phosphate. And that's a comparison chart between the actual products of phosphate compared to ours. You can see very quickly how much we're able to produce better phosphate by almost double in our case or triple in our case. This is a few research that show our capacity. This is the citric acid. Second component for us is the capacity to produce by citric acid an incredible disinfectant as well as immune system element for animals and for plants. Our philosophy is not use, for example, fungicide as in the moment that the fungi has been attacked, but as a protector. So we use our products before the seeding, and during the seeding, that's why it become a very potent fertilizer, very potent protector. In the moment that there is an attack from bacteria or fungi, we are capable to transform those bacteria, those fungi, into actually a booster for the plants. And that's why same objectives, same goals, same missions. We use nature to boost nature. We're able to do 3 times better than chemicals by using a bacteria as a sort of fertilizer rather than enemy. And so in this case, the tackle of agriculture, we are focused on the comprehensive pest and fungi, enhanced germination, and most important, rapid compost, in the sense that with the resources that we recycle through the agriculture and animal, we are capable to create incredible composting that we see in the next slide. That means we are creating a circular economy without overspending, without using wasting our resources. This is a few comparison between our products. EC pipe product is the one that I show you first, the scientific research, and it shows that our capacity to overcome to the chemicals, but this slide is much more interesting because that's what numbers is. On the first one, phenol products, the second one is conventional products. With $148 for hectares, we produce a better result than chemicals that cost $285 per hectare. That means huge impact. It means basically $120 less for hectares, euro for hectares. But the most fascinating part is the result. We know, for hectare, the phenol produce 15 quintals of products versus 6 to 8 versus chemicals. On the other side, the product value increase. We jump from 16 to 11 versus the chemicals. And this is the big difference between the substitutions of chemicals with our products in terms of economic value, in terms of quantity, in terms of quality. This is a percentage slide. For 68% in terms of quality value, 46% in terms of quantity, 51% in terms of cost reductions. And this is why we aim, we focus on the idea that we 3x the result. This is another important message we want to share in terms of logistics. One of the main problems of this market in terms of cost, but also in terms of environmentally impact to cost. In order to farm an hectare of land, it takes about 300 kilos of fertilizer. Now imagine this is a bag, a kilo, imagine 300 of them. How much cost, how much impact, how much logistic necessity in order for moving these products. With us, only 2 liters, so a container. You can deliver it with a Vespa and then you're done with it. That's a major impact in terms of economy, in terms of logistics, in terms of cost, and in terms of environment. And that's something we are actually very proud of it, because that's helped us to really enter into this field strongly. This is a cycle of how we tackle the agricultures with different products that basically cover the entire cycle from pre-harvest to harvest, post-harvest. Same thing with animals. We produce animal feeding. Same concept. Phosphate is one of them. Base of animal feeding is phosphate. Natural phosphate is opportunity for animals to don't have digestive issues, so therefore boost the quality and the quantity. And this become same concept of the opportunity to grow. 9.8% disease incidence, 7.5 mortality rates versus the competition, the chemicals, which increase double of it. So this is something that we are being very, very focused on it, reduce the mortality of animals, which also impact tremendously over the productivity of the company. Very important opportunity is on the production of the milk for cows, where we have opportunity to basically boost the quality of the milk production by 25%, with total of 29%, versus the increase of the production, which is zero, which is incredible because that makes us an extremely valuable partner for a company that produce cow milk. Same slide, same concept compared to agriculture. This is the revelation of the 3x for our products into animal. In particular, 50% improve the quality, 20% improve the weight of the animals, with the 50% impact of the cost, minus 50% impact of the cost. And something that I'm really proud of it, which is probably not even considered much, this is an image of animals that have been farmed grass-fed. And most of them, they have this ring on the ear. You might have noticed those. Those are curated, which is a chemical that allows the animals to not have flies. So flies are attracted by the smell, and therefore they stress the animals, and they notice that, this amount of fly reduce the growth, reduce the quality of the meat. So what they're doing, it produces curated, which is the green that's put in here, and it goes into the animals, and the animals absorb these chemicals, and at the end of the cycle, there's chemicals into the meat. So we are eating those. What we noticed that with our ingestion of natural phosphate in our products, flies are reduced because the animals per se produce less body chemicals, and therefore there is less attractions from the fly on the body, so less stress, better meat at the end of the cycle. This is fascinating, and that is something that we definitely are putting the equation and boosting. Same concept, we tackle the environment, the business with different products. And the last one is waste control. We are capable to produce with our enzyme, to our citric acid, boost the quality of the compost by 300%. Usually it takes about 60, 90 days to produce a compost on air, outdoor. We do this in 30 days. But the most fascinating part is the quality. We increase the quality of the compost from usually 20% that's regular value to 60%. So now this 60% become an extremely valuable product to be sold on the market, so it creates a circular economy. And that's why we create a 70% less cost. But the most cool part is that, what is it? Okay, the odor. In about a few hours, the horrible smell that produces the compost. So one of the reasons why those compost facilities are located hundreds of miles away from cities, which is also cost, transportations, and so far, we are capable to run the corner because in about a few hours there is no more smell. And this is a huge impact opportunity for cost, for facility, for center, for small center to basically do this compost right on the corner without being tackling with space and so far. And because we reduce the smell, that means less fly, less animals, less mice, less so. So all these impact into the cycling of the opportunity and then the benefit. Last one, to finish, our EPT produce citric acid, produce a very powerful disinfectant, and we aim to substitute the disinfectant cleaning for truck transportation site. They use chemicals, usually most like chlorine we noticed that our products by lab, by research, is much more powerful than chlorine, and that's just by natural product we can substitute also this other chemical. Thank you so much for attention. It was amazing to be here.
So, I mean, since I first learned about it, it feels like, wow, real miracle product or suite of products for so many spaces. I know every test you've told me about with prospective clients just like blowing it out of the water. How can we help? What do you need?
You've always been so helpful since we met. Right now, I want to introduce a few jokes that they can be very interesting in the participation. We are now finally moving to the real investment opportunity. We're now testing products. We've been confirming our capacity, the MPV products. So now we're ready to propose our plan to the investors, more for the commercial side than for developing. Because developing, we are most likely super well done. Now we go to commercialization, which is fascinating because our results are incredible. We have a lot of attentions, but obviously productions, transportations, facility, commercial team, it costs money. So we are looking for partner, distribution partner, and investors that want to join to.
What scale of investment?
In terms of numbers?
Yeah.
Millions?
Yeah.
Well, they say that we focus and centralize into areas, South America and Italy per se. The idea that we have a facility available in north of Italy, which is giving us a land and a property that can become our first lab officially showroom that we can invite and show the result of products. That's something that ideally it's a project worth probably a couple $1 million to launch it. And that could be an amazing opportunity for us to see the quality of the products without go around the world and make a test. We can do tests on the ground with our own facility and show the result, and then of course mimic them. Because every test that we do company, it's a fortune. I'm investing money.
Right.
And so the idea to have a sort of showroom, it's an opportunity for us. And South America, hopefully the Ecuador result are coming in next few weeks, and those can really open the huge window for us, because huge door for us, because that could be game changer. So according to the results, we definitely want to look for investors in the South America area as well.
Okay, amazing.
Thank you so much.
Okay, just in the final stretch, last few speakers. We got to hear a few times throughout the last few days. If you were at the family office event, you got to hear from not only Yulia Becker from Villa Gaia and the really powerful Better World ecosystem, but also from Gian Andrea Giamanco and Alex Alegria, who are building such a robust ecosystem, bringing not only real innovations on the funding side, but new ways of collaborating among SMEs. And someone that I was introduced to right before I left Tuscany on my last trip has got such a powerful, we just heard as an example, NATO and Phenom Biotech, real like miracle product. And there's this idea, certainly not a soil expert, so I had no clue that two patches of soil like 20 yards away from each other the same product might not grow as effectively in each of them. They have their own dynamics, acidity levels, hydration levels, etc. And so soil testing becomes very important. And where is soil testing done? In universities. The very limited spaces for universities to do soil testing are basically bought up by the big ag companies. And so there is no kind of public good space for soil testing. And Marco from BICO, who developed MEGA, this CERN of agriculture, is going to talk about what can be a real powerful breakthrough and a real public good for agriculture writ large. So let's welcome him up. Marco, come on up.
Wasn't expected to be.
Oh,
yeah.
sorry.
No way.
Oh.
Ok. Ciao, buonasera, and grazie Elliot for inviting me here to New York. And being the last speaker, you know, is tough. Everyone's already had all the good ideas, and I cannot make you like stand up or maybe meditate like these days. But let's start. You know, Elliot and I, we met in Tuscany, as he said, in Grosseto, in the heart of Tuscany Maremma. Maybe you know that part of, for the wines, the Tuscany Maremma, Brunello di Montalcino or Sassicaia, you listen these days about Villa Gaia. They are my neighbors, that's there, we met there. Well, I moved in Grosseto from another beautiful place, Parma. You know that because it's the city of Parmesan. Parma is a beautiful city, as Grosseto is, but it sits in the Po Valley, where the air isn't always kind. It's one of the most polluted places in Europe. And I moved to Grosseto for two reasons. My son, Leonardo, who is 3 years old, so he's watching me, so say hello to Leonardo, maybe he can say hello to you, and agriculture. And I wanted him to grow up close to nature, and I want to work to change agriculture there. So we started building. We built the largest greenhouses for tomatoes in Italy. We launched an investment fund that turned research into startups. We created a venture builder in agritech. Across Italy, pezzo dopo pezzo, piece by piece. And I thought, we are changing agriculture. And then I realized it wasn't enough, not even close. So, agriculture is our oldest technology. In many ways, the first system-changing tool humanity ever built. But we haven't changed it how we change it. For millennia, the only thing that really changed was the source of power. Think of it. First people, then animals, then engines, then data, and now AI. But same field, same bet, just faster tractors. And we optimize one word to exhaustion: productivity. More, and more. Until you start to feel that if we keep pushing the same lever, one day we might produce nothing. And on day one, here, someone said, we already have the technology to change things. And I agree. But AI is just a tool, and a tractor with AI is still a tractor. It doesn't change the logic of agriculture. So, what does? I believe agriculture changes when people and nature work together, when we learn from nature and then accelerate what it already does. And I had a story this week about a village in Bhutan. Tough land, harsh conditions, and yet people found plants that survived there, then selected and crossed them, season after season, until a crop became the right crop for that place. That, to me, was the first deep tech: human selection, patience, and love for the land. This is the earth of it. It's not about the perfect seed, but the perfect match, the right seed in the right place, in the right time. But agriculture is low. By 2050, we'll be nearly 10 billion. We'll need around 70% more food with less land, less water. You know these numbers. But for me, they stopped being numbers the day I became Leonardo's dad. Because the question changed from, can we grow more, to what would am I building for him? And I'll be honest, listening to all the talks these 2 days, including mine, I felt something uncomfortable. We say we do this for the world, but sometimes, deep down, we know that we do it for ourselves. To feel that we are on the right side of the history, to make sense of unease we feel. And for me, that unease became clarity. I'm not here to optimize the old game. I'm here to change it for Leonardo and for the people that you love. So how we do change this? We stop waiting for fields to teach us slowly, and we learn faster from nature in a place built for learning. That place for us is Mega. Think of it as a campus where each room is a miniature Earth. We can recreate drought or flood, acidic soil or polluted fields, for example, even the light of another planet, and then measure everything a plant does. Not to play God, but to listen better, to run dozens of cycles instead of 1 or 2 per year, to compress years into months, to discover which plants belong and where, and why. And you might ask, why hasn't anyone done it before? Why doesn't this really exist? This already exists? Because the capacity is fragmented. The biggest facilities, if you think it's in Canada, with only a few hundreds of chambers. Here in New York, there are only a couple of dozen, and they are usually universities. As Elliot already said, universities are incredible, but their pace is set by grants, publications, funds, commissions, and corporates, by the way, do brilliant work and they collaborate with university, but often behind closed doors. So what we need is a facilities that is industrial in scale, independent in governance, and open by design. A place to learn together. And Mega came from the CERN of agriculture. It's like the CERN in Geneva. And we're trying to build that in Italy, but it didn't arrive here alone. In Tuscany and in Italy, with Tucidi and Bico, we have been building pieces. As I said, startups about water, proteins, sensors, soil, beautiful pieces that we saw even here in these days. But pieces need a table, and Mega is that table. It's not a startup, it's an infrastructure where pieces belong together. So Mega is a system-changing venture. And you can see the numbers on the slide. These are targets, these are not trophies. More yield with less water and fewer inputs, measurable carbon capture in soil. But beyond these numbers, here's my real KPI. Can Leonardo breathe this air? Can farmers sleep at night? Can we feed people without breaking the place we live in? And we already have kind of an answer. We already validated what I'm saying. We did over 100 POC across Italy in schools and universities. We did a lot of that chambers. And so we know what Mega can do in just 1 year. It can be like a little country to test. It accelerates the change in agriculture per rate if you compare with the normal field. So Lord Kelvin said, if you cannot measure it, you cannot improve it. And Mega is where we go to measure so that we can improve. Not one farm at a time, not one field at a time, but at the speed this century requires. And I'm not here to do a pitch, I'm here to invite you into a story where people and nature learn together again, where capital becomes time, the most precious input, and where we build for those who come after us. I began this talk with Leonardo, and I land with him. This is the world I want to build for my son and for yours. Grazie.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Amazing work. So this one theme we've had, one theme we've had all weekend is this idea that impact needs infrastructure.
Yep.
And agriculture needs infrastructure. And yes, we need
which we'll hear about in a sec. We need education, we need better products, we need better distribution channels, but this really feels like a public good, something that if we were trying to do need cartography, if we're trying to understand the actual needs of not only individuals, but the earth, well, we have to be very precise with that because, again, soil in one region is very different from soil in another, and what it needs to be understood. And unless we have something like Mega, I don't know how we do it, right? And so there's obviously the funding side to support the establishment of this, but what else is needed?
Yeah, I mean, look, as you know, we are entrepreneurs, we are startup, we build startups. So we build Mega as a startups. The money that we are seeking are from venture capitalists, for family office, because Mega has returns. We don't think that is only a public infrastructure in this case. So for sure, we need a part of the money that we are raising to building Mega. We already secure some of our funding. The second part is collaboration with government, with institution, with a lot of people that you introduced me in these days to understand what we can do, because Mega, it will be like a centralized infrastructure, and now it seems that it will be like the biggest one. But I think that the next step, it will be building different Mega in different countries, biggest than that. And so we are making the technology available at the cheapest price, but after that we need people that using that in the countries.
So who would be, you mentioned government officials, who would be the ideal partners?
I think that it depends on state. If you are in the United States, it's completely different from East Africa, for example, or from Southeast Asia. And you can start from government, NGO, on whatever there are. For example, in Europe, we have this corporation made from farmers, for example. That will be people what we wish to talk.
Okay, well, we'll help out.
Thank you, Elliot.
Thank you. Okay, intended to be our last speaker or the final, but we're gonna squeeze one more person in. I think has something really important to share. Before we do, there is a need we need to improve the way we grow. We need not only to improve the products we offer, build infrastructure, whether it be as public goods or as businesses. We also need to educate as we learn better how to care for soil, how to care for the earth. We need to spread that knowledge, and so happy to introduce Evan from Soil Food Web, which teaches farmers and consultants about regenerative agriculture and soil health. Let's make him feel welcome. Come on up.
Thank you, Elliot, and thank you to the TIS team for having me here. My name is Evan Buckman. I'm a student of life and service to life, and I'm here to talk about the Soil Food Web. The Soil Food Web is a term that was coined and largely popularized by a woman named Dr. Elaine Ingham. She's a pioneering scientist in her field who established a lot of the foundational science in soil biology that a lot of the times we take for granted. When she started her career, science itself said that soil biology has nothing to do with plant health. Now, of course, we know that's not the case, but she had to fight very hard for a very long time to establish and define to the world that actually is the case. And she did so with breakthrough innovations, like deciding to actually look at the life beneath our feet, where she found out that it wasn't just organic matter and NPKs as the agricultural textbooks might tell you, but that there are bacteria and fungi and nematodes and arthropods and cute little tardigrades like the one you see on the top right there. So the Soil Food Web is a school that she started that teaches farmers and consultants around the world about soil microbiology and about how to farm without chemicals. We do this for a lot of reasons, so that people who are motivated to serve the soil can create a meaningful livelihood, so that we can restore ecologies and landscapes at scale, and so that we can transition agriculture away from the chemical dependence, which is drawing a lot of the profit away from the farmer while it draws the natural resource away from the earth. And as a result, we create resilience to all the stresses that farmers face and more profitability at the end of the day. So there's a lot of problems. I know we're short on time, and it's getting to the end of the day. And since it's Climate Week, and this is a venue focused mostly on hope, I don't want to stress too much on this. But our food system is really broken. And I'm going to focus a little bit on the climate aspects of this next. Scientists for a really long time have been talking about 1.5 degrees Celsius as a marker of tipping point that is going to be hard to recover from. We've reached that tipping point. It's no longer a future scenario. As a teacher of mine told me, no amount of future emissions is going to cause the problems that we're facing today. In 2024, there were over 600 extreme weather events, 150 of which were unprecedented, which resulted in the displacement of 10% of the human population on Earth. That's hundreds of millions of people who are currently displaced, not as a future prospect, but right now. So we're in crisis, and that crisis is urgent, but there's a lot that we can do. So just leaning in to that a little bit more. This is a map of the planetary boundaries. A lot of climate science is focused on CO2, which you can see is in the risk zone, but there are a lot of areas, or 3 key areas, that are in absolutely critical zones. One of those is biodiversity loss. We've already lost, on average, about 3/4 of the species on the planet Earth. In some areas, that's as high as 95%. Another area is the nitrogen cycle. That's largely driven by farming, agricultural runoff, manures, things that we don't take as much account for as I think we should. The speaker earlier was talking about Guatemala and untreated sewage and the devastation that's wreaking on his local bioregion. Another area is the introduction of novel entities. That's plastics, PFAS, other contaminants that didn't exist before humans introduced them into the system. At this point, we've degraded most of the soil in the world. About 75% is degraded, about 50% reaches the highly degraded zone. This isn't a nice to have, this is an existential matter for humanity. If we don't fix the soil, we don't get to eat. One of the largest causes of human displacement on the planet is drought. People are moving because they don't have water to grow food and feed their families. And so, it's not politics that's causing border crises, it's migration for basic human sustenance, and that's largely driven by the way that we care for or don't care for the earth and the relationship we have to her. So what do we do about it? The solutions that we're advocating for are pretty simple. We use microscopy, as I said, as a basic way to understand the life in the soil. These are techniques that might not be the most advanced, but they've been around for a long time, and they're relevant for smallholder farmers in rural regions that don't have a large budget to spend, or PhDs, methods that work for backyard gardeners or the largest agricultural growers and farmers on the planet. We teach people how to create effective bioamendments, so that's often looking like compost or other liquid amendments, and we teach a variety of holistic management practices. Doesn't do a lot to restore the biology that's been degraded if you're just going to add petrochemicals to it at the end of the day. That might seem like a minor point, but unfortunately 90% of the agricultural or regenerative agriculture funding that's in the ecosystem today is going towards cover cropping. And while cover cropping is great and it's one of the practices we teach, a lot of that science has been largely co-opted by industry and academia in a way to suggest that after you grow your cover crop to put organic matter and biology back into the soil, you've got to kill or terminate that cover crop with glyphosate so that those weeds don't steal nutrients from your plant. And this is one of the clever and creative ways that industry has continued to keep its reins held tightly on the state of regenerative agriculture. which is growing rapidly, and I think that's a great thing. So the soil food web, what do? We have a methodology that has been developed and continues to be refined in real practice around the world, which is those three basic things I told you just now. How do we see what's going on? How do we restore what's been degraded? And how do we manage systems holistically? We have curriculum that we teach, online classes, in person, one-on-one mentorship, foundational and advanced and specialized programs. We also have a global community, which I'll talk more about later, and a platform where we share high-quality content with the world. This is a basic map of the core programming that we offer. We teach biological compost producers, certified consultants, and lab techs, these topics that you see here. So why do we do this? 7 key benefits or bio benefits of soil regeneration, because there's a lot of benefits that don't directly relate to the plants, but this is what I'm talking about here. Soil biology makes nutrients available, so you don't need to take natural gas and mine it in Eastern Europe and put it in a factory to turn it into a liquid to ship it halfway across the world to Mexico so someone can grow cucumbers. It turns out that nitrogen is 70% of every breath we take, and that hundreds of millions of years ago life figured out how to make that nitrogen bioavailable for the plants to grow. Forests and natural ecosystems don't need excess water and excess chemicals to grow, so our agricultural systems shouldn't either, and they don't, even if some people think they do. Retaining nutrients, so not just having them there, but actually building soil structure and soil aggregates. That's the mycelium, that's the biological glues, that's the thing that creates structure that's not just dirt or something that's going to wash away in the rain or blow away in the wind. And topsoil loss is a major issue as well. It's actually the largest export in the US by volume is topsoil. So suppress diseases, just like humans, plants have an immune system. When plants are healthy and the soil systems are vital, they naturally resist diseases, just like we do. Building soil structure, suppressing weeds, again, through ecological succession. A lot of the things that we call weeds and are problematic for agricultural systems don't tend to be there when healthy soil is intact, as a natural consequence of having more fungal matter in the soil and other features. We can sequester lots of carbon, typically ranging from 5 to 20 tons per acre per year, which is, by some people's accounts, and this is controversial, more than enough to account for all of the emissions that humans put out into the atmosphere. Our agricultural systems could be putting back into the ground, along with ranging in forests and other human-managed habitats. And decomposing and immobilizing toxins. There's a lot of things, heavy metals, the chemical contaminants that I described earlier in the planetary boundary side, that microbes can decompose or immobilize in different ways so that they don't get into the food system and don't get into our systems, which is a major epidemic as well. So what does that look like? A lot of people say regenerative agriculture isn't profitable, it costs more to grow organic. Sometimes that does happen, but in general, that's not the case. The largest study of its kind, looking at about 80 farms in, I think, 13 countries, showed 33% higher productivity for regenerative farms. The yields were approximately the same, but because they weren't using as much synthetic chemicals, it cost them about 33% less to produce that same amount of food, which is more money in the hands of farmers and better livelihoods at the end of the day. That doesn't account for the immense boost to ecosystem services, biodiversity, water conservation, et cetera. And in general, we see 50% reduction in irrigation, reduction of chemical inputs, and significantly increased yields, which of course varies widely by crop and soil type and condition, and also how degraded a piece of land is to begin with. This is an example from one of our partners in Costa Rica, International University for Cooperation, in an area that was largely driven economically by tourism in the early days of COVID, when all of that money ceased to flow into the economy. They got together 500 families to grow food with zero chemicals whatsoever, and produced 8 to 10 tons of regenerative produce per month. And this became the lifeblood of that community for that time. Again, these are people who had never farmed before, using simple methodology that they were able to learn and implement very quickly and mobilize to create that kind of effective action. This is something called the Soil Regeneration Summit that we hosted. One of the things that we do is we convene leaders in this space to gather online, and we offer that content free to the world. There's a QR code at the top if you want to access this sort of content. People like Vandana Shiva and Ray Archuleta, Lila June, John D. Liu, lots of great names and lots of great speakers, as well as, of course, Dr. Elaine Ingham. This is our community. We've got students in 130 countries. We're very much a global movement that did start in the US, and a lot of our success has been here in this country. But we have a lot of reach, and there are people around the world who are doing really great work implementing these solutions. I'll just give a couple examples. On the bottom left, you can see Sue. She lives in Kenya. She took this knowledge and started a platform which has now taught over 1.6 million farmers across Kenya, Tanzania, and Ethiopia how to do these kind of things, and a lot of other great examples of people who are leading the regenerative agriculture movement and creating really meaningful livelihoods. We also work with a lot of farmers, as I said. I'll just give one example. Adam York, a typical family farmer in Illinois, 10,000 acres of corn and soy, a multi-generation family farm. He saved about $1 million a year by pulling the chemicals out of the operation with increased yields and increased productivity and a generally better way of doing things. It's that kind of meaningful difference that I think the world needs a lot more of. So I just wanted to put this up here to say, from my perspective, the regenerative agriculture movement is gaining a lot of momentum. A lot of these names at the top are direct partners of ours, in the middle, maybe the larger ecosystem. And I put a lot of names on there of major organizations that control a lot of the food supplies who have made really substantial commitments to regenerative agriculture. I think we have to ask ourselves the question, what does that mean? How do we hold these companies to account for actually doing the right thing when many of them have been known to do the wrong thing for a long time? But also, how do we support them and cooperate and work together to actually give them the tools to make the easy choices to do the thing that's going to be better for the planet and also better for their bottom line and for their ecosystems. I'll just note, I don't think anyone genuinely wants to do the bad thing. I think we just have a lot of inertia in our systems that lead to compounded bad choices. So that's about it. I'll wrap up by saying human health is soil health, is planetary health. These things are inextricable. They're one and the same. The future is in our hands. Nature has all the answers. If we look to her to guidance and support her in doing what she naturally wants to do, which is to live and be vital and thrive, I think we're going to win. And I think we will get to choose, but we have to choose life. And yeah, that's all for me.
Yeah, I mean, where are we without food, without agriculture? And that is done by farmers, right? And those are not, you know, a networked, interconnected community that is all working as one. And yet, you've kind of not only Soil Food Web working with farmers and building these connections to disseminate information, but in the second last slide, you showed you're actually also working with other communities, other organizations, and that interlinking of cross-organization collaboration becomes so important, so that we can collaborate more effectively, like hold hands as we walk forward. And in the end, if better information, and you're saving farmers like millions of dollars, you know, if the information doesn't get to the people on the ground doing the work, like doing the toil and the soil, then we go nowhere, right? So incredible effort, Soil Food Web. I've known about them for quite a while. I was very happy to hear that you're, you know, so much part of it now. Yeah. How can this community help or be of service? What do you need?
Thank you for that, and thank you for the question. Yeah, we need various kinds of support, definitely looking for more collaborations. There are some things that we do extraordinarily well, and there's a lot of things that we can do a lot better. So if this speech inspired you in any way and you want to reach out and connect, I'd love to hear from you. You know, one of our big points of focus is really investing more in the various communities where we have small seeds planted and individuals who are really doing the work and have taken it upon themselves to get that education. But we need build, as many people have talked about today, those bioregional hubs and those community centers that can be the research zones, because farmers are busy, which is why we train consultants, because it accelerates that process. But they also want to see their neighbors do it before they do it. Even if they've seen it 100 times in 100 different places with 100 different crops, it's not good enough until the guy down the street did it. So really looking for a lot of collaborations, and I think now is the time where we have to radically accelerate this work, 1000x at least, to kind of reach the pace that the world needs and deserves, and we're also looking for financial support to help accelerate that mission.
Okay, amazing. Let's make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
We were going to actually wrap there, but many of the folks, as we started to introduce the bioregional framework and mindset, a big question is, how do we get this stuff funded? And many know that in the Web3 world, for those not familiar with the term, Web3 refers to the general kind of sea of technologies and opportunities that emerge from the birth of the blockchain. There are really interesting funding mechanisms for rewarding. I mean, Global Unity's economic engine in its design is built around what Dashboard Earth is doing today, gamifying goodwill, rewarding people for things that do good for the world. And ReFi DAO is an organization that has been doing this in interesting ways for some time. And so when Jorge spoke up about, man, I have something to share about how we actually get this work funded, wanted to make sure we gave a little extra space for him, so before we wrap for the day. So Jorge is one of the top voices in Web3 and Industry 4.0 technologies in the US. He's an ecosystem builder and co-founder of BitBasel, among ReFi Miami and ReFi Austin chapters for regenerative finance. Let's make him feel welcome. Jorge, come on up.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you so much, Elliot and the whole team at Transformative. Let's give them a round of applause to this extraordinary, amazing few days of changemakers, and Elliot, Taylor, and Art putting all this together with the whole team. Thank you so much for bringing us all here from all over the world to represent our projects and talk about the future of the world, when we have an amazing amount of abundance that disruptive innovations are bringing to the table for us and the future of humanity. So I'm very grateful to be here, and I'm gonna just directly to the topic. I really wanna talk about funding and funding mechanisms, and how the ReFi DAO and the Gitcoin organization at the core of Ethereum and the Ethereum Foundation and Celo Foundation, funding public goods and funding what needs to be funded. How are these mechanisms working? So I'm just very grateful to represent all these groups, because I've been working with them for the last few years as ecosystem builder in the US, in cities like Miami, developing the ecosystem there. Cities like Austin. I have my family from Austin here, so we're gonna talk a little bit more about what they're doing over there and what we did as a community. So I'm very grateful to be here, and just straight to the point, we're gonna talk about how funding gets to the hands of projects all around the world through the ReFi DAO. This is our last launching a few months in Austin, Texas, with the ReFi, with the bioregional hub of Austin in Texas. Today, Texas, if it was a country, it will be the 12th largest economy in the world. The 7th largest economy in the world if it was a country. It just surpassed the economy of France as a country, only the state of Texas. So we come to see the gigantic power that Texas as a bioregion can really offer for the world, and to really detox a lot of the carbon footprint and the oil industry that is generating a lot of is causing a lot of the climate change that we're experimenting right now. So I'm very glad to spearhead and talk a little bit more about that. But also mainly on the funding, I think that I want to take you guys into a little bit of what Web3 is doing. So ReFi DAO is an organization that's been working with many founders, projects, and especially organizations in Ethereum that really want to fast forward the climate adaptation, the bioregional planning around the world. And the way that it's organized right now is through a series of different hubs in different cities. I was participant in the ReFi Miami chapter. Today, Miami is ground zero for climate change, for climate adaptation and climate gentrification. Even though the local authorities, some of them don't recognize that there is climate changes. But there is a hub, there is a community that is working towards this adaptation and how to make it better and bigger. So ReFi DAO has been onboarding thousands of projects and helping to deliver this funding through a series of rounds every 3 to 4 months, every quarter. There is a new round, and there has been more than $60 million given into the hands of founders from regenerative projects from all over the world. This is a little bit of how it's organized. I think I'm missing a lot of more cities here that are very organized, including Austin or Miami, but they're very organized. In the audience, there's people here from the ReFi New York and the Green Pillars from Ethereum, so shout out to all of them doing amazing work here in New York City. And the way it works is the quadratic funding formula, which was also created by one of the co-founders of Ethereum, Vitalik Buterin. And the way it works, it's a formula. This is an example for you guys to perhaps take a picture or see actually the math, what happens when the round opens. But to put it in context and in simple words, if you are able to bring critical mass into your project, if you have a project that can bring, let's say, 10 people when the round opens, and these 10 people donates $10, then at the end of the round, when the round closes, you have $100. This is an example in numbers. You have $100 that the community contribute, and the DAO will match that funding by, let's say, another $100 for a total of $200. But if you have 100 people donating $1, then you unlock the quadratic funding formula for matching funding of 10x or 100x or whichever it is, depending on how many people are you onboarding into the project, to contribute to the project, to fund the project. So it's very important to recognize how projects are being onboarded on Web3. And the main reason of this is because there is a platform that onboards into a proof of personhood. So you will have to prove that you are not a bot, that you're trying to get money from the DAO. There's plenty of money available. There's millions of dollars for all of your projects, regardless if you're a nonprofit organization or a company or a for-profit. But funding early stages and funding for early stages is never enough, as well as the transfer of knowledge and education for all of these new technologies. We just have to be patient and go through the learning curve because it's really easy, especially if we continue to work as support networks, as a united community, in order to understand, because the transfer of knowledge and the education nowadays happens here among us, and how we spread the word and how we communicate to our audiences. So it is very important how this funding happens. As long as you have critical mass, you have people who support your project, then you're gonna be matched at the end of the round. You're gonna be getting a lot of more funding. So again, you can be a nonprofit, you can be a company, especially all this money is given on Ethereum. At the core of Ethereum by organizations like Ethereum Foundation, Seller Foundation, and many others, funding public goods. And so this is, again, this is the actual formula, the math. and a little bit more about the impact of the DAO and the organizations together there. There has been more than $60 million given into more than 3,000 donations and projects around the world. So this is very important to recognize. You can be the next one as long as you can, in a month, organize yourself and present yourself. You can get somewhere. So this is a little bit of how the DAO has been increasing the impact and the tremendous amount of funding for the last 4 years. This is part of, again, our orchestration of organizations like the Gitcoin, that's already part of the UNICEF and supporting many projects with the United Nations, just to give an example here. And then last but not least, our project, our bioregional initiative in Austin, Texas, with such a large community, it is located at a spectacular industry warehouse that many of you know. These beautiful human beings, Randy and Cyber, and Mila here, so in the audience, so shout out to all of them, representing the local community of Austin, and for 15 years, really being a support network for many artists, many entrepreneurs, and this is where we actually have our hub, and this is Randy. And of course, last but not least, my call to action is to support the nonprofit organization Industry Warehouse, where the bioregional hub is located in Austin. The founder is here, Randy. Thank you so much for hosting us and for having everybody that goes through Austin and to be an amazing host for all of us. Such a big mama, so thank you so much. And yes, thank you so much, everybody. This is what the Web3 community has for your projects. Funding. We all want it, we all need it. So here we go. Please, I'm here to respond questions and perhaps help you on board your project and tell you more about it. Thank you so much.
So one of the exciting things about the Web3 crypto revolution is that there are new ways of funding goods. Quadratic funding, quadratic voting are a real breakthrough in how the will of the people gets expressed both on a governance level and through quadratic funding, through a funding level. There has been a lot of funding that has gone through. And for those not familiar with how it works, it's kind of like a matching fund. So you crowdfund for certain campaigns. There's a matching fund that goes to those projects. Say you have 10 projects that each get $100,000 from a crowdfunding campaign, with a matching fund of $1 million that gets distributed based on how well they each do. In a traditional matching fund, 2 projects each get $100,000 from the crowd. They would get an equal portion of the $1 million. But doesn't it matter if one project got $100,000 from one donor and another got $100,000 from 100,000 people who each gave $1? We can see the will of the people is really behind that second one. And so with quadratic funding, the formula built in would express the will of the people. They'd get something like 9.9 million out of the 10 million matching fund. So it's a much more fair. Vitalik wrote an article on how it's just the most fair way of funding public goods. One of the things I'd love to see, as someone who's kind of adjacent to the Web3 space, I feel like there's such a barrier for those who are not Web3 familiar to actually access these funds. Like, I want the people who are learning from Soil Food Web, these farmers who maybe don't even know what Web3 is, to be able to access it. How do you see us being able to bridge that gap?
Definitely it's one of the biggest topics in Web3. How do we onboard the next 1 billion people? Many are thinking through the use of stable coins and how the finance sector is embracing stable coins without people even noticing that we are using crypto. Within this context of ReFi DAO and this funding, I think that it's very important for us to understand the sensitive thing about protecting our personal data, protecting our personal information. So there's an onboarding process for you to prove that you are a real person, and this proof of personhood gives you the option to get into features that proof that, first of all, you are a good person, you onboard your wallet, your digital wallet, in this case, perhaps MetaMask. And then all of this is advancing and changing, but we still have to, I think that there is a reason why blockchain and Web3, just blockchain had a much mass adoption before this wave of AI that we're looking at, because blockchain is the real technology that can protect us from wild AI. When everybody's trying to find their next AI and launch their AI, and everybody's capturing all of this information. And this wild AI, it's the only way that we have it's to really utilize this new infrastructure, mesh architecture in Web3. And it might take a little bit. Again, there's a learning curve, but there's people here in a community together that support that process, and people like myself that I can, the educators like myself that can engage with people and show them how to onboard on the wallet, and then it's just going to be flowing. But within the front end, perhaps in Web3 and the topics and discussions, I think this is going to start changing within the next 6 months, especially on the advancements of Ethereum. Is going to have a lot of big advancements very soon.
Well, I'd love to see it.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Elliot. This has been amazing. Thank you, everybody.
Appreciate everyone's patience and stamina. We wanted to make sure, especially so many of the projects that we feature, some of the people we're featuring, many are well funded and many are not. And so we had the opportunity to feature some folks doing work in funding innovation. Wanted to celebrate them. We are about to wrap, and there's a lot I'd love to share, and I definitely was planning to honor, this is folks have been coming up and sharing a lot of gratitude and saying how what I'm doing is so amazing. Yes, absolutely, I received. And thank you. And Alex Kahana, who's actually quite immersed in Web3, he's helping Bhutan tokenize well-being. He's also helping build a regenerative village. He has a beautiful expression, it takes a village to build a village. And this would not, our incredible speakers, the staff of the Sheen, none of this would have happened with, the hero's journey is an outdated story. It's the heroine's journey. It's like, it's community, right? The next Buddha is a Sangha. The next star is community, right? And so I wanted to just bring up some folks who helped make this possible. I don't know if Sharon's in the crowd. Last minute volunteer, just like it was a superstar all weekend. If we could get all of our staff and volunteers to join us for super quick. There we go. There we go. MVP. Thank you. So some of our volunteers, Sharon, Sarah Dean, Nautica, just with such open hearts, really just did that. Just came here to help make this an incredible experience, and it wouldn't have been what it was without them. And often the unsung heroes of events like these, but kept everything running behind the scenes, and so much love and gratitude. Thank you. We're not sure where he is right now. He's probably doing something very important so the building doesn't fall down, but Charlie Smiles, Charlie Smith, who was helping us get these beautiful bracelets made by the Maasai women in Zanzibar ready in time, and it was like we could get them by the 23rd, but they wouldn't be here until next week. So he flew here with them so he could deliver and help produce and speak and share his work. So much love to Charlie.
Taylor, who's just salt of the earth, been here for this event for years. Yeah, absolutely. Like, always giving, never asking for anything, just so generous with his time and energy, and yeah, just such a sweet, beautiful soul. Much love. Yeah. And Gloria Kimbwala, who put a lot of time in at the beginning of the year and wasn't able to join us here today, but has been such a big supporter from a distance. We're very grateful for her as well. If she's watching online, show her some love. And lastly, my co-founder Orr, without whom this would not, found us the Sheen Center, found us most of our sponsors, has been tirelessly making sure this thing happened with no credit, no funding, while he's also been planning to move out of New York because he and his lady are are now expecting, and so he's moving to Amsterdam. So normally I'd bring them up at the end, but I actually interrupted them from cleaning up so we can get out of here, so the Sheen staff can actually get out of here by 7, which was when we're supposed to be out. So wanted to just share our gratitude for everyone here before I share my final remarks. So thank you so much, and much love. So this is Charlie, wild man who flew across the world to deliver our bracelets. So before we let them go, started a new tradition last year, which was really beautiful, group selfie. So would love for everyone to come into the first few rows, and we will turn around, try to squeeze everyone in.
I think from up here?
Maybe.
My intuition was like pinging you guys, like you're on the stage. I just took off running. Yeah, find out.
Maybe Taylor is.
When they try to do a long arm?
Can we?
Or have everybody come up.
Wait, we gotta get, someone's gotta take that properly. Yeah, everyone get right here.
And then somebody shoots it from the bottom.
From the bottom? No. I think this will work.
Okay. Yeah, that'll work.
Is it wide?
There we go.
I think you should stand in the chair. Wait, let's get. Wait, let's do it properly. Wait.
Charlie's
on
proper.
Let's do a little test. That might be a good idea. Yeah. Yeah, let's try it. I don't know about this.
There you go. There we go. Now we got a photo.
All right, well, if this is my last TIS.
Let me get down. Let me get down like this. Now you can get us all in there. You can probably just turn the camera around. There you go. Oh, yeah. There we go. Yeah.
All right, big smiles on 3. 1, 2, 3. Hey! All right. Thank you very much. Thank you to our whole team. So just going to give some final thoughts, which probably would have been best before the selfie, but we have you all here, and what a lovely way to wrap. Charles Eisenstein, who spoke, has been talking a lot about the kind of Gaia mindset, and we need, and everyone here really embodies that. It's the love of everyone, love of the earth. Some of our work is like, look at Adina, dedicating her life to like creating infrastructure to allow us to really care for the earth. And so thank you. And so, there's so much I want to share. Global unity. We were doing an interview with
Greg a little interview about our work, and was talking about like Global Unity has very specific plans for the kinds of tools we need to actually take care of the Earth and everyone everywhere. We don't center those. Because what does the world need first? Ahead of us putting our own plans forward, it needs us to connect dots. You know, everyone's familiar with Buckminster Fuller's quote that's often summarized as, change comes not from destroying the old, but creating the new. The new is hiding in plain sight. If we're really going to build a better world, it's going to start by weaving this one together. Maybe we don't need something new. Maybe it's actually just that we can 10x, 100x, a millionx the amount of good that's being done by coordinating it better. And so, yes, we have designs, yeah. We have designs for new tools that 20 years in development, 800 people have vetted. Like, we think they're legit, but we have to have the humility. My favorite line from a song is, my friend is a DJ who feeds and doesn't play. Like, let's put what the world needs ahead of our own plans, our own intentions, while still adding our contributions to the pool. I want you to learn about Global Unity. If you're not already, and we'll see if we can get the QR code up on the screen. If you're not already part of Global Unity, if you haven't learned about it yet, you can, if and when we get that up, or just reach out, email us at connect@globalunity.org, and we'll, you know, there is something that we want to share with the world, but more important, we want the world, like, what do we said earlier, like, what do we mean by we? Oh, we got to do better. We got to collab. What we? As though we are already a coordinated, single, unified unit. No, that's step one. Who's, you know, people talk about the dangers of AI and nuclear, and who's more likely to be able to really address that? Humanity disconnected or humanity working as one? Up, right? Well, it's very obvious, right? So isn't that our first job? That's the only way we can address our greatest challenges. And so this is part of our work, and Transformative Impact Summit is not just about celebrating. You know, we have 3 goals. Yes, celebrate, amplify the work of those doing good. But second, and maybe most important, connect them to each other, break down the silos between them. If the entire impact ecosystem, the whole world of people who are trying to do good were working as one, maybe we could actually just feed everyone everywhere without everyone being on board for it. We don't need everyone on board to build infrastructure to feed and clothe and shelter everyone. We can do it. So the thing I want to share with everyone is, you know, I've been reading a lot of Charles's work leading up to this, and he's really been insisting or sharing this Gaia mindset, and I think it's powerful and important. And we talked about in storytelling, media, and art for change, there's a memetics, the spread of ideas, is a big part of our work. We have to spread new ideas. And one idea that is integral to Global Unity's work, in the X-Men comics, why is it that they have superpowers? Because they're the next step in evolution. Not Homo sapiens, Homo superior. The next step in evolution is not on the level of the individual. It's on the level of the species. The real Homo superior is a united humanity, which is a beautiful idea, but begs the question, where does the Earth fit in with all this? We have a beautiful idea of the Earth, Mother Earth. But no matter how much you love your mother, you are not your mother. And part of what's gotten us into today's predicament is the idea that we're separate from the Earth. What we need, yes, Gaia, but what we need is a new idea, a new concept, a new identity. Not Homo sapiens, not Homo superior, Homo Gaia, a united humanity itself united with the Earth. Yeah? And so it's you know, and so... No.
Mic drop.
Well, but, you know, and this is something... Sure. It's a conversation to be had, and this is something we could have been. This is something we could have been dropping at the beginning, but it's the I don't want to say humility. It's an idea we think is actually really important. It's not about spreading our ideas. It's about amplifying those of others and keeping space to offer real suggestions. Like we think there are new ideas. This is that idea, important, and a drop in the bucket of everything that Global Unity has as tangible, specific plans. But, you know, some of you know I come from a jiu-jitsu background. And the secret to jiu-jitsu, like why is it such an effective art? One word, positioning. From a good position, things are easy. From a bad position, things are hard. Global Unity, assume for a second, for those that don't know what it is, assume it actually is a legitimate plan for really building new social infrastructure that could take care of everyone everywhere. It's really important we position ourselves first to actually get it off the ground. And so this is why we're building our community, and this is why we're running these events, because it positions us better to really do things at scale that can help everyone. So I'll leave it there. I would love, if you're not already part of Global Unity, would love for you to learn about it, become part of it. Love for you to, if you had a good experience this weekend, tell others. Want next year to be even bigger and better. And we're going to be hopefully running more events between now and then. And you know, I just have what I think everyone here has. So much love in my heart for all of you, for everyone everywhere, for the earth, and for those doing good, and for those not doing good. Like, let's help them too. And that's the spirit and community that we're fostering. So, with all that, yes. Received. Let's also show love to the Sheen Center staff by getting out of here so they can get home. We're going to be going to right across the street to Vaughan. It's just at the corner of Bleecker and Bowery. That way. What's that?
Let's go to ACA. We're going to the other ACA.
The other ACA. The other Vaughan. So thank you, everyone. Have a great night. Thank you. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you. Much appreciated.